The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hello everyone, and welcome to the June the 12th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened in this day in history. In 1381, in the Peasants' Revolt in England, rebels arrive at Blackheath. In 1830, beginning of the French colonization of Algeria. 34,000 French soldiers land 27 kilometers west of Algiers at Sidi Farik. In 1864, the Battle of Trevelyan Station, the bloodiest and largest all-cavalry battle of the American Civil War in Louisiana County, ends with Confederate tactical victory and Union successful retreat. In 1931, Al Capone is indicted on 5,000 counts of prohibition and perjury. Good night, mate. How on earth did he ever get anything else done other than perjury, if that's true? Doesn't seem like he would have had the time. Yeah. Does seem a little odd. In 1942, Anne Frank gets her diary as a birthday present in Amsterdam. And thank goodness nobody went snooping in it. You know, because teenage girls hate that when you read their diary, so I'm glad everyone respected her privacy. In 1964, Nelson Mandela is sentenced to life in prison in South Africa. In 2018, at the Singapore summit between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and U.S. President Donald Trump, first time a North Korean leader and incumbent U.S. president have ever met. In 1981, Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones film directed by Steven Spielberg, starring Harrison Ford with a story by George Lucas, premieres. In 1990, Mariah Carey debut album by Mariah Carey is released. Can anyone say egotist? Yeah, I think that's a given here. I think it's a given with most pop stars, actually. In 1890, Worcestershire Rugby League pitcher Lee Richmond throws first perfect game in MLB history in 1-0 win over Cleveland Blues at Agricultural County Fairgrounds, Worcestershire. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
The Abbot and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbot and Costello program with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell. And spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub, who, when caught putting a baseball in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pocket because he heard him say he had a date with an old bat, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello, come here. Costello, ever since we've opened this drugstore, you've spent all your time behind that soda fountain. What are you doing now?
I'm making a Maltese milk.
You mean a malted milk?
No, I mean a Maltese milk. This is for the cat.
Yeah, look. Will you get from behind that counter? You're no soda jerk.
Abbott, keep those words closer together.
Look, now what are you doing? Get your hand out of that box.
Oh, I was just eating some lifesaver.
Those aren't lifesavers. They're corn plasters.
Corn plasters? No wonder every time I hiccup, I taste mercurochrome.
Eat. That's all you do is eat.
I like to eat.
Well, look, what are you putting in your mouth now?
Oh, just these little round hard candies. I've been eating them all day.
Those aren't hard candies. Those are marbles out of the pinball machine.
They are?
Yes.
That explains everything, Abbott.
Explains what?
Every time I sneeze, my nose lights up and spells tilt.
Now, look. Will you come over here, please, and help me put the price tags on these rat biscuits?
Rat biscuits?
Certainly. Don't you have rat biscuits at your house?
No, if the rats can't eat what we eat, let them starve.
Oh. All right, answer that telephone, Costello. Go ahead.
Hello, Costello's drugstore.
Hello, Mr. Costello. Do you have any medicine for a sick mule?
Yes, I have.
Well, why don't you take some, you jackass?
That was a very peachy joke. I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have any medicine for a sick mule?
No, but you can call my brother-in-law.
Now I'm stuck with two jackasses.
Look, will you stop with those jokes and get to work, please?
Yeah. Hey, I've been working all morning, Abbott. I'm making mustard plasters.
You make your own mustard plasters?
Yeah. I start with a little red pepper, chili powder, and then I add some horseradish and Tabasco sauce.
Oh, wait a minute. You'd better be careful with all that hot stuff.
Yeah, last week I had a little accident when my Uncle Artie Stebbins sat down on one of my mustard plasters.
What happened?
He won first prize in the national air races. Hello?
Hello. I'll answer it. Hello,
sure,
Costello's...
it's your line.
Costello's drugstore. Oh, hello, Mrs. Dinkelberger.
Oh, yeah.
What? He did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll take care of that right away. Costello, you idiot. I told you to deliver an electric bed warmer to Mrs. Dinkelberger.
Well, I did that, Abbott.
You dummy, you didn't. You took her over an electric bed warmer, but you took her an electric toaster.
I wondered why I kept turning her over and throwing her out of bed.
How can you be so stupid? Can't you tell a bed warmer from a toaster? Don't you know the first thing about electricity?
Sure. For quite a while now, I've been experimenting with short waves.
How long have you been interested in short waves?
Ever since I got slapped by a tall whack.
What a dope. Goodness, I don't know. Why, you don't even know who invented electricity.
Oh, sure I do.
Oh, you do?
Oh, are you kidding? Everybody knows that electricity was discovered by Mrs. Benjamin Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin? You mean Benjamin Franklin?
No, Mrs. Benjamin Franklin. One day she and her husband had an argument, and she said, Benjamin, go fly a kite.
Oh.
And that's how it started.
Look, will you cut
Go
out the...
fly a kite.
Cut out the silliness, Costello.
My wife tells me the same thing. I don't invent nothing.
Look, will you do me a favor? Please, and take a bed warmer over to Mrs. Dingelberger's right away. And be sure you get the right voltage. Do you notice the voltage and wattage in her cottage?
Did I notice the voltage and wattage in her cottage?
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, you talkage a little stupid.
No, Costello. What is her house, AC or DC?
It's, lousy.
No. Look, what is the house wired for?
What is the house wired for?
What is the house wired for?
The same thing that all California houses are wired for.
What's that?
To keep them from falling apart.
No. I'm talking about electricity, Costello. Look at that bed warmer. Look at it. You see it there? Now, what does that little tag say?
A 40.
That means 40 what?
I don't know.
I just told you.
You told me what?
That's right.
What's right?
Correct. You see, Costello, the amount of current used in this bed warmer is 40 watt.
I don't know.
Look, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
You're telling me what?
Yes.
Here we go again.
Listen, let me explain it another way. At your house, you have a little electric bulb. Now, what do you see on the bottom of that bulb?
Flies.
Fly. Oh, no. All right, look. But suppose the flies weren't there.
Then it wouldn't be my house.
Well, look. Please pay attention. On the bottom of your light bulb, it tells you the wattage. Wattage was discovered by a man named James Watt. What is the man's name?
Was it Smith?
No. It wasn't Smith. What is the man's name?
I give up.
I just told you.
You didn't tell me nothing. You said, what is the man's name?
That's right.
What's right?
Correct.
Hey, Abbott, can I ask you just one little simple question?
Oh, certainly, Costello. Go ahead.
Well, the man who discovered wattage, his first name is James, correct?
Correct.
What is his last name?
Right.
Now I got it.
All right, now, tell me the man's name.
James Wright.
Oh, what?
Just 1 week ago today was the birthday of one of the great doctors in the history of American medicine, Dr. Jacob De Silva Solis Cohen. After serving as a battlefield surgeon in the Civil War, he returned to civilian life to become one of the foremost pioneers in the study of the nose and throat. Among his many achievements was the early use of the laryngoscope, now a routine instrument with all throat doctors. So this salute in his honor, and in honor of all the nose and throat specialists who have followed him, broadening knowledge, improving techniques, ministering to the health and comfort of mankind. The makers of Camels cannot help but be proud of the standing of this cigarette in the medical profession. The question, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor, was put to 113,000 doctors by 3 leading independent research organizations. The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And now Carl Hoff and his Camel Orchestra swing into the rhythm favorite, Let It Snow.
I demand to see the manager.
Costello, see what that lady wants.
What can we do for you, madam?
Oh, there you are, you little bloated blimp. You're the one that sold me that bottle of leg makeup.
Yes, ma'am. What's the matter? Is it the right shade?
You fool, I can't get my leg out of the bottle.
Do you know that the bottle's got a better shape than the leg? Or something? I read it wrong. So what?
Are you kidding? Just look at my limbs. I have very pretty legs. Have you ever seen anything like these before?
Only once. But they had a sign on them that said, "You are now approaching the California Redwoods."
Oh, you're so clever, Mr. Costello. You know you could sell a lot of medicine in this drugstore if you'll do just one thing.
And what's that?
Stand outside and make people sick.
Never mind our Costello. See what that man wants at the prescription counter. He looks like he's in pain.
Oh, help. Help, young man, help. I've got to have something to make me sleep. I dreamt all night long that grasshoppers were jumping around in my stomach.
What did you have for dinner?
Grasshoppers.
All right, I'll take care of this man. Answer that phone.
Okay. Hello? Costello, Costello's drugstore.
Call me a doctor! Call me a doctor! You must call me a doctor!
Why?
I just graduated from medical school.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes the movie actress, Bessie May Mutual.
Hello, boys. I thought I'd stop in at your drugstore and purchase a few packages. First, I would like a large box of aspirin tubelets.
Aspirin tubelets?
Oh, Abbott, that's what you take when you got a hootie.
Is there anything else, Miss Mutual?
Yes, I'd better have a large bottle of cough medicine.
Cough medicine?
Yes. Did you ever wake up in the middle of the night hoking and coughing?
No, but last night I had the snoofles in my news.
You can get my packages ready and send them over in your delivery troop.
Oh, very sorry. The troop is broken. I'll have to come over on my roller scooch.
Well, I have to leave you now. Aloha, adios, and au revoir.
How do you like that? She didn't even say goodbye.
Costello, this man just came in the side entrance. See what he wants.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, mister, could you get me a glass of water? A glass of water? What?
Water?
Champagne. Yeah, I've had these. I've had them for 2 months. For 2 months. 2 months.
2 months?
Nights.
Look, I'll get you some pills for that.
Oh, no thanks. I couldn't keep those big pills on my stomach.
Well, we'll tape them on.
No. Quiet, Costello. Here, my good man. Just swallow these big round pills fast, and you'll be all right.
Oh, thank you. Ah, gee, that's swell. I feel fine. Fine. Fine.
Don't stand there, Rabbit! Put your hand over his mouth before he breaks every window in that joint.
All right, I'll get this fellow outside, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. There comes Mrs. Niles.
Oh, there you are, you little pipsqueak. I've got a bone to pick with you.
A bone? No, thanks. I'm full. I just had lunch with a Cocker Spaniel.
Now, you pay attention. Do you remember last week when my horse fell down in front of your drugstore and hurt his leg?
Yes?
Well, when you bandaged up the horse's leg, you tied my leg up with it.
So what?
In the past week, I've run in 5 races at Santa Anita.
And what are you bragging about? Not once did you come into the money.
Mrs. Niles, how do you do? What's the trouble?
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. I came over here to collect my rent. You boys have been living in my apartment for a month now, and I haven't received a penny.
Well, here it is.
The rent?
No, a penny.
Oh, that does it. Costello, if you don't have the rent by noon tomorrow, I'll throw you out of my apartment. And furthermore, I'll have the sheriff attach this drugstore.
Mrs. Niles, don't do that. I haven't got any money. How about taking the money in merchandise? Here, Mrs. Niles, how about some of these nice beauty preparations?
I don't need any. I spent Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in a beauty parlor.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in a beauty parlor?
Yes.
Brother, that's what I call a lost weekend.
Oh, you little squirt. Just remember what I said. I either get my rent or out you go, and I'll close this drugstore. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, you've got us in hot water again. Mrs. Niles is mad at us. We're going to get thrown out of our apartment, and we're going to lose the drugstore.
Abbott, everything happens to me.
Yep.
I'm always in trouble. Look at the bags under my eyes. Maybe I can get rid of these bags by putting some of this cream on them.
Costello, be careful of those creams. They're very powerful. Some of them are for weight control. For instance, if the label says fat, you get fat. If it says thin, you get thin. Now remember that. Whatever the label says, you get.
You get what the label says?
That's right. You get what the label says.
Call a doctor. Get me a doctor.
Wait a minute. What's the matter? What does the label say?
Baby cream.
Oh.
The question was very simple. Just what cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? 3 leading independent research organizations put that question to 113,000 doctors all over the United States. General physicians, surgeons, nose and throat specialists, doctors in every field of medicine. The brand most named by the doctors was Camel. If you are a Camel smoker, this preference will not surprise you. But if you are not now smoking Camels, try them. Compare them in your T-zone. T for taste, T for throat. Your own proving ground for a cigarette. Only your taste can decide which cigarette you enjoy most. Only your throat can test a cigarette's mildness. Your T-zone may tell you why.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And now, for Camel fans everywhere, here is lovely Amy Arnell to sing...
Some Sunday morning is going to be some Sunday morning for someone and me. Bells will be chiming and old melody, especially for someone and me. There'll be an organ playing, friends and relations will stare. Say, can't you hear them saying, gee, what a peach of a pair. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. He'll be so nervous and I'll try to smile. Things sure look rosy for someone and me. Some Sunday morning you'll see. Some Sunday morning we'll walk down the aisle. He'll be so nervous and I'll try to smile. Things sure look rosy for someone and me. Some Sunday morning you'll see. Some Sunday morning you'll see.
What are you doing up there on that ladder, Costello?
I'm packing up all this medicine. Mrs. Niles is closing my drugstore because I can't pay the rent. Here, Abbott, catch this big bottle I got. Catch it.
Wait a minute. What's in that bottle?
Oh, just some coloring stuff. It's some kind of tint.
Tint?
Yeah, it's right on the bottle. TNT.
Don't throw that bottle. Don't throw that bottle, you dummy. Get off that ladder, Costello. You hear me? Get down. Hey. Now, look what you did. Pick up those aspirin tablets.
What aspirin tablets? Those are my teeth.
This whole thing is ridiculous, Costello. You don't have to close up this store. You've got it until noon tomorrow to raise the rent money. Now, all we have to do is think this thing over carefully. Let's put our heads together.
Now, wouldn't that be a pretty picture? It would look like a baseball score. Nothing to nothing.
All right. Hey, look, Costello. Look! Costello! Look what I found on the bottom shelf. A sack of uranium.
Uranium?
Certainly. You know what uranium is?
My mother has a box on her windowsill full of pink and red uranium.
No. Costello, those are geraniums.
And she has some of those brass flowers, too.
Brass flowers?
Yes, petunias.
No, you dope. Don't you realize what uranium is? That's what they used to make atomic bombs. Wait a minute, Costello. This is wonderful. I know how you can raise the money to pay the rent.
With that little bag of uranium?
Yes. All you have to do is invent an atomic bomb.
Not me, Abbott. I can't stand noise of any kind.
You can't stand noise?
No, when I was a little boy, I couldn't wear bangs.
You could wear... Oh, come on. This is nonsense, please. Look, listen, Lou, please. If you invent an atomic bomb, the whole world will be talking about Lou Costello. Can't you just hear what they're saying?
Yeah, don't it look natural? Look, I ain't messing around with that stuff, Abbott.
Oh, come on. This is too good to lose, Costello. Look, I'm going to call that great scientist, Professor Melonhead.
Hello?
Hello, Professor Melonhead. This is Abbott. Get over to Costello's drugstore right away.
Sorry, I'm in the bathtub right now taking a bath, but I'll be there as soon as I dress. Well, gentlemen, here I am.
Put on your hat, Melonhead. You're still half naked. And what are you dragging that bathtub for?
Quiet, Costello. Professor Melonhead. We have just found a sack of uranium.
Eureka!
No, uranium.
Oh, uranium. Do you realize what that means, gentlemen? We can make a bomb. Do you hear? A bomb!
But get this guy out of here. He's bombing.
No. Don't insult the professor, Costello. Melonhead is a great scientist.
Yes, sir, Costello. I got my Ph.D. at Harvard, my LL.D. at Yale. What about you?
I got my DVD at Sears Roebuck.
Costello, I'm amazed at your display of ignorance. I, Professor Melonhead, am one of the country's leading chemists. Why, all day long, I spend my time mixing things in glasses.
Mixing things in glasses?
Yes, it's made a great scientist out of me.
It made a souse out of Ray Milland.
Please, Costello, I'm not talking about the lost weekend. I'm offering you my talents in an effort to invent an atomic bomb within the price range of everybody's purse. Just think of it. I doubt if you have the mental talent to collaborate with me. Now, tell me, Costello, do you know anything about chemistry?
Are you kidding? Ask me questions.
All right, I'll ask you an elementary question. Name 3 things that contain starch.
A collar and 2 cups.
Oh.
Quiet, Costello, quiet. Leave it to the professor, please.
Hey, Abbott, how is this guy going to make a bomb out of this sack of junk?
Junk, Costello. Scientists can do anything. Why, just the other day, a fellow scientist of mine succeeded in getting milk. Milk, mind you, from a peanut. Now, what have you got to say to that?
All I can say is he must have had an awful low stool.
Wait a minute. You mean to say that you question the veracity of my scientific thesis? Young man, do you realize that they are even making women's clothes out of sour milk?
Now, there's a pretty picture. Can you imagine Desi with a girl and a chemise? And a girdle?
Costello, will you cut it out? Professor, do you really think you can make an atomic bomb?
Please, do not ask me if I think. Of course I think. I am one of the world's biggest thinkers.
You can speak plainer than that.
Silence, Costello. Of course, gentlemen, we cannot experiment with this dangerous element within the confines of the city limits. Now, gather up your sack of uranium, Costello, and meet me in the middle of the Mojave Desert tomorrow morning. When we explode this bomb, it will be sensational. All atomic bombs in the past have been set off from a point miles away, but this time we want a man right by the bomb to see what happens in Costello. When we ask for a man to volunteer, who do you think steps forward?
Who?
You.
Who pushed me?
Oh. Enough of this nonsense. Now, I'll see you 2 gentlemen at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning in the Mojave Desert. Well, good day. I must be off. I must be off.
And he ain't kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are gathered in the lonely wastes of the Mojave Desert. We are about to witness a great scientific experiment. All night long, Professor Melonhead has labored to perfect his atomic bomb. And in exactly 3 minutes, they will pull the lever that releases this terrible energy. All it requires is a little jerk.
That's me, folks.
Costello, here comes Professor Melonhead.
There you are, Costello. Well, we're all ready for the great experiment. Everybody get in the bomb shelter. Wait a minute. Not you, Costello. You're going to stay out here and pull the lever.
Abbott, get me out of here.
Oh, nonsense, Costello. You have nothing to fear. I have brought with me one of the greatest authorities on the atomic bomb in the whole world, Dr. Philpott Store Cheese. Now, I want you, Costello, to meet this great scientific genius. Doctor, say hello to Lou Costello.
Hello. I just came from Brazil.
You must have come in with the last shipment of nuts.
Quiet, Costello. Dr. Store Cheese is going to tell you how to protect yourself when this bomb goes off.
Yeah. Oh, there's nothing to it. It just calls for perfect timing. When you pull the lever, the machine will go clank, clank, clank. And then finally it makes a big boom and you go shh.
I got news for you. I'm going to go shh before it goes boom.
All right, let's go. Everybody into the bomb shelter. I'm talking to you now, Costello, over the radio, the radio phone in the bomb shelter. Now, are you at your station?
I'm at my station.
Grasp lever.
Grasp lever.
Pull.
Pull. Cheap uranium. The bomb didn't go off. I knew it wouldn't work. Oh, boy, I bet all you people out there thought I was going to go off.
little pal. Costello, where is he? Hello?
Hello, Abbott.
Oh, thank heavens you're safe, Costello. Where are you?
I'm up here on the moon.
You're up on the moon. Don't be silly. There's only one man who can get to the moon. That's Superman.
Who do you think gave me the nickel for this phone call?
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the men of the 5th Infantry, Red Diamond Division, 1st American Division sent overseas. Veterans of the Iceland occupation and heroes of the Normandy beachhead, Metz, Luxembourg, Belgium, Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent over 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Walla Walla, Washington, U.S. Marine Hospital, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, U.S. Army Rhodes General Hospital, Utica, New York, U.S. Naval Hospital, Norman, Oklahoma, Veterans Hospital, Tuskegee, Alabama. In your honor, men of the Red Diamond Division.
Throughout to the United States, twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud and Lou with a final word.
Well, Costello, you turned out to be quite a scientist tonight.
Yes, and to prove to the audience that I really am a scientist, I'd like to invite everybody to stay after the show, and I'll get out my bottles and glasses and mix them one of my favorite drinks.
No, not that. This guy. He'll give us a Mickey. Get away from us.
Wait a minute, you. Hey, listen, fella, I'm just as smart as you are anytime.
Oh, yeah? I saw you and Bud last night in your new Universal picture, The Little Giant. Boy, are you a dope.
Oh, yeah? Ask me something.
Okay, fat stuff. What's the difference between a beautiful girl and a baboon?
I don't know.
You must have some wonderful dates.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night to Patty and Carol.
Costello Show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Prince Albert is the world's largest selling smoking tobacco. Why? Because Prince Albert is choice, mellow, tasty tobacco, specially treated to take out tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slower and cooler. For more smoking pleasure from any pipe, switch to Prince Albert. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, coast to coast on NBC.
The war is not over for the Red Cross. Ask any discharged veteran. Ask any soldier in an army of occupation. Ask the men in military hospitals. Ask any welfare worker or public health expert. For a multitude of humane services, including all-important disaster relief, the Red Cross needs $100 million for its vast worldwide program. Give now and give generously. And be sure to listen at this very same time next week for the Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay tuned for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. And this is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In the gallant days when history hung on the flight of an arrow or the slash of a sword, when feudal barons and their bold legions vied for power, ravaging the countryside to live in regal pomp and splendor, when one man alone dared challenge the might of his country's oppressors, one leader and his stalwart band, Robin Hood, outlaw of Sherwood Forest, with Will Scarlet and Friar Tuck and Little John and all the other valiant Saxons, robbing the rich to feed the poor, humbling the proud to serve the meek, ready to fight for king, for country, or for maiden fair. Robin Hood, as daring in love as he was in battle, giving his heart to the enchanting Maid Marian and his sword to the cause of King Richard the Lionheart, defying the armies of the cruel pretender Prince John and his villainous henchman, Sir Guy of Gisborne. Great times were these, when life was filled with battle and romance, and when I tell you that The Adventures of Robin Hood with Errol Flynn is the most exciting motion picture treat this old headline hunter has ever had, I am putting it mildly. Now, I'm going to let Robin Hood and his men speak for themselves.
Now, this forest is wide. It can shelter and clothe and feed a band of good determined men, good swordsmen, good archers, good fighters. Are you with me?
But Richard has no army.
No, Your Highness. If he had, we should have heard of it.
If my brother happened to be killed,
England would have a new king.
You're the most beautiful.
And you're leaving here at once. Please, darling, every minute you're here, you're in danger.
I'll go. Marian, I wonder, will you come with me?
To Sherwood?
I've nothing to offer you but a life of hardship and danger, but we'd be together.
Because I love you, Robin, I'd come. Even a danger would mean nothing if you were with me.
I suppose you realize the penalty for killing a king's deer is death.
Are there no exceptions?
Not only has she consorted with this Saxon rebel, found guilty of outlawry, theft, murder, abduction, and high treason, but she has betrayed her own Norman people.
I know now why you tried so hard to kill this outlaw whom you despised. It's because he was the one man in England who protected the helpless against a lot of beasts who were drunk on human blood.
you'll be sorry you interfered.
I'd do it again if you killed me for it.
That is exactly what is going to happen to you.
He wouldn't dare to execute the king's ward. You underestimate him, sire. If we're to save her and your throne, we've got to act now.
You call me traitor?
Yes. And every man here who gives you allegiance.
Let me ram those words down his throat, Your Highness.
From this night on, I use every means in my power to fight you.
And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durwood. Now that you and Gary have delighted the listeners, Rosie and I will do our very best to keep their spirits on the same high level.
Oh, you're going to sing a song for us.
Nope. You.
Oh.
It's wonderful. It's marvelous. You should care for me. It's awful nice. It's paradise. It's what I love to see. You've made my life so glamorous. You can't blame me for feeling amorous. It's wonderful. It's marvelous that you should care for me. can't blame me for feeling amorous. It's wonderful, it's marvelous that you should care for me.
How do you make picnic food taste better? That's a good question on this final summer holiday, and here's the answer. Serve sparkling 7-Up. Yes, for your picnic or backyard barbecue today, here's hoping you have plenty of 7-Up on hand, because 7-Up sharpens up your taste buds. It lets all the good food flavor come through to you, whether you're having a juicy Red Hot in a bun or busting the budget with a sizzling charcoal broiled steak. With food or all by itself, 7-Up is a welcome treat anytime. For a thirst-free Labor Day, we hope your refrigerator is well stocked with 7-Up. For a real thirst quencher, for a fresh, clean taste, remember, fresh up with 7-Up. Be sure to see 7-Up's new hour-long television extravaganza, International Showtime, Friday nights beginning September 15th. Check your television listings for time and stations. International Showtime, coming on television September 15th from 7-Up.
There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memory among my souvenirs. Some letters tied with blue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs.
Mr. Buddy Cole commands our attention now. What's the word, Buddy?
Well, Rosie, I thought we'd do one of the songs from our Sleepy Time Gal album. Lover Come Back to Me, to be exact.
That features you on the piano, doesn't it?
On it, under it, and all over it.
I see. Some monkey shines, huh?
Crazy.
You know, these days we don't hear as much about Shangri-La type of places as we used to. You think so?
Perpetual summertime and the living is easy, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have word of a Shangri-La for us, Bing?
Well, I have a spot here that I've chosen to call an almost Shangri-La.
That's a new one, an almost Shangri-La?
Yeah, a new near Shangri-La, a place that could have been Shangri-La, at least for a while, but, regrettably, it didn't quite make it.
That's too bad. I'll settle for a close Shangri-La, though. What happened?
Well, you know a suburb near Cleveland called South Euclid?
I know it well.
And South Euclid was almost a Shangri-La?
Nearly, like I said. Oh, it would have been lovely. So lovely. It would have been a dream to live in South Euclid. And it looked as though it was going to be, but...
But what?
Well, the police department nearly ran out of traffic tickets in South Euclid.
Oh, you mean you almost couldn't get a ticket there?
Just on the verge, practically.
A town where you couldn't get a traffic ticket. That's a paradise indeed.
Yes, and just think, it nearly came true.
Property values would have skyrocketed.
You know what it was? The police were down to their last 50 traffic tickets.
Oh, I get it. The new shipment of traffic tickets hadn't arrived from the printers. Was that the situation?
That was the happy situation. They were down to just 50 summonses. Now, picture this. What would have happened if the new batch of tickets had gotten lost for a week or so?
Oh, can I see? Free parking, for one thing,
complete disregard for meters. You kick them and for signs. If you can't get a ticket, you can't get a fine, can you?
There's no way.
But I suppose the new shipment of traffic tickets arrived before the folks in South Euclid could indulge in too much personal liberty, huh?
Yeah, but it was touch and go. It was a near thing. The police were nervous wrecks. You can imagine their embarrassment if they'd run out and were faced with not being able to issue tickets for violation.
A situation like that could drive a cop to biting his nails, couldn't it?
Why, just wagging a finger in your face and saying, now, you shouldn't have done that. Make him feel so futile. That's not going to get it.
No. Now, you got to slip a person a ticket to really drive home the message.
Of course, they could have put the town on the honor system and had violators drop by the station of their own volition and pay the $2.
That'd be the day, wouldn't it?
The day of the empty till.
You know, see, I wonder how the honor system would really work in such a situation.
You mean for the police department or for the people?
Well, I think it's about at 8 to 5 the police will wind up with the short end, for sure.
But why?
Because everybody's waiting, that's why.
So you can't get a ticket for singing, can you, Bing?
Well, I could, but a talented girl like Rosemary Clooney couldn't, I'm sure.
Looks like I'm on, flatterer. With a dream of love, I can face the world without you. With a dream of love, I remember the sweet things about you. When I'm awake, I know that we're apart, but in my dreams, I guess I'm not so smart, so I close my eyes and I hide from all my sorrow. When I close my eyes, there's a promise of maybe tomorrow. I believe when they say that dreams come true. With just a dream of love, what else can you do? Just a dream of love. What else can you do?
just as a precaution, just in case you've misunderstood, the police department of South Euclid, Ohio, has plenty of traffic tickets.
Yes, for heaven's sake, they didn't run out. Repeat, they did not run out. Over and out,
The
Roger.
new shipment arrived.
Would this make a wagon train episode,
Oh, this
though?
would be thrilling. I want to tell you, for a while, there was a tense feeling around South Euclid.
An eerie situation on Lake Erie.
Oh, you
Yeah,
have coined
I love
one there,
that.
girl. It was a time of suspense. The air was heavy, the streets were deserted, people just watched and waited.
For the cops to run out of tickets.
But they didn't.
Oh, I tell you, a traffic cop without a book of tickets can be a very charming fellow.
A dog.
Take him home to dinner.
Just as docile as a tiger with sponge rubber teeth.
Vegetarian.
How about a song for traffic policemen everywhere?
Good idea. And traffic police women, too.
Oh, yeah, cut the kids in, cut the girls.
And this is a free concert, ladies and gentlemen. Tickets will not be necessary.
No revving of motors now. Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, such a garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs, stop, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Oh, now, bet your life you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens down yonder in New Orleans. Orange blossoms, sweet aroma, and the strains of La Paloma seem to throw you into a coma when those orchestras play. Again I see a peacherino dance, so you know what I mean. Oh, she shakes a tambourino, so the Cajuns say, down yonder in New Orleans, mid the land of dreamy scenes, such a garden of Eden, oh, what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs, look out, give your lady fair a little smile. Oh, now, bet your life you're gonna linger there a little while. They got angels here on earth wearing little blue jeans down yonder in New Orleans. Now a Cole Porter melody, True Love. Rosie, I suppose you remember, I hope you do anyhow, that I sang this song with Miss Grace Kelly of Philadelphia in the motion picture High Society.
Yes, I recall it.
You recall the words and the music?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you move right in here, Princess Rose.
Ah.
Suntanned, wind-blown, honeymooners at last alone.
Feeling far above par.
Oh, how lucky we are. While I give to you and you give to me. True love.
So on and on it will always be.
True love for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do
But to give to you and to give to me
love forever true for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever true.
Bye for now, folks.
Certainly hope you listen again, ladies and gentlemen. Adios.
Well, tonight's the night. No, not for the annual fireworks display. That was the glorious 4th. This is the day on the night of which the Carol Burnett-Richard Hayes Show premieres on the CBS radio network. That's what the shouting's about. Carol and Richard start their every evening, Monday through Friday stand right here at this spot on your dial this very evening. Songs, comedy, music by Norman Paris. More fun than fireworks by far.
Its breath, and then these pages herald one of the most incredible feats in the annals of human endeavor. The dramatic triumph of mind, body, and spirit against all odds, of Charles Lindbergh and the Spirit of St. Louis. But equally dramatic is the personal story that takes you into the heart, yes, into the soul of a man. Here are his dreams, his fears, his defeats, his victories. Here, too, are people, each important, vitally important to this story of a man who kept a rendezvous with the destiny of the world.
I can make it across all right.
What makes you so sure you can make it?
Well, Mr. Bixby, when I was a kid and the smallest in my class, I made up my mind that I was going to be 6 feet 3 inches tall. And I made it with a half an inch to spare.
My old man says flying is for the birds.
Is that what he said?
And that if God meant us to fly, he would have made our bones as hollow as our heads.
Brittle, isn't she?
These papers say you're assigned here. Okay, but I will not tolerate that filthy crate of yours at this here field.
Well, she's really a very fine little machine, sir. She flies like a dream and never let me down.
Get her out of here.
Yes, sir.
All right, now fly straight to level. You're diving, Father. Pick the nose up, fly right straight and level. There we are. The trees, do you see them?
It's your baby, Slim. You make the decisions. All we're trying to do is...
All you're trying to do is give me an easy out. Well, thank you just the same.
It just doesn't look as if it can be done. Maybe planes aren't up to it. Not yet, anyway. In 10 years, perhaps, but not now.
But it's got to be tried now, over and over again, until it is done. Can't you understand that?
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Lever Brothers, makers of new Rinso with Solium, Fry, and other fine products, bring you the Bob Hope Show. Yes, transcribed it's the Bob Hope Show with Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Aberback, Les Brown and his band of renown. And here he is, it's not an Easter bunny, but his nose twitches, Bob Hope!
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Globetrotter Hope saying I'm rushing east after tonight's show. Not that I'm in a rut. I may have to appear before Congress and tell them what's what. Senator McCarthy got hold of my red flannels and they didn't keep their trap shut. Yes, sir. After the program tonight, I'm flying to New York to do a television show. I'm not on till Easter Sunday, but they need a few days to attach the strings to my head. It's an Easter TV show. It'll be shown out here a week later. That's great. I can lay them in New York and hatch them the next week in my own house. I wasn't going to go on television until they perfected one feature, and they finally did. It's called Money. After all these years of turning down offers, I finally said yes. I feel just like Elizabeth Taylor. I'm lovely. I'm engaged. I'm nervous. But I was really thrilled when the Frigidaire people insisted on me for their Easter television show. Then this morning I saw their ad in the paper. Folks, tune in on Bob Hope this Easter and have an egg roll in your own home. But I've been on television before. My nose is still tender from the last time I was on. Everyone kept twisting the wrong knob. I'm a television fan. I love those old movies on television because they're so mysterious. Before you can figure out which are the bad men, you have to figure out which are the men. But I've been walking around town memorizing my lines for this television show, and I must have been memorizing out loud. When I left the Brown Derby today, the waiter said, "Who cares if you love me passionately? What about a tip?" For my TV show, I wanted to get it. I sure did. Yes, I did. And for my TV show, I wanted to get a tan, so I spent the week at Palm Springs. Palm Springs, that's Ciro's with cactus. You know, for television, you have to be at least mahogany, or you look like you just climbed over the wall. I love Palm Springs with the desert, the sunshine, the beautiful girls relaxing by the swimming pool. They have to relax. In those bathing suits, they break the law if they move. And while I was there this past week, I decided to go western, so I stopped at the Dude Ranch. That's a motel for blisters. And everybody dresses western. I saw one guy in a 10-gallon hat, another fellow in a 3-gallon hat, and Phil Harris came by wearing a 5th. I'll never forget the roping contest. I jumped off my horse, grabbed the bull by the horns, and he looked up at my face and said, "Traitor." And they had wonderful entertainment at the rodeo. The sons of the pioneer were there, Lindsay, Philip, Denis, and Gary. And, it was hot down there, and instead of putting on suntan lotion, I made a mistake and poured Spry all over my body. You're now looking at the only actor in Hollywood with a flaky crust. You know, it's so healthy down in Palm Springs all winter, they've only sold one bottle of antihistamine pills. And Sinatra's using those for golf balls. I'll never forget the first time Sinatra came to Palm Springs. 2 vultures circled over him, and one of them said to the other, "If we knew he was coming, I'd have baked a cake."
Happy little Washington, oh, what's that? whiter and brighter than new. Rinso washes, Rinso new. Rinso white,
Whiter than new,
Rinso white,
brighter than new.
Rinso white, Rinso white.
Rinso new. Rinso new. It's an amazing fact, but it's true. Rinso, the only soap that contains solium, gets white clothes whiter than new and washable colors brighter than new. Yes, Rinso gets clothes Rinso new. Wonderful Rinso puts sunshine in your wash, even on rainy days, even if you dry your clothes indoors. No other soap in the world can make your wash so white or colors so bright, because no other soap contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, solium. Use Rinso for your heaviest wash, and you'll see for yourself that Rinso gets out more dirt than any other type of wash day product. And yet Rinso is so safe for your clothes and so kind to your hands. Get the economical giant-size Rinso with a red solium label. On wash day, use Rinso and see your wash turn out whiter, brighter than new.
Rinso white, Rinso white.
Rinso new.
Happy little wash day song.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, Bob Hope leaves after the show tonight for New York City, where he will appear on his first television show on Easter Day. We now find Bob at his house, where Doris Day is helping him pack.
Bob, as I was saying, what I don't understand is why you were chosen for this Easter television show.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, why didn't they pick somebody like Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Oh, it's not so hard to figure. Doris, can't you understand why the Frigidaire company wanted me instead of those guys?
Because you're built more like an icebox?
Don't tell me my vegetable compartment is showing. Doris, don't bother your pretty little head about why I'm doing the television show. You're supposed to be helping me pack. Just hand me the stuff and I'll put it in the suitcase.
Okay. Cufflinks,
Cufflinks,
shirt, necktie, butterfly net.
My lace nightgown.
Well, what's that hanging around the neck of it?
A bow and arrow. I walk in my sleep and I might run into the wild goose. Handkerchief. Necktie. You know, Doris, I'm a little worried about my first television show.
Why?
Well, some people just don't fit the medium. You heard about Sidney Greenstreet on television, didn't you?
Sidney Greenstreet?
Yeah, by the time they got back far enough to get him in focus, the cameraman was treading water off Redondo Beach. The cast needs some more stuff, Doris.
All right. Cold cream?
Cold cream. Say, that reminds me. I wonder if I'll have a makeup problem for television. I'd like to look great for the cameras. In fact, I want to come out looking like about a 25-year-old boy.
Chemtone?
Never mind. Here I am worried about my video debut, and you're no help at all.
Well, now, what is there to worry about,
Plenty.
Bob?
They tell me those cameras will exaggerate my most prominent feature.
Aren't they a little late for that?
I'm serious. Those cameras do actually enlarge your features, Doris. I saw Cary Grant on television, and with that hole in his chin, he looks like his nose is peeking down an elevator shaft. And you should see how Crosby's head and ears come out.
How?
A bowling ball going to lunch with 2 flying saucers. Wait, let's have some more of my clothes, Doris.
Okay.
Sweater.
Bed slippers.
Hey, Doris, you want to hear the opening joke I'm using on the Easter Frigidaire program?
Not especially.
Well, the announcer comes out and he says to me, say, Bob, do you know a girl by the name of Lorna Doone? And I say, no, I don't know about Lorna Doone, but I go with her sister, nothing doing. Well, Doris, what do you think of it?
Airwick.
Well, I don't care what you think, Doris. You just tune into that television show, and believe me. Come in.
Hello, Doris. Hello, Mr. Hope. Oh, I'm so glad I got here before you finished packing. I brought you some food to put in your suitcase.
Oh, thanks, Miss Ryan, but I really won't need any.
Oh, yes, you will. I always take some along.
Food?
Oh, yes. I know I'm going to get hungry in my berth at night, so I always tuck a couple of hard-boiled eggs in my pajamas. The trouble was, the last time I did it, they weren't hard-boiled.
You mean?
Yes. All the way to Chicago, I had to sleep sunny side up. Why did they pick you for that Easter television show?
Oh, I'm getting tired of that question, Miss Ryan, but it was partly because of my youthful appearance. You realize I'm one of the few comedians with no gray in his hair.
Yes, why is that?
Esquire shoe polish.
George, you've helped me too much already, so if you don't mind...
I tried to get into television. Did I tell you about it? NBC were using me as a test for colored television.
Oh, color?
Oh, yes, but it wasn't very satisfactory. For some reason or other, my complexion doesn't come out tan or pink or flesh-colored.
Well, how does yours come out?
Stucco. I wouldn't mind that, but my hair comes out a tile red.
Well, what about it?
Well, with a stucco complexion, tile red hair, and wrinkles like Venetian blinds, I look like something the FHA said no to.
And the foundation's a little wobbly, too, but it was nice of you to come by, Miss Ryan.
Well, it was no trouble, and I'll be anxious to see your Frigidaire show on Easter Sunday.
Glad you got it in there. Thank you very much. Anyway, I think you'll enjoy it, Miss Ryan. We'll have Dinah Shore, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., that wonderful English comedian Beatrice O'Lee, and naturally everybody will be seeing me for the first time.
Airwick.
Wait up there. Act that Airwick once.
Well, I'll be looking forward to your Easter show, Mr. Hope. But it won't be a novelty for my Uncle Julius.
Why not?
Well, it's quite a story. You see, Uncle Julius is very nearsighted, and he's crazy about Arthur Godfrey.
Uh-huh.
The trouble is, we can't get Arthur Godfrey on our television set.
Well, what do you do?
We just put a picture of you in there and tell Uncle Julius that Godfrey's been sick.
That makes sense.
Yes. And it worked out just fine until last week when we got your picture in upside down.
What happened?
Uncle Julius just sat there and said, gee, I didn't know those Studebakers had their noses so close to the ground.
Well, I'd better say goodbye to you too, Doris, so I'll be late at the airport.
Goodbye, Bob, and good luck on the show.
Thank you, Annie. Well, here's a cab. I'll get right in. Oh, take me out to the airport, driver.
Okay, Max. Sit back in the seat.
What's an old lady like you doing driving a cab?
Oh, I just do this as a sideline. It's not my regular job.
Oh, really? What is your regular job?
I'm the Chattanooga shoe shine boy.
Oh, stop.
I'm a great big bundle of
Yeah, I know. Okay. No hot licks. Just keep your hands on the wheel, please. Come on, will you drive me to the airport, please? I just can't get over a woman your age driving a cab.
Oh, I'd do anything for a buck. I've been driving a cab. I've been driving a cab for 3 years, and do you know what?
What?
Tomorrow, I get my driver's license.
You mean you've been driving without a license?
Doesn't everybody in California?
You got nothing but pedestrians here. You got a point.
What are you going to the airport for, Sonny?
Well, I'm going to New York to do a television show for Frigidaire. I'm Bob Hope.
Bob Hope?
Mm-hmm.
Why, I saw you in the first movie you ever made. Oh, you were wonderful.
Well, thank you.
They don't make pictures like The Great Train Robbery anymore.
Say, you're a real cutie pie.
Oh, now, you cut that out. You're old enough to be my father.
Can't you go a little faster, please? Stopping at this gas station.
I gotta fill her up.
What do you have, ma'am?
10 gallons, please.
The regular or Ethel?
Neither. Lydia Pinkham.
This could be Al Jolson in slacks.
I'll do anything for a buck. Well, here you are, Sonny. That'll be $1.80.
Okay, can you break a 5?
Sure, I got the change right here in my stocking.
In your stocking?
Yes, it's my mad money.
You have mad money?
Yes, every time I look at my legs, I get mad. Goodbye, Sonny.
Goodbye.
United Airlines flight number 42 for Chicago and New York, now loading passengers at gate number 7.
Gee, it's good to be flying again. Say, I know almost everybody in United Airlines. I think I'll go up front and say hello to the pilot. Well, hello there, Captain. Mind if I... Don't tell me you're the pilot.
Sure, I'd do anything for a buck.
The Warner Brothers singing sisters. Our young chanteuse with a beautiful face and voice to match. Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm wild again, beguiled again, a simple, wimple child again, bewitched, father, and bewildered am I. I couldn't sleep and wouldn't sleep, then love came and told me shouldn't sleep, bewitched, bothered, and bewildered am I. Lost my heart, but what I will. Is cold, I agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best-known children's stories is Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer, a story that will live forever. Tonight, as a special pre-Easter treat for the kiddies, we present a story that is not long for this world. Bob Hope's Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer, you get out of bed this minute.
Okay, Aunt Polly.
Tom, you're certainly a trial. Look at your hair. I'm going to have to give you a haircut right now.
Oh, please, Aunt Polly, I don't want a haircut. Don't put a suit...
Don't flatter yourself. Where's the egg cut? Tom, you've been promising me that you'd whitewash the back fence. Now, you just get a bucket of whitewash and do it right now.
Oh.
Go on now.
Now I gotta paint that old fence. I never have any fun. Someday Aunt Polly will be sorry. I'll throw myself in the river and drown myself. When they bring me home, my poor little body will be all full of water, and When Aunt Polly starts to cry and puts her arms around me, I'll squirt all that water in her face. I'm not going to paint the fence. There's a new girl just moved in down the street. I think I'll go look her over. Hello.
Hello.
Say, you're a little girl, aren't you?
Yes. You're a little boy, aren't you?
How long have you been a little girl?
Oh, all my life. How long have you been a little boy?
Ever since I found out there were little girls. What's your name?
Becky. What's yours?
Tom Sawyer.
What are you doing around here, Tom?
I'm playing hooky.
Oh, I'm glad. I thought it was your real nose. Oh, gee, I'm so happy you came over to my yard, Tom. Let's play house. You be the husband and I'll be the wife.
Well, we just met. Why should we start fighting? Say, Becky, how about if I kiss you, huh?
Gee, Tom, you're awful bold.
Yep, I don't even know about the birds and the bees. I even know about them. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I know all about them, yes, sir. But there's one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
Well, I get the part about the bees, but how do you kiss a girl with a worm in your mouth? Ready or not, Becky, I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, gee, Tom, where'd you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a tester in a bubblegum factory.
Tom Sawyer!
That's my aunt calling.
Tom, where are you?
I'm painting the fence. Quick, Becky. Goodbye kiss.
Tom! Put some thinner in the whitewash. It sounds sticky.
Gee whiz, this is an awful big fence to paint. Someday I'll get even with Aunt Polly. I'll get even with the whole world.
Hiya, Tom.
Oh, hiya, Huckleberry.
Want to go fishing, Tom?
Fishing? I can go fishing any day, but how often do you get a chance to whitewash a fence? You want to get in on it, Huck?
Nope.
Takes a lot of skill to paint a fence. I wouldn't let just anybody try it, but we're buddies. I'll give you a chance.
Nope.
Why not?
I read the book. Hey, Tom, you hear about the big fire at the school?
What happened?
Nothing yet. I just got the matches. What's this I hear about you being in a fight with Piggy Davis yesterday? I hear he beat you up.
Piggy Davis, that sissy, he couldn't hurt a flea.
Well, you sure look banged up.
Yeah, but he didn't hurt my fleas none. And besides, he didn't fight fair. He hit me when I was down.
Really?
Yeah, I should have stayed up in that tree. Come on, Huck, grab a brush.
I ain't got no time to paint the fence now. I'm running away from home. You want to leave home with me, Tom?
Boy, that would fix Aunt Polly. Where'll we go?
Let's run away to California.
No, we're not that desperate. I know where we're going. Let's just take our raft and float down the river.
Okay, Tom. I'll meet you at the cove at midnight.
Okay. Gee, I wish Huck would get here. The river is so spooky at night, I'll sit here on the raft and wait for him.
What do you want, boy?
Hey, who are you?
Well, everybody calls me Three-Fingered Joe.
Why do they call you Three-Fingered Joe?
Because I got red hair.
You're not related to a cab driver, are you? No, I guess not. Say, look, this raft doesn't belong to you. You must have stolen it from Huck Finn.
Yeah, I did, boy, and I'll hate myself for it in the morning. Hey, boy, can I take $5 from you till next Wednesday?
What do you need this money for?
It's for a good cause, son. It's a big firm that I'm connected with that has to keep going day and night.
What's that?
My stomach.
Well, why should I lend you any money? I didn't even know who you are.
Who, me? I'm a transient troubadour. I travel along the shores of the Sea of Life.
What does that mean?
I'm a bum. And you know why I'm a bum?
No.
It's on account of my ex-wife. What a brute. I curse the day I met her.
You do?
Yep, I'll never forget it. I was in a hog calling contest, and when I got through yelling, there she was. She was so homely, she even confused animals. Every time I come home from work, my hound dog would have her up a tree.
Well, she was still your wife. How come you're not with her anymore?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. And now I'm just a hobo heading down the river.
That's where I'm going. I'm running away from home, Joe.
Why's that, boy?
Because my Aunt Polly always makes me paint the fence. She's real mean. That's because she's got a lot of money and nobody loves her.
A lot of money, huh? Come here, boy. I want to talk to you.
Tom Sawyer, you get out there and paint that fence right now.
Oh, gee.
Now, listen to your Aunt Polly, boy.
All right, Uncle Joe. For the memory, this opportunity, along with NBC, to wish you happy Easter time in all sincerity, and thank you so much, and thanks for the memories of happy tots at play, who run and laugh all day, 'cause Easter seals have helped to heal the crippled kids who say, we thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you live on the New York end of the coaxial cable and have neighbors who own a TV set. Invite yourself over next Sunday evening at 5:30 and demand free popcorn and a ringside seat at our 90-minute Easter parade on NBC TV. Only wish we had time to mention all the talent we'll have with us. Beatrice Lilly, Dinah Shore, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Hal Leroy, Hopalong Hope, and a dozen more great acts to give you an hour and a half full of comedy, music, and action. And, brother, I mean action. We're going to start in vertical and wind up horizontal. But don't forget, Sunday night, 5:30 to 7, Eastern Standard Time on NBC TV for the biggest thing since Out of Duty. And, folks, between now and next Sunday, let's finish America's biggest job, the Red Cross Drive. And while the pocketbook is open, let's dig out a 5 or a 10 spot for those wonderful Easter seals. Thanks a lot, and we'll be TVing you all Sunday. Good night.
Company has brought you the Bob Hope Show, transcribed from Hollywood, California. Enjoy Fibber, McGee, and Molly next on NBC.
What happened if it isn't Philo Vance? I beg your pardon? Who said that? I haven't seen you since you solved the Kettle murder case. How are you? Well, for the love of... Nick Charles, what are you doing up there? Impersonating a book cover? Shh. I'm working on a case. Don't tell me you've gone back to detective work. I thought you had turned respectable. Didn't you get married? Oh, didn't I? Vance, I married a girl in $1 million. I heard it was a girl with $1 million. Well, same thing. I've become a California gentleman. I never heard of such a thing. What are you doing here in New York? Well, it seems that Clark Gable is making some personal appearances here, which interests my wife. And there's a very good bar at the Ritz, which is all right with me. So we popped into town to play. But would you believe it? Before you could say Metro Golden Mare, I stepped right into the middle of a baffling murder mystery, and they put me to work. Well, you poor fellow, you have my deepest sympathy. I can use it. Believe me, Vance, this case is a toughie. It all revolves about a tall, thin man. I was standing at the bar of the Ritz one day, reaching for an olive, when a very pretty girl suddenly popped up in front of me and said,
Hello there.
Hello. Another glass. How are you?
You know, we do know each other.
Certainly, we've known each other for years.
Aren't you Nick Charles?
Well?
You don't remember me. I'm Dorothy Wynant.
How is your father?
Oh, that's what I came to ask you. He's disappeared. Chris, what are you going to do?
That's what I said I'd do.
Chris, you wouldn't do that.
Nicky.
Automatically.
Nicky, put Asta in here with me tonight.
Oh, yeah?
That knife's missing. I'll look for it in your back.
It's about Julia Wolfe.
Did you kill her?
Gilbert.
Well, why not? You had a perfectly good motive.
How'd you like to have a couple of little murderers for your children?
And maybe I haven't been on a merry-go-round since that day. Are you, anywhere near a solution? Between you and me, I think so. I got all the suspects together at a dinner party. And then I pulled a fast one. I told them, and the murderer is right here in this room tonight. He's sitting here at this table. Are you sure that the murderer is one of that group? Not absolutely. But I know where to find out. Where? Right in there. Now, you watch me. I'm going to dissolve slowly into this book. And if you'll stand by, I'll give you the answer.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A young man walks into your office and tells you that his best friend has been killed by unknown assailants. Your job? Investigate. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, August 9th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 7:58 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide. That you, Frank?
Yeah, morning, Joe.
Looks like it's going to be a scorcher today, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice and clear.
How'd the weekend go?
Lousy.
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, Fay and me had a ruckus Saturday night.
Was that so?
Yeah, it happens every time we have somebody over for dinner. Never fails.
Yeah.
She gets to yakking it up with the company. We never eat till 10:30. It's a miserable time for dinner.
Yeah, it's pretty late at that.
Saturday night, we had the Johnsons over. Going to play a little cards, have a little dinner. You know, relax.
Mm-hmm.
Wife fixed Swedish meatballs. They're on the stove. Everything's dandy. She gets to talking. We finally sit down to eat. It's 10:15. Meatballs are burned.
Yeah.
Well, that time, we're all so hungry we lost our appetite. It was real embarrassing, Joe. We finally sat down. I figured I'd let Fay know I was pretty sore. But I didn't want to come right out and tell her in front of the Johnsons, you know.
Yeah, I can understand.
So I picked up one of the meatballs that was burned, said she'd invented something new. Everybody else used chlorophyll for their teeth, but we had built-in charcoal.
Yeah, well, what'd she say?
Nothing. She just looked. Hasn't said a word to me since. Sends the kids with messages for me. It's pretty miserable.
She'll probably be over it when you get home tonight.
Pardon me.
Yes, sir?
Is the homicide department where you report a murder?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You the fellas I talked to about a murder? Yes, sir. Come on in. Sit down. Take that chair over there. Thought I'd never make it.
Are you all right?
Yeah, now that I'm here, it's all right.
Your face is pretty badly cut there. Those bruises, scratches on your throat. You sure you're all right now?
Yeah, I'm all right. I never thought I'd get here. Times I was ready to quit, but then I'd think of Kevin, what they did to him, and I had to keep walking. I had to. For Kevin, I had to. Well, everything's all right now. You can tell us about it. I don't know where to start.
What's your name, young fella?
Bruce Hamilton.
All right, Bruce. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Hello, Bruce. Hello.
Now, we know that you must have been through a terrible ordeal, but you can tell us about it. It's all right.
What day is today? It's Monday, the 9th. Monday. Then it was Saturday night. Just 2 days. Seems like 10 years. We just finished dinner, sitting around the fire having coffee, trying to figure out whose turn it was to do the dishes. Then we heard them.
You heard them? Who's that?
Horsemen. Lots of them. They rode right into the camp. One of them yelled something, and they all stopped. Stood there looking at us. We didn't know what to do, who they were. We just stood there. Then this big guy, I guess he was the leader, said something to us in Spanish. We couldn't understand him.
All right, go ahead.
You see, Kevin and I go to school together. Summer vacation, we decided to go down to Mexico and do a little prospecting. That's the reason we were there.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
We just stood there and looked at him. Big guy said something else, and then they all laughed. And he got off his horse and came over to Kevin and me. He was a big man. When we tried to tell him that we didn't know what he was saying, he laughed and turned to the other men, and they laughed, too. Big guy said something else to him, and they all got off their horses and started to go through our things. Kevin told them not to and started to walk over to him to stop him. The leader hit Kevin and knocked him down. The men laughed at him, and Kevin got up and ran toward one of them. Kevin started to hit him. I broke away from the one that was holding me and ran to help Kevin. The big guy grabbed me and hit me in the face, knocked me down, started to kick me. I heard a shot. When I looked where Kevin was, he was all doubled up, holding his stomach. He hollered at me to help him. And the guy shot him again. He fell down, didn't move. They all laughed, thought it was a big joke. I got up. One of them shot at me. I started running. I ran as fast as I could. He kept shooting. Thought sure they'd hit me, and I kind of waited for it. Then I ran through some bushes, and I fell into this gully.
Mm-hmm.
When I hit the bottom, I just lay there and didn't move, almost afraid to breathe. Guess they thought they'd kill me.
I see. What happened then?
I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore, and then I crawled up out of the gully to see if they were gone. I wanted to help Kevin. I didn't see anybody, so I walked over to where he was. He was laying on his face. You got no idea how I felt when I turned him over.
Mm-hmm. All right, we understand. Go ahead.
I knew right away he was dead. It shot him in the stomach and in the chest. Shirt was all stained. There was nothing I could do for him. Nothing anybody could do. I looked at him for a long time. I guess I cried. It was terrible. Kevin was dead, and there's nothing I could do for him.
I see. What'd you do then?
I buried Kevin. I looked for something to dig the grave with, but they'd taken everything, even the shovels, everything. I found a place under a tree and dug a grave with my hands. Then I went back and got Kevin. Laid him in the grave I dug and covered him up. Said a prayer for him. I did the best I could for him. Best I could.
All right, son. Try to take it easy. Frank, let's get him some water. I'll take him down to the interrogation room, all right?
All right.
Bruce, maybe you'd like to go down the hall to another room. It's a little more quiet down there, huh?
Yeah. Sorry. Crying like a kid. I guess you think it's silly, but I can't help it.
Oh, it's all right, Bruce. We know how you feel. Nobody gets too old to cry. Go ahead. No, it's down this way.
Okay. So tired. I'm glad to get this over with.
Sure. All right, here we are. Go ahead, Bruce. Want to sit down?
Thanks. Here's a glass of water, Bruce. Thanks. Tastes good. Helps.
All right. Now, is there any more you want to tell us?
Well, there's a little more. There was nothing I could do. I looked around. They'd taken everything. Dishes, food, supplies, clothes. I went over to the mesquite bushes where we hid in our duffel bag. We kept all our money and papers in there. wallets, identification, all our valuables. If they'd found that, it was gone. They hadn't left anything.
Well, they took everything. Didn't leave a thing, huh?
Not a thing.
What'd you do then?
Started to walk. We parked our car just off the highway. It was about 5 miles. When I got to where we'd park it, the car was gone. I didn't know what to do. What could I do?
All right.
I started to walk to Ensenada to tell the police. Then I began to think that the bandits had taken my wallet. I didn't have any identification, no way to prove who I was. Couldn't even speak the language. Got scared that they might not believe me.
Now, you walked all the way from Ensenada to the American border, is that it?
That's right. I walked all Saturday night, and Sunday morning I found an old adobe house, and I crawled through a window and slept. I don't know how long I was asleep, but it was dark when I woke up. I started to walk again. I walked all Sunday night, too. When I got to the border, I was afraid to go through the gate, so I went down by the riverbed and found a hole in the fence. I crawled through and went over the American side. When I got there, I felt better. Safe. I figured that I'd go up to the first policeman I saw and tell him what happened.
Did you notify the authorities down in San Diego?
No, I got to the police station, but I didn't go in. I didn't tell them.
Why not?
Like I said, I didn't have any way to prove who I was. I had no money. My wallet was gone. My clothes were all torn. Face was all cut. I thought it'd be better if I could get to Kevin's mother. If I could see her and talk to her, she'd know what to do. I hitched a ride. I wanted to go to San Francisco. Truck driver brought me this far. While we were driving, I thought more and more about what I'd say to Kevin's mother, how I'd tell her he was dead. Then I knew I couldn't do it. But I had to tell somebody. That's why I came to see you.
Now, Bruce, we're going to have to go back down to Mexico. You'll be able to show us where the body is, won't you?
Well, if I have to go, I guess I can. But I can tell you exactly where it was. I can give you a map, tell you right where he's buried.
Do you want to give us that information now?
Yeah. It was south of Ensenada, 40 miles down the new paved highway.
South of Ensenada, 40 miles. You sure it was 40 miles?
Yeah. While we were driving, Kevin and I kept trying to figure out how many kilometers to a mile. I kept watching the speedometer. It was just 40 miles when we turned off the paved highway onto a little dirt road.
40 miles?
Yeah. There's a clump of trees near there in the gully. You can't miss it.
I see. Can you give us the description of the car, the license number?
Well, I don't remember the license number, but the car was a 51 Ford sedan, dark blue. Car belonged to Kevin. I never paid any attention to the license.
Mm-hmm. That's Kevin, Kevin, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we can check that through DMV. What was Kevin's full name and address?
Kevin Allen Bradley. He lived at 6502 Washington Street, San Francisco. He lived with his mother, apartment on Nob Hill.
Mm-hmm. Would you give us a description of Kevin?
Well, he's about my size, generally. 5'10", 140 pounds, blue eyes. His hair's light, kind of blonde like mine, 22 years old. We looked a lot alike. Kids at school used to think we were brothers sometimes.
I see.
Joe, we better get a communication to the Mexican authorities, fill them in on the whole thing. Tell them we're coming down.
Yeah.
Contact San Francisco and let them handle that end of the thing. Mm-hmm. Get a teletype off the DMV in Sacramento, get a license number on the car. We better contact the San Diego PD and get a hold of Al Gate and fill him in on the thing.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll stay here with Bruce. You want to take care of that?
Uh-huh.
Now, look, young fella, would you know these bandits again if you saw them?
I might not know some of them. But the big guy and the one that shot Kevin, I'll never forget them. The big guy was tall, heavy, over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds. I'll never forget him. That laugh when he killed Kevin. When he laughed, you could see he had 2 gold teeth right here in front. These here.
2 gold teeth, huh?
Yeah.
Now, how about the other man, Bruce? Did you get a good look at him?
He was a small man, dark like the leader. He wasn't wearing a hat, real thin face. His clothes were all dirty, and his pants were torn around the bottoms. He was wearing those leather sandals, the open kind. His feet were filthy, like he hadn't had a bath in a year.
You think you'd be able to identify any of the others?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if I saw him. I was scared, and I don't mind admitting it.
Joe?
Yeah, Frank.
I stopped by R&I before I went on with the other communications. Checked the name Kevin Allen Bradley through.
Yeah.
There's a teletype from San Francisco dated July 13th. It's a missing person report on Kevin. You want to read it?
What's it say? Regular missing report?
It's described as male, white American, 22 years, 5'10", 140 pounds, blonde, blue eyes, fair complexion. Time of disappearance was wearing a dark blue gabardine suit. Driving a dark blue 1951 Ford, license number 1 Robert 2951. Something else, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
He was known to be carrying a sum of money in excess of $1,500 when he disappeared.
$1,500 is a lot of money, isn't it?
Not to Kevin. He was used to carrying that kind of money. See, his folks were pretty rich. He always had all the money he wanted.
I see. Well, how about this missing report here, Bruce?
What do you mean?
Well, didn't Kevin's mother know that he was going to Mexico?
Well, no. You see, they'd had an argument about where he was going to spend his summer vacation. She wanted him to go to Canada, and he wanted to come down here. One afternoon, we just took off. Kevin went to the bank and got the money, and we just took off.
I see.
You didn't tell his mother anything about it?
No, he thought that she'd try to stop him. Probably would have, too, if she'd known.
Oh, was the money among the things that were stolen from you?
Well, yeah. It was in Kevin's wallet in the duffel bag.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it was kind of foolish to leave that much money just laying around, but we did. We didn't think that anything had happened like this. I stop and think back over it. Kevin being dead, I don't know, I just get sick.
Now, you say you didn't have any money. How did you get along?
I didn't think much about food. The important thing was to tell somebody about Kevin's being killed. That's all I thought about, telling somebody.
Yeah, sure. Well, you must be pretty hungry then. You'd like something to eat now, would you?
Yeah, it might taste pretty good. Sandwich and some coffee. How about you guys? You gonna eat?
Frank, how about you?
Yeah. After I get communications off, I'll run across the street and pick up some sandwiches and coffee and bring them back here.
All right, fine.
What kind of sandwich you like, Bruce?
Oh, anything. Doesn't make any difference.
Joe?
Oh, ham's all right. White bread, a lot of mustard. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, say, Joe, I'm running kind of low on my allowance. I only got $1.50. You got a little change?
Yeah, sure.
Now, here, let me get this.
What's that?
Huh?
Did you say you had some money?
Well, I have got $10. $10 bill.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought you said the bandits took all your money. Did I get it wrong?
Well, what I meant is I didn't think I had any money. I found this 10 in my pocket just before I walked in here.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Look, you can see it's all wadded up. Must have been in my pocket for a long time. Just a 10 all wadded up.
Yeah, well, it's all crumpled up there. You can hardly tell what it is, can you?
Yeah, that's right. But you can see it's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. It's all wrinkled up. You can see how I missed it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, why don't you put everything in your pockets right here on the table, huh?
Why? What'll that show?
All right, come on, boy.
I haven't got anything in my pockets.
Well, you found the 10. Maybe you'll find something else.
All right, but I don't know what it's going to show. Pocket knife, handkerchief, comb. You got the 10 on the table there. That's all.
Maybe there's something in your coat pocket.
No, I don't carry anything in my coat pockets. Stretches them.
Well, you take a look anyway, huh?
I told you I don't use them. See? Nothing.
How about the inside pocket?
No. There's nothing there.
Let's have a look, huh?
I told you there's nothing there.
Then you won't mind if we have a look.
What's that you got there, Bruce?
That's my wallet. Guess they didn't take it after all. Gee, thanks for finding it. You know, I probably wouldn't have thought to look for it. I just figured that it was gone. Here, let me have it.
Let's see what's in it, huh?
Well, just some cards, personal stuff like that. Nothing you'd be interested in. I forgot all about it. I feel pretty silly. I didn't even know it was there.
Take a look, Joe.
Mm-hmm. You say this is your wallet, is that right, Bruce?
Yeah, it's mine. I told you it's mine. How about let me have it, huh?
There's quite a bit of money in here, Bruce.
Huh?
I don't know. Just a glance here. Looks to be about $1,000, doesn't it?
Well, just a minute. I think I can explain that.
Well, there's another thing here I don't think you can explain.
What's that?
The name in the wallet, Kevin Bradley.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, sunny yellow pack. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So next time, insist on Fatima quality. Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Smoke Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality.
finding of Kevin Bradley's wallet, the case had taken a new turn. We continued to question Bruce Hamilton, but he insisted that he thought the wallet and the money had been taken by the bandits when they killed the Bradley boy. While I talked to him, Frank went down the hall and contacted the Mexican authorities and gave them the information. He gave them the description of Kevin Bradley and of Bruce Hamilton. They told him that to the best of their knowledge, there were no bandits operating in the vicinity, but they would dispatch a search party to go over the area. They said they would keep us advised of any developments that might arise. Frank also contacted the San Francisco Police Department and gave them the information. They said they'd take care of that end of the investigation. 11:47 a.m. Frank came back to the interrogation room, and we continued to question the Hamilton boy.
Well, I've told you all I know. I don't know how the money got there. I was as surprised as you were. I don't understand it. You gotta believe me.
Yeah, well, you're making it pretty tough to believe, Bruce. It's kind of hard to buy the fact that over $1,000 in Kevin's wallet turns up in your pocket, and you don't know how it got there.
But it's the truth. I don't know how I can convince you that it's the truth.
Well, there are a couple of other things that aren't clear here.
What? Tell me. I'm not lying. I've got nothing to hide. What's not right? Tell me.
Well, this business of not telling the authorities.
I told you I was scared that they might not believe me. You can understand that, can't you?
Well, maybe up to a point.
I thought that if I could get to Kevin's mother, then she could take care of it. I didn't know what else to do. And when I got to L.A., I had a chance to think about it, and I couldn't go through with it. I couldn't tell his mother. I couldn't face her.
Bruce, when you described where we could find the body, you said it was about 40 miles down the paved highway, that right?
That's what I said.
Well, how long has it been since you've been to Mexico?
Well, I told you. I just came back from there. Don't you believe anything I've told you?
Well, Joe and I just finished an investigation down in Mexico. Investigation took us about 70 miles south of Ensenada. We found the highway paved for only about 5 miles south. You say 40 miles. How do you explain the difference?
Well, maybe I was wrong about the distance.
Well, you're pretty sure when you first told us about it.
Well, maybe I made a mistake.
There's something else, Bruce. It's a little hazy here.
I told you I want to help. Anything.
How far south of Ensenada did you say you were?
I said about 40 miles now. I'm not sure.
But you are sure that it was south of Ensenada?
Well, yeah.
And Kevin was killed on a Saturday night?
That's right.
And you started for the States right away?
That's what I said. I started walking as soon as I found the car was gone.
And you walked all the way to the border?
Well, that's right.
How'd you walk? What route did you take?
I told you I stayed off the road. I was afraid of the bandits coming back. I walked along the roadside and then through the hills. I got off the roadside whenever I saw anybody coming.
But you did walk all the way?
Yeah, that's right. All the way from Ensenada to the border.
And it took you how long?
Well, Saturday night and Sunday night. I got a ride in San Diego in the morning.
What time do you figure that you started for the border?
Maybe 11:30, midnight. I don't know for sure.
And you stopped at dawn?
Well, yeah, I stopped and slept. Then I woke up and I started to walk.
And you're asking us to believe that you walked over 100 miles in less than 14 hours. Is that right?
Yeah.
Through country like that?
What do you think? That I'm making the whole thing up? Look at my face, my back. Here, look. Does this look like my imagination?
You could have gotten these in a fight with Kevin. Maybe he didn't want you to take the money.
You keep talking about the money. I try to tell you I don't know how the money got in my pocket. I don't know anything about it. You think I killed Kevin, is that right?
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
But he was my best friend. I had no reason to kill him. He was my friend.
Now, look, son, we better get this thing straight for you. You've opened up a can of beans here. You waltz in here and give us a cock and bull story about this killing. Parts of your story we can't buy. Why are you trying to sell it to us? You lied about the road. You lied about the money. The story about how you walked doesn't ring true. You want to know what I really think, Bruce? I think the whole thing's a lie, from start to finish, a lie. Now, let's come off it. Who killed Kevin Bradley?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, get this straight, Bruce. Did you kill him?
Huh?
Did you kill Kevin Bradley? Is that the reason for this story?
No, I didn't.
Well, somebody did. Can you tell us who?
You're getting me all mixed up.
You're the one that's getting it mixed up, Bruce. We just want to know who killed Kevin Bradley.
We think maybe it was you.
Looks like it might have been.
No, it couldn't be. Leave me alone. I didn't do it.
Why couldn't you have done it? Looks like you did.
Because Kevin Bradley isn't dead.
What's that?
He was never killed. I'm Kevin Bradley.
The boy broke down completely and admitted that the whole thing was a hoax. He said he hadn't been in Mexico at all, but that he'd spent the past week in a downtown hotel working out the story that he planned to tell us. He admitted that the wounds were self-inflicted. He explained that he had scratched his own face and hit himself with a rock to produce the cuts and bruises. He went on to say that he had picked Mexico as the scene of the false killing because he thought the story would be more difficult to trace. Like many citizens, he was unaware of the close cooperation between American law enforcement agencies and the Mexican authorities. We asked him about the existence of a Bruce Hamilton, and he told us there was such a boy in his class at school. 12:50 p.m. The communication had come through from San Francisco, and the teletype said that Mrs. Bradley was en route to Los Angeles to aid in the investigation. When we told Kevin about this, he lapsed into silence and for another hour refused to say anything. 2:05 p.m.
All right, now look, boy, you've been sitting there for an hour and you haven't said a word. If there's something you want to say, well, listen.
There's nothing to say. I tried to get away from her. All my life she's told me what to do. I tried to tell her, but I couldn't. Nobody would understand. You can't. Every time I tried to get away, she'd say something or do something, so I couldn't leave. I was trapped, and I didn't know what to do. Then I thought I did know, and even that didn't work. I thought that if you told her I was dead, she'd forget me. Leave me alone. I can't even die right.
Kevin, you're here. I knew what they told me was wrong. I knew you were all right.
Hello, Mother.
What's happened to you, Kevin, darling? Your face, your clothes. Oh, my poor baby, how did this happen? Are you all right? Oh, your poor face all cut. What's happened, Kevin?
It's all right, Mother.
No, it's not all right. I don't know what happened or who did this awful thing, but I'll take care of it. Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about this?
I beg your pardon?
What do you know about this? Did you do it? Did you hit this poor boy? Look at this poor face. Just look at it. It's terrible. That's what it is. It's terrible. I mean to find out just what happened here. I'll get to the bottom of this. No, don't you worry, Kevin, baby. Mother's here. She'll take care of you.
Mother, please.
Oh, it's all right, honey. Everything will be all right.
Mother, these officers had nothing to do with it.
Of course not. If you say so, Kevin, baby. Have you called the doctor about this? Have you gotten in touch with someone to take care of his face? Never mind. I'll take him to a doctor. I'll look after him. Poor baby. Mother'll look after him.
Mother, please don't.
Now, Kevin, you know that Mother knows what's best. Mother'll take care of it.
Stop it. Stop it. Shut up.
Kevin.
I'm sick of it, tired of it. For 20 years, as long as I can remember, you've taken care of things. Did you ever think I might want to take care of a few things myself? Have you ever thought that I wasn't a kid anymore? I'm an adult. Like it says on the missing report, male, white American, 22 years, an adult.
All right, take it easy, son.
No, I've tried to say this before, and I've never had the nerve. I've got it now, and I'm going to finish. I'm tired of having you make all the arrangements for me. I'm going to have dates with girls that I want to go out with, not the ones you pick for me. I'm going to get a job and make my own way. I'm going to buy a car, and if I smash it up and me along with it, it's my business. I'll never forgive you for what you've done. You spent 20 years making me an outsider, always on the fringe. I couldn't do the things I wanted to, only the things you wanted me to do, only the things you thought best. I'm sick of having you make the decisions for me. From here on in, I'm going to make them myself. I tried to kill Kevin Bradley for no reason. You killed him a long time ago. Take a good look at me, Mother. Take a good look and see what you've done. I hate the sight of you. I hate everything about you. Now leave me alone and go away.
All right, take it easy, boy.
It's all right, officer. I understand. Sometimes he gets like this. He doesn't mean it. I know him. All right, Kevin. I'm sure the officers are impressed. Dry your eyes and we'll go home. Do you hear me, Kevin? Stop this foolishness, I said. We're going home.
Yes, Mother, I hear you.
I'm sorry, officers. Embarrassing. I don't know why he does these things. He's always been pretty emotional.
Yes, ma'am.
There's nothing else. We better be going. I want to catch the early plane back to the city. A party planned for tomorrow night. A million things to do. You'll have to help Kevin. Kevin, do you hear me?
Yes, Mother, I hear you.
Well, then say goodbye to the officers and let's go.
Goodbye, Mr. Friday. Mr. Smith. I'm sorry this all happened.
Yeah, so are we, son.
I tried, Sergeant. Just didn't work, but I did try.
Kevin, let's go. I don't want to miss that plane.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for giving my boy back to me.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 9th, the matter was taken before the city attorney for a decision. In a moment, the results of that decision.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, if you're planning a trip this coming holiday weekend, I'd like to suggest that you take Fatima's along with you. Get a carton or two, and that way you'll have enough to last the trip. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness and a really different flavor and aroma. You get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. That's king-size Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack and carton.
In the interest of justice, there was no complaint filed against Kevin Allen Bradley. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, Edwin Bruce, Sarah Selby. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Friday, hear the Mario Lanza Show on NBC.
My friends, I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements. And I tell you that we must evacuate this planet immediately.
Jor-El, be reasonable.
Once there was a civilization, much like ours, but with a greater intelligence, greater powers, and a greater capacity for good. Tragic moment, that world was destroyed. But there was one survivor.
Now, wouldn't that beat all get out?
Because of the wisdom and compassion of Jor-El, because he knew the human race had the capacity for goodness, he sent us his only son. His name is Kal-El. He will call himself Clark Kent. But the world will know him as Superman. This year, Superman brings you the gift of flight. Superman, the movie.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Business? Well, we're between slumps. Now, we're past the Christmas slump, and the Easter slump ain't had a chance to get rolling yet. Oh, let me see. The business today, we took in 78 cents in IOUs and the balance on credit. Well, Duffy, our customers is broke. Besides, who's going to pay cash for lousy food like ours? Had that trouble today with Sourpuss Snyder. Yeah. He says the hash inflamed his ulcers. A guy with ulcers shouldn't eat hash? Duffy, he didn't have them when he came in. From now on, everybody pays cash? But, Duffy, you can't do that. That's too drastic. Some of our customers have been drinking on credit for years. But, Duffy, with these people, it's more than a matter of money. It's a way of life. These are people with background. Some of them are third and fourth generation drinkers. Well, it ain't fair, Duffy. Huh? Either I collect all the dough that's owed to us or I'm fired. Okay, Duffy. Hide a little clay, you the big potter. Okay. Eddie, look, how many paying customers has there been in this place today?
The paying customers?
Yeah.
You want that exactly or to the nearest zero?
There ain't no mood for no witty schisms. Duffy has just exploded a bombshell at me.
A bombshell?
Yep. In the future, no credit will be extended to our customers.
Gentlemen, the bar is closed.
I'm serious, Eddie. What we need is a good collection agency.
A collection agency? We already got two.
What do you mean?
Well, don't you remember? The first collection agency had to get the second collection agency to try to collect from us what we owe the first collection agency for trying to collect for us.
Okay, then we'll get a third one. We got to collect them bills.
Hey, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
Archie, you've simply got to do something about business. Papa is terribly worried.
Yes, huh?
Yeah. You should have seen the way he was acting when I left home.
Yeah, what was he doing?
He was just sitting there, brooding and drinking bourbon, and brooding and drinking bourbon.
What was he brooding about?
The price of bourbon.
Well, look, Miss Duffy, I am doing something about business. I'm collecting all of our outstanding accounts. Now, where's our list of them chiseling cheapskates?
Right here.
Okay, we'll start with the letter A. Who's the first chiseling moocher on the list?
Let's see. A. Archie.
Better start with another letter. Wait a minute. Look at this one. Ward Healer McGinnis. $18. Politician or no politician, Eddie, tell that guy Ward Healer in the future he pays cash.
You tell him he's up at the bar right now.
Is he charging?
Like the light brigade.
Well, I'll take care of that. Look, Ward Healer.
Well, Arch, glad to see you. Have a drink, my boy.
A drink? Look, Ward Healer.
Go ahead. It's on the house.
Thanks. But I don't think I can afford it. You see, Ward Healer, we've just been going over our books, and we find out that you are our best customer. You owe us $18.
Arch, I'm glad you reminded me. As I said to the building inspector, the Honorable James J. Cleary, when he threatened to close this place...
What did you say to him?
I said, please, as a favor to me, don't close the place, Uncle Jim.
He's your uncle? Well, I'll tell you, Ward Healer, it really ain't me that's trying to collect. You see, Duffy thought that if it was convenient, he was sort of hoping that, you know, if it's convenient with you, mind you, as an evidence of good faith. What I mean is,
Arch! What eloquence! Say that again.
I was just saying, what I mean is that,
That's it! What powers of persuasion. And a perfect politician you'd make.
Really?
Why didn't I ever think of it before? Why, the party's been crying for a man like you. Arch, how would you like to be pure food inspector for the entire 3rd Avenue district?
Well, Ward Healer, you kidding me?
Arch, why would I kid you?
Oh, I can't think of no reason. But pure food inspector just sounds too good to be true. There's only one thing about the job, though.
What's that?
If the food is pure, why does it need inspecting?
Ah, that keen mind, limber as a buggy whip. Just the man for the job. The perfect background. Why, if all the people you've served food to are laid end to end...
Most of them are.
Yeah, it's too bad that dead men can't vote.
In my district, they do. Well, will you string along with the party?
Well, if me public demands me, I guess I shouldn't shirk up me destiny.
I'm glad to hear that, Arch. The party needs someone like you.
Thank you.
Someone who is intelligent.
Thank you.
Someone with a head on his shoulders.
Thank you.
A head that will make a solid plank for a platform.
Well, thank you, Ward Healer. You think that I can be elected?
With the full power of our political machine behind you, you can't lose.
Oh, huh? Oh, who's running against me?
Nobody.
Sounds like an even race.
Nobody running against me?
Nope. You see the trick? You can sneak in as a dark horse. Hey, Another drink on the house.
Another drink on the house? Look, Ward Healer,
Here's Sawachi, our next pure food inspector.
Give him a drink. Gee, Ward Healer, I really don't know how to thank you.
Forget it, Arch. Now, shall we seal our bargain with a cigar? You do have a cigar, don't you?
Well, yeah, there's some right there on the bar. Take the expensive one, the one with the Cadillac tire marks.
Well, thanks, Arch. Well, I think I'd better run along and tell the boys at the City Hall the big news. Be seeing you, you old inspector, you.
Well, Eddie, I guess we better get busy with me campaign.
Campaign? But there's nobody running against you.
That's the hardest kind to win. You don't know who to sling your mud at.
Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter.
Oh, Archie.
Yes, Miss Duffy.
That man over there wants to give us an IOU for his dinner. He says he forgot his wallet.
That's the oldest gag in the world. I'll throw the bum out on his ear.
He's a big fellow, weighs about 200.
Oh, show the gentleman over here. Well, it's Glopey Balaguer, the singer. Look, Glopey, you just had our 9-course deluxe dinner with 2 cups of coffee, and you owe us 35 cents. Now, fork over.
Can I sing a song instead?
Well, sing a song instead. It'll probably be as good as your IOU anyhow. Go ahead.
Lo hice sin querer, pero hoy que te perdí, no sé qué voy a hacer, porque yo te quise con fervor y a nadie más le doy mi verdadero amor. Tú, dentro de mi vivirás, tú nada más, porque tú me puedes condenar, igual que tú también me habrás de perdonar. Ay, 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 te ofendí, bien lo sé, pero fue sin querer, porque tú me puedes condenar, igual que tú también me habrás de perdonar. Ay, 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 te ofendí, bien lo sé, pero fue sin querer.
good, Loafy, but you still owe us 15 cents. Tell you what, though, you're an old customer and a good friend, and I trust you. Just leave your hat and overcoat with Eddie. I don't know what I'm talking about. Well... Well, I got to work on my campaign slogan for Pure Food Inspector. Now, let me see here. 5440 or fight. Remember the Maine.
How about remember the two mean?
Hey, this is serious business.
With Ward Heeler McGinnis? Why, he ain't nothing but a cheap politician.
Cheap? Are you kidding? He's costing the city plenty. But who am I to be choosy? Remember the old proverb, you know, politics make strange bedfellows.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. How do you feel tonight?
Not so good, Arch. I'm not myself tonight.
Well, that's an improvement. Who are you? Anybody we know?
Possibly. Name a few people.
This guy ought to help us to get out the moron vote. Tell me, Finnegan, what's your politics? Are you a Democrat or a Republican?
Let's see. The Republicans is the ones with the elephant.
Uh-huh.
And the Democrats are the ones with the jackass.
Yeah, which are you?
I fooled you, Arch. I'm a Republican.
Well, irregardless of your bipartisan attitude, what would you say to having for your next Pure Food Inspector a fine, intelligent, honest man?
Nothing doing, Arch. We want you.
Finnegan, I'm trying to tell you that I am running for Pure Food Inspector.
Why, Arch? Can't he run for himself?
Look, when I say that I'm running, I don't mean that I'm running. I mean that I'm... Well, yes, I guess I am running.
Arch, you're beginning to sound like me.
Well, you get that way in politics.
Arch, ain't you too young to be in politics?
Well, no, I'm older than I look. My youth is a little spent.
That's just it, Arch. Ain't you afraid they'll find out how you spent it?
Well, suppose they do. After all, is there anyone among us who ain't got a little evil and turdwood in his bones?
Why don't you get to work and stop all this talk?
I got a right to talk, Miss Duffy. I'm a politician. I got to come out fearlessly in favor of things like, like the poll tax.
Poll tax? I'm against it.
Why?
Why should people pay a special tax just because they're from Poland?
Women in politics. Never the twain should mix. Hey, wait a minute. I forgot. I'm going to need somebody to nominate me, ain't I?
Say, Arch, how about me nominating you?
Okay, go ahead. Eddie, give me that gavel. Okay, start the nomination, Finnegan.
Friend, in all the years I've known Arch, he ain't done a cheap, dirty, underhanded thing that he ain't been sorry for.
Well, thank you, Finnegan.
And so, on this great occasion, I say Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Finnegan, what does that mean?
I know, but it got a big hand on December the 25th.
Well, irregardless, I think maybe I'd better practice my acceptance speech now. Gentlemen, and mark me well. 87 years ago...
It ain't original.
Eddie, if it was good enough for George Washington, it's good enough for me. 87 years ago, as Chauncey Depew once said, gentlemen, I do not want to fill you full of a lot of copy pop. All I can say is, look at me record. Absolutely blemished. Me worthy opponent says that I am a crook. All I can say to that is, so is he.
What price democracy?
Thank you, Eddie. Now, here's where I make my campaign promises.
Archie, you better forget the promises.
I will, but first I got to get elected. Now, fellow voters, I talk to you not as one who is interested in pure food, but as one of you.
Thanks, God.
And so I say, you're welcome. If you don't want to hang separately, vote for me, and we'll all hang together. As pure food inspector, these things I promise you.
Mr. Archie, them promises of yours are preposterous.
What's that word?
Preposterous.
What does it mean?
Wild.
Wild. Oh. Well, all right. Oh, yeah. As pure food inspector, I promise to keep our fair city clean. If I am elected, cats and dogs will not be allowed to run around preposterous. So, I say to you, if you elect me mayor of this town...
Mayor?
Did I say mayor? Well, it just shows you how the people is thinking. Wouldn't that be one? Mayor Archie. And after that, who knows? Maybe governor.
Governor of New York?
Might have to start out in a small way, say as the governor of Rhode Island. Then after that, who knows? Maybe Congressman Archie. Maybe Senator Archie.
You mean you're going to put a plague on both them houses?
Why not, Eddie? And from then on, maybe it'll be the White House. President Archie. And then, maybe after that...
Back to pure food inspector.
Duffy, please, don't mention such a lowly position to the President of the United States. Now, are there any further questions, gentlemen?
Mr. President, what is your attitude toward foreign relations?
I am firmly in favor of them. We have some very fine foreign relations in my own family. Now, is there any other questions?
Yeah. How about a high protective tariff?
On that, I stand firm but straddled.
What's your position with relation to burlesque?
First seat, third row, right next to the runway. Now, to my main point of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. What about Alaska?
What about Alaska?
I expected that question. But what's the answer? We spent $12 million to buy Alaska. And then we spent $50 million for a highway to get to Alaska. Does it make sense, gentlemen? If so, what will happen? Does this highway to Alaska become a one-way street? In this case, which way will it go? As Chauncey Depew once says, suppose it goes to Alaska. How would we get back? Or are we to be cajoled by foreign powers into taking the long way around? Does that answer your question, madam?
Yes. Yes. But what about Alaska?
A very good question. What would you like to know?
Are you in favor of statehood or motherhood?
Well, madam, I would say that depends on the farm block. But I'm afraid that I have them blocked.
How?
I'm going to send a copy of my speech tonight to every farmer's daughter in America.
Why?
Just think, 50,000 milkmaids all pulling for me. Well, friends, elect Archie and your troubles will all be little ones. Eddie, I think I'll go out and stump the neighborhood with that speech.
If you do, you will.
Now, if I'm going to get elected tomorrow, I got to do something drastic to get me name brandied about, you know? Now, where can I get some campaign buttons?
Arch, I got a whole bunch of them.
What does it say on them?
Nothing. They're blank.
Well, why would I use blank campaign buttons?
Well, you can't afford to ignore the illiterate vote.
Oh, thanks, Benny, but I need something a little more dynamic, something that'll get me a lot of attention.
Attention? Arch, how about them pictures of the striptease dame, Peaches Latour?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the ones that the burlesque house sent to the Army for advertising. Hey, that might do a lot of good.
Well, the Army says they're better for warming up troops than sweating.
And again, I think you have given me the membrane of an idea. Eddie, is there any of them striptease pictures still around?
About 200 of them.
Good. We'll pass them out, and on the very bottom of every picture, I'll write, "Vote for Archie." What a campaign. With McGinnis's political machine backing me and Peaches Latour fronting for me, I can't miss.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. I suppose we all wonder sometimes what it would feel like to be a king. Well, now we can all find out so far as our home entertainment is concerned. If you had 100% royal blood, you still couldn't buy a finer home entertainment unit than RCA Victor's magnificent new television radio phonograph combination. Yes, they're yours for a commoner's money. There are combinations to give you 5 of the latest and greatest in RCA Victor entertainment. AM radio plus FM radio, plus 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, plus million-proof television, proven in over 1 million American homes. But because they share a single tone system, RCA Victor's incomparable golden throat, and a single cabinet of masterpiece quality, these 5 instruments together cost you far, far less than you'd pay for comparable instruments separately. Choose your combination soon at your RCA Victor dealers. And humble greetings to your royal family as you rule your empire of entertainment. Every man, woman, and child of you a king.
Well, Eddie, tomorrow's election day, and it looks like my campaign is over. And no politician could have done more. I promised everybody everything.
Yeah, what did you promise capital?
More capital.
What'd you promise labor?
More labor.
What'd you promise the little man?
A little woman. Yes, sir, there's nothing more that I can say on any subject. Me hat is in the ring.
If that's the case, what have you got left to talk through?
Please, disciple, no wisecracks, huh?
Archie!
Oh, how are you, Ward Healer?
Archie, let me congratulate you on those pictures of Peaches Latour saying, "Vote for Archie." What strategy? You're a natural-born politician. Scotch and soda, please.
Look, Ward Healer, I want to ask you a question. After I become pure food inspector, exactly what do you expect of me? Do I fight for democracy or do I crusade for intolerance? Or, on the other hand, am I just a tool?
Neither one, Arch.
What do I do?
Nothing.
Is that good?
Ask any politician.
Well, you see, Ward Hill, if I'm going into politics, I'd like to introduce a few reforms, sort of a carry nation.
Well, what did you have in mind, my son?
Well, I'd like to do something for the poor people.
What?
Well, what I'd like to do is to take it away from the rich and give it to the poor.
But, Arch, if you take the money from the rich, what happens? The rich become poor.
I know, but if you're rich, it don't matter.
What a shrewd mind! Arch, I was wrong when I said you were a politician. You're more than a politician. You're a statesman.
There's a difference?
Certainly. A politician makes promises, a statesman breaks them.
Boy, am I a statesman.
Yes, sir. Well, just stopped in to wish you good luck. I'll be in tomorrow to give you a report on the election returns.
As if we didn't know already.
Well, Mr. Archie, today's the day, Election Day.
Yeah, let's see how many votes I figured to get. Now, there's your vote, there's Finnegan's vote, Miss Duffy's vote, that's 3. And there's 216 Peaches Latour cards. Yep, Betty, I think it's in the bag.
Well, Arch, I just got back to the voting booth.
Good. Who'd you vote for?
William Jennings Bryan.
William Jennings Bryan, how come?
In my district, we got an old machine.
Oh, so what? I lose one vote. Did you pass out all of them Peaches Latour cards?
Oh, yeah, it was easy. People was coming up the streets and asking for him.
Well, that should swing it, First Boy. The returns ought to be in any minute now. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Ward Healer. It's all over? A landslide, huh? What was the final result? William Jennings Bryan, 1 vote. Archie, 2 votes. Peaches Latour, 216. I've been robbed. I demand a recount. I'm going to celebrate.
Friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Out here, we entertain ourselves at home. So we got an Atari video game. There's so many different games to play. We especially like Space Invaders. Zapping those little devils from outer space. It's fun. But personally, I think the whole idea of creatures from outer space is a little far-fetched.
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Gentlemen, Denis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes, and all of you smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trop, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing I'll Dance at Your Wedding.
You'll soon be walking down the aisle with someone by your side. The bells will ring, the choir will sing, the groom will kiss the bride. Oh, what a day that's gonna be, they'll come from everywhere. And when they play, oh, promise me, I promise I'll be there. I'll dance at your wedding, I'll dance at your wedding. I'll dance at your wedding, I'll have a wonderful time. I'll drink to your father, I'll drink to your mother, then I'll have another for old lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding, I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding. Am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine? to your father, I'll drink to your mother, then I'll have another for auld lang syne. I'll kiss all the ladies, the young and old, and then I'll have myself another drink and kiss them all again. I'll dance at your wedding, I won't miss that wedding. I'll dance at your wedding, am I gonna shine at your wedding and mine?
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, one of the pleasant things about Christmas shopping is the pause for refreshment afterwards. And in Weaverville, the favorite spot for that is a recently opened little place featuring a gypsy fortune teller and called, with great originality, the Little Gypsy Tea Room. We find a familiar trio occupying one of the tables this afternoon. There's Herbert Anderson, his daughter Mildred, and our young hero, Denis Day, all waiting for the gypsy to unveil to them the mysteries of the future.
Gee, it's sure swell of you to take Mildred and me out to tea, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, well, we only live once, my boy. I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves.
Oh, we are, Daddy. But how did you ever manage to get the money for it?
Well, I'm afraid I did something a little unethical. I promise you won't tell.
Oh, of course we won't. But what did you do?
I got up earlier than Poopsie this morning and went through my pants pockets.
Gee, I bet you hereafter she keeps the money in her own pants. Oh, I forgot they have no pockets.
I'm glad you did it, Daddy. Golly, I can't wait to hear our fortunes. Can you, Dennis?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I'm a little scared of what you'll tell me.
Well, why? Have you had your fortune told before?
Yeah, I dropped a penny in a scale one day, and a card came out saying, you weigh 153. Now turn over this card and read your future.
And what was on the back of the card?
Just one word. Oi.
Oh, who believes in a silly sidewalk scale? Princess Romagna's a real gypsy. She knows the truth.
Look, she's free now, Dennis. Call her over.
Okay. Yo, Princess Romagna, over here, please.
How do you do? You are desirous of consulting with the gypsy? Yes. We'd like our fortunes told, Princess.
Certainly, dearie. Would you like just your immediate future, or can I interest you in something from the cradle to the grave?
Well, whatever you see in our tea leaves.
All right. Let's have your cup, dearie. Oh, my, I seem to see a man in your life. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it is.
He's dark, handsome, very distinguished looking, and terribly intelligent.
Oh, isn't she wonderful, Dennis?
What's so wonderful? She was looking right at me.
Tell me, Gypsy, are we going to be married someday?
Yeah. And look, do you see the 4 little specks of tea leaves at the side of the cup? That means you're going to have 4 children.
Pardon me, but one of those little specks is a fly.
Okay, so one of the children will be born in an airplane. romantic. Now you, Daddy.
But I wasn't drinking tea, Mildred. All I had was a cup of coffee and a cigar.
Oh, that's okay. I do just as well with ashes. Flick a few toward Mecca.
No, I don't want to know my future. I'm content to just let my little poopsie push me toward it.
Well, okay. Let's have your cup, Sonny.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thank you. Let's see now. Oh, my, what's this? The leaf says there's going to be a big change in your life.
Gosh, really?
Yeah, and soon. Maybe even this very day. Or tomorrow. Oh, Dennis, isn't that marvelous?
Boy, I'll say. Are you sure, Gypsy?
Positive. Kismet is about to take a hint.
Gosh, and I never even met the fellow.
Kismet means fate, son.
Oh, can you see any more in the leaves, Gypsy? Can you tell me what I'm going to...
I'm sorry, but that is all the leaves reveal, Sonny. And now I have other customers, so if you'll kindly cross my palm.
Yes, of course, Gypsy. I have some silver right here to cross it with.
Silver? Look, let's get all the way across, shall we, with some of that stuff that bends?
Oh, yes. Well, here you are now. Thank you, Princess.
Shalom Aleichem, I'm sure. Bye.
Gosh, just think my whole life's going to be changed. You know, I may even have a completely new personality, huh?
Well, it's possible, I guess.
Boy, come on. I can hardly wait for tonight to come so I can go to bed and wake up in the morning and meet myself.
Well, so you finally got home.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Butterball.
Oh, Mother, we had the most
That can wait, Mildred. You and your father step outside for a moment. I have a few words to say to this young man here. Alone.
Me?
Yes, you.
We'll see you later, Dennis. Come on, Daddy.
Mildred, if Kismet shows up, send him right in. I think I'm going to need him.
Dennis, I'll come right to the point. Do you know that my patience with you is exhausted?
Well, I knew that in my case it tired very quickly, but what have I done lately?
Are you aware that your room rent is 2 weeks overdue?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I realized it last night when I noticed that my bed was missing.
Dennis, I've strung along with you in the past because I hoped you'd change.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
But look at you. The same $8 a week job. The same miserable prospects. The same lame excuses about the rent for 2 years. You're even wearing the same sweatshirt you wore the day you came here. Is there anything to recommend you?
Not unless you admire consistency.
Well, I don't. I want my $12 or out you go.
But gee, Mrs. Anderson, how can you feel that way? It's almost Christmas time. The very air in this house should be filled with the Christmas spirit.
Well...
I can breathe it for $12, huh?
Exactly. And you've heard my last word on the subject.
Well. So this is Kismet. Gee, I can't wait for the next wonderful change in my life. I wonder what it'll be. Appendicitis or athlete's foot.
That you, Denis?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning. I've been waiting for you, son. I have something to tell you. And it's rather big news, my boy.
Big news? You mean, is it something that will change my whole life, is it?
It's just that, my boy.
Kismet, at last, at last.
Yeah?
Quick, what is it? Tell me the glorious news. Quick.
Well, starting Monday morning, you'll be out of a job.
Huh?
That's right. I'm selling the store, son, so of course I'll have to let you go.
How could that Kismet turn out to be such a stinker?
I'm sorry, son, but you know I've always wanted a ranch out west. And now that I've found a rich young sucker to buy the store, I can have one at last.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Willoughby, this new owner, couldn't you recommend that he keep me on here?
Dennis, he's a member of my lodge. I couldn't do that to a fellow bald eagle.
Oh.
Besides, he's giving me $8,000 for this place. That's enough of a beating.
Gosh, $8,000?
Yes, exactly the price of the ranch I'm buying. Of course, I did want another place at $12,000, but unfortunately the bank turned down my application for a loan.
Your credit is no good?
Well, as a storekeeper, yes, but not as a rancher. They said unless I had someone in with me who knew all about ranching, they... Hey.
What?
Son, how would you like to be my brother Clarence?
I think I'd hate it.
I mean just long enough to go over to the bank and tell them that you're my brother from out west. That you know all about cattle ranching and that you're going to run my place for me. Then they'll give me the money for the ranch I really want.
But, Mr. Willoughby, isn't that a little sneaky?
Certainly not. I'll pay back the loan. Do you think they call me Honest Homer Willoughby for nothing?
Yes, sir.
Well, they don't. Now, look, Denis, if you can put this over for me, I'll see that the new owner keeps you on.
Gee, do you mean it?
I do. And what's more, you'll get a $5 raise.
$5? Boy, you spend other people's money like it was other people's money, don't you?
Well, naturally. Now, run over to that costume place and get yourself a Western outfit and a handlebar mustache. Then hop right down to the bank and get to work on Mr. Courtney, okay?
Yeah, I guess I haven't got much choice.
Fine. And remember, you're no longer Denis Day.
I'm not?
Of course not. You're my brother Clarence.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I hope when Kismet comes up with my permanent change, I'll come from a better family.
Yes? Mr. Willoughby to see me? No, tell him I... Oh, his brother. All right, Miss Flood, have him come in. That's funny. I didn't know Willoughby had... Suppose I might as well see him. Come in.
Howdy there, partner. I'm from the land of the Golden West, out way yonder there. Willoughby's my handle, Saddle Sore Willoughby of the B-Bar East.
You don't say.
I sure do, partner. What say we hunker down by the farm, palaver a spell, hey?
Well, I have no far, but you can hunker down in that chair if you care. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you. You're right. This is darn good hunkering.
Good. Now, what's on your mind, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, it's about my brother Homer's loan, partner. Guess he didn't tell you I was going to run his ranch for him, hey?
He never even told me he had a brother, much less one that knew ranching. Why didn't he say something about it yesterday?
Settle back, son. I'm ready for that one. You see, he never knew until today that he had a brother.
What? Weren't you raised together?
Sure, but you know how close-mouthed us Western folks are. Ma just never told him who I was.
Well, didn't it ever occur to him to ask her?
Us Willoughbys ain't the nosy kind, Bub.
I find that story very hard to believe, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, give it everything you got, partner. It's the best I can do.
So you claim to be an experienced cattle rancher, eh?
You bet. Been a raising and a selling cattle since I was born. My pa had the biggest cattle ranch in all of Wyoming.
Oh? How many head did he have?
Why, one, of course, same as me.
I'm talking about heads of cattle.
Oh.
How many did he sell in an average year?
Oh, he didn't sell them that way, son. You had to take the whole animal, feet and everything.
Saddle sore. When we speak of a head of cattle, we're talking about the entire animal.
You don't say.
It's a fact. Now, how many head of cattle did your father have on this ranch?
Oh, shucks, partner. I never could count them. We had about 1,000 cows and as many calves.
And how many bulls?
None. We figured bulls was too vicious, so all we had was cows.
Well, that's not a bad trick if you can work it.
It ain't, huh?
No, but I don't think you can. No, brother, are you a faker?
Hold on there, partner. Smile when you say that, or I'll stick you good with my cowpoke.
With your cowpoke? Oh, this is murder.
I said smile, partner. I didn't tell you to milk it.
Ah, you're wonderful, friend. You really are. Now, will you be good enough to tell me what this is all about?
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Courtney, I'm Denis Day, see?
Well, by George, so you are. That mustache.
Yes, sir. It was Mr. Willoughby's idea. See, he's pretty desperate for that loan, and he thought if
Oh,
I can...
excuse me. Yes? My wife's nephew. Confound my wife's nephew. Tell him I'm out. Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'll see him tonight at the house. My wife's relatives. Every time I draw a breath, there's more of them on my neck. Her mother in one room, her sister in another, and her two cousins in the third.
Gee.
A man's home is supposed to be his castle. Do you know what my wife has done to mine?
It looks like she's lowered the drawbridge too often.
Yes, and now her nephew and his wife. And this morning he asked me to recommend an obstetrician. Do you know what that's?
No, sir.
An obstetrician is a baby doctor.
Gee, maybe they're going to have, if you'll pardon the expression, a baby.
Oh, of course they are, drat it. But why do they have to come here and live with me? Oh, what I wouldn't give if they'd moved to another town.
Yeah, I guess you... Hey, what would you give?
Huh?
Well, supposing I went to this nephew of yours and told him I was the doctor you recommended. If I could convince him that Weaverville was a terrible place to have babies, he'd move, wouldn't he?
Why, by golly, young man, you have brains.
It does seem that way for the moment, doesn't it?
Yes, and you're right. He would move, but fast.
Sure. And as a return favor, you'd agree to loan Mr. Willoughby and me $4,012 in cash.
Well, why the $12?
Well, it's sort of a down payment. I'd like to lie down again. Is it a deal?
Well, all right, I guess so. Here's my nephew's address. His name is Prince. Now, don't forget, you're a baby doctor.
Okay. Gee, first a store clerk, then a rancher, then a baby doctor. That Kismet sure is a busy little guy.
Yes, did you wish to see someone?
How do you do? I am Dr. Rittenhouse, Weiß Cup von und zu. Himmelschlager from way down Dorten there in Vienna der Dorten, if you please.
Oh, you must be the doctor my uncle recommended.
The very same. Now, I understand that, or rather, your wife, well, the both of you are...
We're expecting a baby.
I'm almost certain that's what you'll get.
I hope so.
Now then, where are you planning to raise this baby?
Where? Why, right here, of course.
In Weaverville?
Why, sure.
Ach, du lieber, hach mir nicht kein Scheinig.
I don't understand, Doc. Is there something wrong with that?
My dear friend, you want a fine bouncing baby, is that not so?
That's not possible here.
In Weaverville, they are just lying flat.
Golly.
I'm telling you, we got diseases here no one else ever even heard of. Did you ever hear of the Weaverville creep?
The Weaverville creep?
Every kid in Weaverville gets it.
My gosh. What is it? What does it do to them?
For a year after they're born, they can't walk. No, not only that, but when they get to be about 8 years old, all their teeth fall out. It will go on forever, but maybe you'd rather not hear it. Maybe you've already decided to move your little family away from here, yeah?
Well, no.
In that case, I continue. Now, suppose that you are a very lucky man who manages to bring up a baby who is healthy. Do you realize that in this town also grow the meanest kids in ganze Welt für Stoppen zu reiten, verlocken? Every single one of them. We got to spank them the minute they're born.
My goodness.
Ach, and the delinquency here. 95% of the children in this town are juvenile delinquents, and the other 5% shoot pool.
Doesn't the town council do anything about all this juvenile delinquency?
Town council? Why should they worry? They're too busy putting through laws to make it illegal to put anything but saloons on street corners.
But what about the drugstores?
They have all been forced to go underground.
But suppose someone was sick and needed medicine in the middle of the night.
They would have to eat pretzels with it.
I'm beginning to wonder now if this is the right town to raise my baby in.
It's about time. My bolt was getting pretty near shut.
You know, Doc, I think you're right. Gwendolyn and I are packing tonight. We're leaving this town the first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, did I tell you how much calcium we got in the water here? Every kid in town is a bonehead. You better leave.
Well, I already said we were going to.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I already had that line thrown up, so I figured I might as well say it. Well, auf Wiedersehen, Dummkopf.
Kismet, I did it, Kismet.
What?
You're in, Mr. Willoughby, and all because of me. Oh, I'm grand, I tell you, grand.
Dennis!
You may kiss me on the cheek if you wish.
Kiss you?
Sure, pretend you're a Frenchman. Go ahead, have fun.
Now look, Dennis.
Oh, I know. You haven't heard from Mr. Courtney yet. But wait till I tell you the news. You'll cheer.
What news?
Well, I've gotten you the loan for that ranch you wanted. This is a cheer.
Dennis, maybe it's you who should hear the news. You see, my buyer backed out. He phoned a little while ago to tell me the deal was off, and he was coming back to pick up his deposit.
Oh, my gosh. Then that means I'm still your employee?
Don't rub it in. It's tough on both of us.
And what about my $5 raise? Now, there's a silly question if I ever heard one.
Yeah. Well, it's too bad it blew up like this, Dennis, but I don't... Uh-oh, here comes that ex-buyer of mine.
Mr. Willoughby, not that fellow crossing the sidewalk. It can't be.
What? Why, of course it is.
Oh, no, Kismet, no.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby. Here I am for my deposit. Oh, hello, Doc.
Wie geht's?
Doc? Who are you calling Doc?
Why, this gentleman right here. He's the one who advised me to leave town.
What?
Oh, sure. And luckily, I found a store in Middletown I like even better than...
Why, you?
Mr. Willoughby, no. Be careful. Your blood vessels will spring leaks.
Dennis, stay. When I'm through with you, your own mother won't recognize you.
Holy smoke, is this the change I've been waiting for? If I ever get my hands on that Kismet, I'll murder the bum.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing And Mimi. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant in the orchestra, Denis returns to our microphone to sing And Mimi.
On the Rue de la Paix, there was once a cabaret, and Mimi. As the night went along, there was suddenly a song, and Mimi. All the world seemed to say that they love the cabaret. Once a cabaret and Mimi. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy, just for Mimi and her song. Fame and a patch with a passion, or dancing with the one that I adore. For her the dance in its passion, and for me she's singing along the Rue de la Paix. There was once a cabaret and me. Now I'm sitting sad and dreamy. Not for me and her
Good night, everybody.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Explico una cosa, yo tengo muchos años de estar
not instant.
Luis. Mr. Macusa,
There's been a huge mistake. He was about to send a batch of high-quality Arabica beans to Kenko. For their instant coffee.
I commend your enthusiasm, but Kenka use the same high-quality beans in their instant as they do in their roast and ground. Remind me, who are you exactly?
I'm your gap year student, Mr. Macusa.
More like a gap between the ears, if you ask me.
Kenko, now with a richer, fuller taste.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by Billy Mills Orchestra and the King's Men. The show opens with Be Young Again. This time of year, we always receive a number of letters from customers and friends who find out it's a good thing to put wax on their shoes and boots. Why don't you tell everybody, they write, that Johnson's Wax helps to make shoes water and weatherproof, keeps them soft and pliable, and protects the leather. Well, I certainly haven't any objection to passing that good word along, because I use wax on my own shoes and on my riding boots and saddles and leather gloves, too, and my luggage. The fact is, I've always been a great booster for using Johnson's Wax on things made of leather. So if any of you think wax is only meant for your floors, furniture, and woodwork, you only know half the wax story. There are 100 extra ways to use Johnson's Wax around your home for the conservation and protection of your things, to make them last longer, look better, and clean more easily. If you were secretary of the Wistful Vista Chamber of Commerce and wanted to appoint somebody to go to the hospital and visit one of the members who was ill, you'd want somebody who was quiet and modest and soothing and thoughtful and tactful and soft-spoken, wouldn't you? Somebody like Fibber Magee of Fibber, Magee and Molly.
So when I volunteered to go visit this sick member, there was a dead silence. They were all probably dumbfounded to see a man of my importance taking time for such a kindly act.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Betcha.
Who are you going to the hospital to cheer up, in spite of everybody?
Well, oh, my gosh, imagine that. The secretary forgot to tell me. Well, anyway, I got to get down there and cheer him up. Take him some candy and cigarettes and tell him a few funny gags.
Oh, what's the matter with this unknown patient, up till now?
I don't know.
Well, you better find out.
Huh?
You know, if he's got appendicitis, you can't take him candy.
No?
And if he's had his tonsils out, he can't smoke. And if his jaw's dislocated, he can't laugh at those funny gags. You see?
Oh, gee, I never thought of that. I better call the secretary right now. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks.
Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Chamber of Commerce on the second floor of Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? Busy. What say, Mert? You haven't?
She hasn't what?
Hasn't heard a word from any of her relatives.
Well, thank goodness.
What say, Mert? Oh, except her cousin, she said.
No.
What about your cousin, Mert? He bought what? 1,500 pounds of horse meat.
Heavenly days to eat?
No, he's going to ride it to work and save his tire. What say, Mert? Oh, you got the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, hello, is this Mr. Powers? This is Fibber Magee speaking, Dick. Yeah. Say, who am I supposed to visit in the hospital, and what's the matter with him? Who? Oh, my gosh, I'll get right down there right away, Mr. Powers. Okay, goodbye.
Who is it, dearie?
Billy Mills.
No, what's wrong with him?
I don't know. They said it was nothing serious. I saw him just yesterday, and he looked as good as I do.
As bad as that? I wonder if I hadn't better make him a bowl of soup or something.
No, I might hurt the hospital's feeling. Hey, let's take him that fruitcake Aunt Sarah sent us for Christmas.
Fruitcake for a sick man?
Yeah, well, he's already sick, ain't he? Personally, I can't stand that stuff. And then I'll stop and get him some cigars and some candy and a book of cheap Wahoo comics.
Poor Billy. I certainly hope it's nothing serious.
I probably got a little touch of band leader's bumps.
What on earth are band leader's bumps?
That's what you get when you play Mr. 5x5 so much somebody socks you with a 2x4. Let's see. What have I got to get? Candy, magazines, cigars?
You know, I don't think Mr. Mill smokes cigars. He smokes cigarettes.
No, it's time he learned to smoke cigars. Why, when I was only 17 years old, I smoked...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. Welcome home.
Well, Mr. Oldtimer, it's nice to see you again.
And what do you mean, welcome home? You're the one that's been away.
I certainly have. I certainly have. Had a wonderful trip, too. Spent 3 weeks in Chicago.
Ah, the old windy city.
How is the old town since we left, Oldtimer?
Not so windy, Johnny. Not so windy. Slowed down to a breeze.
Well, did you go on the train, Mr. Oldtimer?
Sure did, daughter. Wonderful trip. Got to talking to a sergeant just back from the front. Told me all about the war.
Hope he didn't spill any military secrets.
Nope. Too smart for that, Johnny. When he come to a secret, he just says some vegetable instead.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, sir, daughter, he tells me his troop ship, the SS Rutabaga, left the harbor of Sweet Potato on the lima bean of green peas. Says it was escorted by 3 big golden bantams and a small fleet of turnips with 4-motored onions flying overhead.
Must have been a very nourishing experience.
It was kind of thrilling, Johnny.
Yeah?
He says they arrived at North Succotash about the 14th of celery and went into action immediately.
Wow.
Says they killed 3,000 cabbages and captured 600 radishes. He says, don't repeat it to anybody, but he got inside information that the war will be over by the squash of April 1900 and garlic.
1900 and garlic. Well, we won't breathe a word of it.
That's pretty good, daughter. Well, gotta be running along now.
What's your hurry, Mr. Oldtimer?
Want to get me a paper and see if there's any answer to my ad, daughter.
Your ad? What ad?
Put a ad in the paper, Johnny.
Yeah?
Wanted. Woman with pound of butter and a pig to meet man with can of syrup and a frying pan. Object, wheat cakes and sausage. Well, come on.
hospital, Molly. You got the fruitcake and the candy?
Yes, have you got the magazines and the cigars and the malted milk and the donuts?
Yep. I got him a taffy apple, too, but it looks so good I ate it myself. I got some bubble gum for him instead. With bubble gum, you can...
Wait a minute, McGee. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh. Old Nightmare Nellie, the girl of my dreams. Wonder what she's been doing at the hospital.
Maybe getting an estimate on having her face lifted, dearie.
What, again? That mug has been hoisted so many times now, it's all she can do to keep her feet on the ground.
Now, McGee, I don't... Hello there, Abigail, darling. So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Congratulations. You got the right spirit.
The right spirit about what, McGee?
Can't you see? She's pulling her shoulders to take all those little minks for a ride.
How very, very amusing, Miss McGee. May I ask your wife a question?
Why, certainly, Abigail. What is it?
Well, tell me, Mrs. McGee, what is the annual yield of corn from one little wiseacre like Mr. McGee?
Well, Abigail, if it was all piled up in one corner of the field, it would be quite a shock. But what are you doing down here at the hospital?
Oh, I came down here to visit my housekeeper, Mrs. Underwood.
What's the matter with her, Uppy?
She sprained a ligament in her arm, the poor soul.
Oh, how?
Oh, we had unexpected guests for dinner last evening, and she tried to stretch her filet mignon. Well, I simply must go buy my war bond. Thanks to Mr. McGee.
Why thanks to me?
Because every time I see you, Mr. McGee, I think of inflation. And when I think of inflation, I think how important it is that this country maintain financial control during and after this war, which means everyone must buy all the war bonds he possibly can. So please stay out of my sight for the rest of the week. I'm over my budget now. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Goodbye, Abigail. Well, come on, McGee.
I'm glad you didn't tell Uppy about Billy Mills. She could never cheer anybody up. She's a walking lull if I ever saw one. Now, come on.
So you better ask the nurse at the desk where Mr. Mills is, McGee.
Yeah, look at her giving us the once-over. Why do all hospitals have some eagle eye at the desk that looks at you like he'd come in to blow the joint up? Hey, sis, could you tell us...
Please, be more quiet.
All right. But we wanted to know where we could find Mr. Mills. He's a patient here.
Mills?
That's right.
Well, just a minute. I'll find out.
Hey, Constantine, what room is Mills in? Who? Mills. Room 502. Oh, much obliged, Constantine. What say, Murphy? I said thanks. Oh, don't mention it.
So Mr. Mills is in room...
Not so loud, please. Excuse me. Wistful Vista Hospital. Miss Murphy speaking. Who? No, madam, I'm sorry, but Dr. Case is out on a bender. Dr. Bender is out on a case. Yes, I'll be glad to tell him.
Come on now. Room 502. Don't drop that suitcase. Hey, there ain't any elevator man here.
Not so loud, McGee. And this is one of those elevators you run yourself.
Oh.
Get in and press the button with the 5 on.
5. Okay. You ready?
Ready.
Here we go.
Noisy, isn't it?
Huh?
Noisy, I say.
What's that?
I say it's awful noisy, isn't it?
Better tell me later, Molly. The elevator makes so much noise I can't hear it.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Me too. Hey, sis, can you tell us where we can...
What was it, please?
We're visiting one of the patients, room 502.
Oh, I'm sorry. The patient has just gone to the delivery room.
Delivery room? Is he expecting a package?
The delivery room... Oh, my goodness, there must be some mistake, dearie.
Oh, no, there isn't, madam. And I may tell you, the whole staff is interested in this case. It's going to be twins, at least.
Hey, what? Twins? You mean Billy Mills?
Quiet, please. And who did you say?
Mr. Mills. Billy Mills in 502, the man we came here to see.
Oh, they gave you the wrong card at the desk. We have a Mrs. Millie Bills in 502. You want room 306.
Oh, well, much obliged, sis.
Back in the elevator, McGee.
Okay. Don't crowd me now. This malted milk is dripping as it is. The candy all set.
Not so loud, please.
Oh, I thought you were gone.
Press button number 3, dearie.
Okay. Remind me to write to General Eisenhower about that elevator, man. Imagine a tank that goes straight up and down.
McGee.
Huh?
I'd have sworn I saw Mr. Wilcox go in that third door there.
Ah, you're imagining things. What would he be doing down here on a Tuesday night? Which door was it? This one?
Yes. It says nurses training. You suppose he's got a date with a nurse.
Let's peek and see.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be right, McGee.
I'm going to do it anyway.
Well, don't be selfish. Let me see, too.
Oh, when you girls go out on a case, always be sure that strict sanitation prevails wherever food is prepared. Be sure the linoleum floors are sparkling and immaculate. This can best be done with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, which is very easily applied and shines as it dries with no rubbing or bubbing. Glow coat seals surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness, which is very important from a health standpoint. Miss Denuley, please put that gum in the wastebasket. You'll find, girls, that most housekeepers today use Johnson's glow coat, but in those rare cases where...
Old Professor Wilcox, M.D.
M.D.?
Mighty determined to sell his wax one way or another. Oh, come on, Molly, before this malted milk goes flat. We won't...
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here comes the doctor.
Where? Oh, the guy in the white coat. Hi, Doc.
Good afternoon. You are visitors?
Yes, to see Mr. Mills. How's he getting along?
Splendidly. What was the name again?
Mills. Billy Mills.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's doing very nicely. Isn't he the tall, thin, dark chap?
No. No, Mr. Mills is short and heavy set, and, he's blonde, isn't he, McGee?
I don't remember, and I doubt if Billy does. Anyway, he's the guy in 306, Doc.
Ah, yes, 306. Getting along nicely.
Oh, fine.
No, we don't like to make specific statements in most cases. Everything is relative, you know. Yes, indeed. Things are never what they seem. For instance, there is nothing so permanent as a temporary filling, or as temporary as a permanent wave. Well, if you will excuse me, you will be quiet, won't you?
Yes, we will, Doctor.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Mills.
Come on, McGee. I'm tired of carrying these packages.
Here's 306.
Well, hello, Mom. Hello, Skim.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hi, Billy, old boy. We come down to cheer you up, kid. Yes. Well, how do you feel? Kind of rocky, eh? Hey, here's a chocolate malted for you and some donuts. Give him a hunk of fruitcake, Molly. Hey, Billy, did you ever hear the one about the guy that... Oh, I almost forgot. Here, have a cigar.
McGee.
You ever hear the one... Toss him one of those magazines, Molly.
Yeah.
It's a very funny story, Billy, about the fellas. Hey, you like bubble gum? It's all kinds of fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, it seems there was these two fellas. See, Pat and Mike, we'll call them.
McGee.
Huh?
Stop slapping Mr. Mills on the knee.
Oh, that's okay. I won't catch anything. I got my gloves on. Hey, here's a box of candy for you, Billy, old man. Chocolate-covered cherry.
For goodness sakes, McGee, be quiet a minute.
Huh?
This is no way to treat a sick man. Are you very sick, Mr. Mills?
Not sick at all, Mom. Feel swell.
You're not sick? Then what you here for?
Spend a couple of days here every 2 years. Get checked up. Gives me a nice rest, too.
2 days in the hospital when you're not even sick? Don't you get lonesome?
Nope. Anyway, I had a roommate up till this morning.
Oh, too bad he couldn't have stayed.
I know. He'd have been gone even sooner, but he took a turn for the nurse. Have a donut yourself, Skimp.
Thanks, I will. Donut, Molly?
No, thank you. So you're not sick at all, Mr. Mills, huh?
Never felt better, Mom.
Mind if I drink this malted milk, Billy?
Help yourself. Eat the candy, too.
Oh.
I never touch it.
Mr. Mills, now, I'll bet you're really sick and you won't tell us.
Honest, Mom.
Stick out your tongue.
There.
My gosh, look at it, Molly. It's all black.
Heavenly day.
Oh, it's nothing. My nurse is nearsighted. She took my temperature this morning with her fountain pen.
Have some bubble gum, Billy?
No, thanks. Hey, Mom.
Yeah?
Press that button on the wall there, will you?
All right.
Thanks.
What does that do?
That's the signal for the nurse.
Oh, maybe we better leave, McGee.
Yeah.
No. Stay here, Mom. I always press that button when I don't want to be disturbed for an hour or so.
Well, I'm sure glad you ain't sick, Will. Here, have a chocolate-covered cherry.
No thanks, Drip.
Huh?
I said no thanks. They drip.
Oh. I missed a word.
You know, I I think he looks wonderful, don't you, Magee? Except that he's kind of drawn around the mouth. Been suffering much pain, Mr. Mills?
I'm not sick, Mom. I feel fine. Just here for a checkup.
People get that look sometimes before they get sick, Molly. You know
do,
that.
Huh?
Anyway, that ain't what worried me. What gets me is that twitch in his left temple. You see? That's a sure sign of fallen arches.
Is that what makes his lips so blue looking, too, dearie?
Absolutely. Though the whites of his eyes looking so yellow, that don't mean anything. That could be a simple case of either jaundice or low metabolism or whatever that's called. I knew a guy once that had metabolism.
Magee.
Huh?
Come on, dearie.
Huh? Where?
Mr. Mills has fallen asleep. We better go.
What do you mean we gotta go? After all the trouble we took to come down here and cheer him up? Oh, sir. Hey, Billy, wake up. Where's your man?
Magee, for goodness sakes, don't
Look,
do
when
it.
I come to a hospital to cheer somebody up, they're going to cheer up and like it, see? Hey, Billy, wake up. Grab his other shoulder, Molly. We'll shake him away. Hey, Billy, really?
What time is it?
Oh, Magee, this is terrible. We should...
Snap out of it, Billy. I got some great gags to tell you. Boy, they'll kill you. If he gets drowsy again, Molly, slap him in the puss with a wet towel. Hey, Billy, did you ever hear the one about the knight of the round table who was scared of horses? This is a honey. Well, sir, this knight wouldn't ride a horse, see? So he put a saddle on a big Great Dane dog. He'd ride all over the kingdom on this dog, see? And one night...
The King's Men singing Lullaby of the Herd.
Dust where you're going to. Dingy-amadoo, dingy-amadoo. You'll be doing just what you want to do. Dingy-amadoo, doomy-amadeo, hush-a-bye. Don't you fret, my doggies, till the time has occurred. Your partner will stay right until the dawn of day, singing you the lullaby of the herd. Dingy-amadoo, doomy-amadee, singing you the lullaby of the herd. Hush-a-bye.
Comes splashing out in the rain just as the knight was climbing back onto the Great Dane, see? And he says, okay, he says, I've changed my mind, he says. I'll give you a room. I wouldn't turn a knight away on a dog like this. Hey, you better finish up this fruitcake, Billy. There's only a little piece of it left.
No, thanks.
Heavenly days, have you eaten all that fruitcake, dearie?
No, not all of it. I dropped a little hunk of it in Billy's bed, I guess.
Part with some walnuts and raisins in it, too. You're lucky I didn't drop a chocolate-covered cherry. Hey, where are they?
You ate those too, Magee.
I did? Well, Billy shouldn't be eating such rich stuff like that anyway. Just laying there in bed, no exercise. Hey, Billy, did I ever tell you the one about the guy that was...
What is this, Halloween? Come in.
Well, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hello.
I'm glad to see you back, Wimp, old man. Have a nice trip?
Oh, just gorgeous, Mr. McGee. It's a beautiful trip from here to Philadelphia.
Yeah?
I never saw such scenery.
Oh, what was it like, Mr. Wimple?
I never saw it. They had the shades down for the blackout.
Miss Sweetie Face, Wallace?
Oh, not very much, Mr. Mills. I had a picture with me all the time. The one she sent me when we were corresponding through the matrimonial agency.
Oh, so that's how you met Sweetie Face. Through a bride and bachelor bingo club, eh?
Yes. I sent her my picture, and she sent me her picture.
Oh, was it love at first sight?
It was for her, Mrs. McGee. It took me longer. You see, Sweetie Face sent me her picture on a jigsaw puzzle, so the shock wouldn't be too sudden. There's still a piece missing out of her nose, but off her it looks good.
She's glad to see you back, Wallace?
Oh, indeed she was. She grabbed me and almost smothered me.
With kisses?
No, just smothered me. She was mad because I lost one of my shirts in the laundry.
Well, it was nice of you to come down and see Billy on your first day home, Wimp. How'd Sweetie Face ever let you out?
Oh, she didn't want me to go, but I insisted.
Yeah?
So she finally said, all right, go down to the darn old hospital if you must, but let's make it worthwhile. So she broke my arm, see?
Heavenly, Dick. You better go get it looked after.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. McGee. This is the one she always breaks. Last time I had them put a hinge on the bone. Well, goodbye now.
Well, now that we've cheered Billy up, Molly, I guess we better go too, huh? Just as soon as I finish this last donut.
Well, don't hurry away.
Oh, I think we'd better.
Did you ring, Mr. Mills?
Yes, but you didn't have to drop everything and run in here, baby. When can I leave?
Right now, if you like. Your reports are all in and everything's fine. Your visitors can either step outside or you can dress behind this screen.
Well, we'll just step outside for a few minutes.
Oh.
Hey, look at Skip. He's turning purple.
McGee, what's the matter, dearie?
I don't feel good.
Oh, Mr. Mills, get out of that bed. Here, madam. Help me get this man up there.
All right.
Oh, take off his shoes.
Yes.
Oh, never mind my shoes. My feet don't hurt. It's my stomach.
Oh, it looks like acute indigestion. What's he been eating?
Box of candy, fruit cake, malted milk, 6 donuts, and some bubble gum.
McGee, darling, lie down, dearie. Let Mother loosen your collar. Get a doctor, nurse.
Yes, right away, Mother.
I told him not to put an egg in that malted.
Now, you just be calm, dearie. The doctor will be here in a minute. What's the matter, Mr. Mills?
Hand me the phone, Mom. Thanks. Hello? Operator? Give me the Whittle Vista Chamber of Commerce. Yeah? Oh, is that you, Mert? Never mind that, Mert. Give me the Chamber of Commerce. Hello? Is this you, Mr. Powers? Billy Mills speaking. From the hospital. Mr. McGee is sick down here, and I want you to send somebody down to cheer him up.
Oh, how nice, Billy.
Yes, Boris Karloff, if you can get him.
Sabotage has become very familiar to all of us this past year. If I use the expression dirt sabotage, I wonder how many of you ladies would know just what I mean. Well, then I'll explain. During the winter months, dirt is really a problem. It comes into the house at the front and back doors, on shoes, rubbers, and on the feathery feet of that favorite Cocker Spaniel of yours. I know. And there's another dirt spot in winter, around the radiators and especially on windowsills. Now, if that dirt isn't removed, it soon gets all through the house. And not only does damage to the finish of floors and furniture and to rugs and fabrics, but it can be a health menace, too, because dirt favors germs. And so dirt that isn't controlled does cause sabotage. Now, what could you do about it? Well, you all know by now that regular applications of Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream at those dirt spots on the floors in front of doorways and on windowsills make it much easier to keep them clean, to keep the whole house gleaming and more sanitary.
feel now, Magee?
Much better, thanks. But I guess I shouldn't have eaten all that stuff.
I'm ashamed of you.
Yeah.
Making a pig of yourself.
Yeah.
A great big pig.
Yeah.
And on a meatless day.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, Al.
The characters of Wallace Wimple and the Old Timer heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
At Match.com, if you don't find someone special within 6 months, we'll give you 6 months free. It's our Make Love Happen guarantee. Join Match.com today and make love happen.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Company, makers of Hellman's Mayonnaise, presents Fred Allen's Salad Bowl Review with Roy Otwell, Portland Hoffa, Jack Smart, the Song Smiths, and Ferdy Gropey's music.
Rise and shine, stand up and take it. Rise and shine, like what you make it. If blooms on low should get you as he soon does, shout hidey ho and do just as the moon does. Rise and shine. Don't be a mourner, things are fine. Around the corner, no harm in trying it. There's nothing to it, you can do it like the sun. Rise and shine.
Presenting Fred Allen.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And as Robinson Crusoe used to say whenever he heard static, well, if it isn't Friday again. But in those days, Friday didn't bring him the Salad Bowl Review. The papers say that the hunting season has opened, and everyone knows that the well-dressed quail is wearing a feathered frown. But while the hunter is away, his wife home in the kitchen doesn't even have to hunt through her recipe book to find that the well-dressed salad is still wearing Hellman's mayonnaise. So much for hunting unless you've lost something. Tonight, if you'll step into the salad bowl, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take you back to the Bedlam Sanatorium. I am still Dr. Allen, and while I'm getting my breath after running a temperature, Ferdy Gropey will show you into the waiting room accompanied by his orchestra.
Bedlam Sanatorium? No, Dr. Allen can't come to the phone. He's busy with a patient. Yes, the man says he only has $2, but Dr. Allen thinks he has some more money hidden in his vest. Yes, he's taking an X-ray. I'll tell him.
Miss Pills?
Yes, Doctor.
Make out a bill for Mr. and Mrs. Totter here.
Are you sure my husband's deafness is cured, Dr. Allen?
His ears are as good as new, Mrs. Totter.
Will I be able to hear now, Doc?
You can hear a pin drop.
Hey.
I said you can hear a pin drop. Stop in at the nearest bowling alley and you'll see.
What did he say, Tulip?
The doctor says you ain't deep no more.
Certainly has been a miraculous cure, Mr. Totter.
I can't read lips, Doc. You'll have to speak up.
He still seems a little deep to me, Doctor.
What say?
I guess there's too much noise in here. Noise!
Yeah. Boys will be boys. Pretty good, Doc.
Here's the bill, Doctor.
Thank you. Here you are, Mr. Totter.
What's this here, fan mail?
No, it's your bill.
You owe $50. You're all better.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Hey?
Yes.
Nod at him.
I'd better. I hope he won't think I'm flirting with him. There you are.
Oh,
I get it. That's fine.
How will he know he's better, Doctor?
I can't make this case my life's work, Mrs. Totter. I tell you what you do. You take him home, and I'll send him a letter telling him he's cured.
Well, we really should have something in writing. Come on, Hardtack. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Totter. Goodbye, Hardtack.
I'm leaving. It's too quiet in here. Where's wrong?
He certainly responded to treatment.
Yes, I hope he responds to his bill.
There's several patients waiting.
Send them all in together. I'll write out a community prescription.
No, you don't. You're not going to wipe out an entire community. I'll send them in one at a time.
Okay.
Oh, Doctor, I'm Matilda Quake.
Of the California quake?
Yes.
Shake.
Oh, Doctor, I don't know when my trouble started. I don't know how. I don't know why, but what shall I do?
Here's some medicine for I don't know what. Take it, I don't know how many times, and you'll be cured. I don't know when.
Oh, well, I don't know what I wanted to say.
Was it goodbye?
Oh, yes. Goodbye.
There's a man with a large dog here. The man's intoxicated.
If the dog's sober, I'll talk to him.
Come in, please.
Hi, old sober.
If I were you, Rattlepate, I'd hold my breath until repeal is assured.
No offense, Doc. No offense. Keep quiet, Matthew.
You want an inventory taken of your stomach?
No, I'm all right. Matthew's sick. He's got a cold.
Well, I'm no veterinary. You better take Matthew to some whippet practitioner.
Oh, he's a bloodhound with a head cold. He can't smell a thing. You gotta fix him up.
Is he working on a case?
Boy, I bet your life he's working on a case. I got a poultry store, and somebody's been stealing my chicken.
How did he lose the scent?
Well, I'll tell you, sir. A guy had a hole in his shoe, and Matthew caught cold through a crack in his footprint.
Well, I might spray his throat for you. Hold him still. I'll use this atomizer.
Open your little mouthy, Matthew.
Okay. There, that'll clear out his head.
How's that feel, boy? How's that feel?
There, he's all right.
He'll pick up the trail now. Sick him, Matthew. Sick him.
Look, he's chasing himself.
Sick him, Matthew. Who swiped my chicken? Sick him.
Say, he's biting his own leg.
So what do you know about that? Matthew's been stealing my chickens. He's caught himself. Hey, come back here, Matthew.
Miss Pills?
Yes, sir?
Phone the newspapers. Dog bites dog. This is news.
Up in Harlem.
Bedlam Sanatorium. Dr. Allen speaking. Yes, I treat patients over the phone, unless you're a wrong number. You have insomnia? Try taking a drink of rye every half hour. No, it won't put you to sleep, but it will certainly make staying awake a pleasure. Okay.
There's a baby out here with a little girl.
Tell the baby to crawl in. I'll see the little girl later.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Portland. For heaven's sake, what are you doing with that baby?
It belongs to Mrs. Dim, the lady next door.
Oh, I thought perhaps you were going to a masquerade as the stork.
Isn't he cute?
Yes. Does his mother like to have you take him out?
I don't know, but she's always borrowing sugar and things from Mama. So every once in a while, I borrow one of her little babies to get even.
Has Mrs. Din an extensive brood?
Oh, yes. 11 children in the family. They have a blue eagle in the window.
We do our part, eh?
I'll intimate. Don't cry, Prescott. This is Dr. Allen.
Prescott's a healthy-looking baby, all right.
He's as strong as an onion.
An onion? You mean an ox, don't you?
No, his father's a vegetarian. He has to be as strong as a vegetable.
I see. Does Prescott look like his father?
No, Mr. Din has a mustache.
I see, and the baby's clean-shaven.
Of course. Only cats' babies have whiskers.
Hey, what's he laughing at?
You shouldn't look at him, Doctor. I can hardly hold in myself.
Hey, he's all freckled, too, isn't he?
Oh, those aren't freckles. There's no screen door at Prescott's house.
I get it. Do you want me to examine Prescott?
Well, I only brought him in for a social call, but if you're so hungry for business, you can look him over.
Oh, he's laughing again.
Yes, you'll have to turn your back when you examine him.
All right, I'll examine him sideways. I'll only look half as funny.
I hope he can hold in.
Come on now, Prescott. Put out your tongue.
Oh, he's too much of a gentleman to do that.
Well, I can't examine him unless I can see his tongue.
Well, he won't put it out unless he's mad at you.
I see. I'll have to antagonize him.
Yes, he resents things quickly.
No sarcasm, Prescott. I'll see if I can scare him. Ooh!
Isn't that cute? He booed you back.
Come, Prescott. Stop this puerile fiddle-faddle and open your mouth.
Open your mouth, Prescott.
Oh, he's all right. I see he has one tooth, too.
Yes, it's the elk in him.
Will Prescott bite?
Will he bite? Ask him a riddle. He'll bite at anything.
Dr. Allen speaking. Yes, Mr. Tubb. Your aunt's operation was a great success. I replaced the piece she bit out of her tongue. Yes, I grafted the end of a truck driver's tongue in its place. Well, she's fully recovered, but the language she's been using around here is terrible. Is Prescott still awake?
Yes, but I think he wants to go to sleep.
Shall I tell him a bedtime story?
Yes, it isn't his bedtime, but he always gets a kick out of a story.
I'll tell him about Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, he's heard that one. Tell him something up to date.
How about the traveling salesman?
Oh, boy, will the farmer's daughter?
You better take Prescott home before he tells me a story.
Yes, we better go.
Goodbye, Portland.
Goodbye, Dr. Allen.
So long, Prescott. Hello. This is Dr. Allen. Yes, Mrs. Pratt. Your son swallowed a quarter? Well, I wouldn't bother with it if I were you. If I come over, it'll cost you $2 more. Even if you get your quarter back, you'll still be out $1.75. Okay. That noise at the door, Miss Pill.
Well, I just looked out and the hospital chef is waving a carving knife at that man you put on a diet.
Oh, that's Atwell. The chef's probably using the knife to get a word in edgewise.
I'll send them in.
Yes, do.
Come in here. You're a crook. I'll cut your nose off.
You won't cut my clothes off. And don't you call me a cook. Don't I'm a man of honor. My word is as good as my blonde. My boot is as warm as my blonde is.
Here. Put that knife down, Chef. And you're bellowing like a bull.
Bullying like a bell. My grandbrother, I'm Roy Ratwell, Roy Atwell, and I...
Dr. Allen, this man's been stealing food from my kitchen. He's a glutton.
Who's a button? A mutton. I mean a glutton. Stealing food from his kitchen. Eat, mink, and be dreary. I mean, eat, drink, and be for a stitch in slime. A stitch in time is better than an apple a day.
You know, Atwell, I put you on a very strict diet.
Oh, miss, yes, I'm keeping my eye on my diet, Dr.
He's been robbing my pantry behind my back.
Bobbing his panty behind his back. Why, I wouldn't shake the tea. I wouldn't take the cheese out of a louse trap. He's talking through his hat.
According to your diet, Atwell, you should have nothing in the morning but stewed prune juice, buttered toast, and weak tea.
Yes, I know. Brewed prune stew, and weak toast, and muttered tea. Oh, boy, that's my meat.
Every morning, somebody's been stealing 6 poached eggs, waffles and honey, and a pint of buttermilk.
Why, I couldn't eat 6 poached eggs, waffles and honey, money, and a bite of mutter. Why, I'd be as flat as a prig.
This afternoon I caught him with his head in my ice pot.
It's an eye. It's a lie. Caught me with his bed in my ice pot. Why, believe it or not, I was looking for a streetcar. Ha ha! That's good. That's a dim jandy. Ha ha! He who laughs best, is a horse of another stable. Well, let it go.
True enough, but we were discussing your eat and grow thin diet.
Oh, yes, eating my disgusting throw gin diet. Yes, disgusting my beat, throwing my, eating
you
my...
You can't eat fat meats.
No flat feets and no heavy starches. Just a slice of cold roast yam, and a mup of coffee, good to the last wop. So let's have a mother's coffee cuppy, and let's...
After I tell you this dog is...
I'm afraid, Chef, that you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yes, you're harking up the gong bee. Every dog has his flea.
According to your chart, Atwell, you should weigh 140 pounds.
Yes, sir. 140 pounds in my stocking feet, and 150 in my union suit.
If you've been stealing the chef's food, you'll weigh more.
Put him on a scale.
Well, you can't scoot me on the pails. No.
Get on that weighing machine.
Well, no. You can't weigh me. I'm as light as a leather. I'm as light as a ladder. Let it go.
Get on the scale.
Stand still. Ye gods, 195.
Wow, it must have been something I ate.
He's 55 pounds overweight. It's my food. I'll take it off him with my knife.
No, stop. Stop. Don't touch me. I booze too easily. I bruise too easily. Yelp. I mean, help.
Back here now.
Chase him, Chef. Get him, Chef.
No, hurt it. I mean, he who.
Now Roy Atwell was sick as well. He was taken to Allen's hospital, and there he met a swell nurse gal. And right away, Roy got gay. He forgot about his ills, made love when she brought him pills. Every night when she would go off duty, Roy would holler out,
"Come here, my cutie, cutie.
Good night, nurse. Tell the doctor I'm no better. Good night, nurse. Write my folks a nice long letter. Say I need a rest and you fear I had better stay here a year. Feel my pulse. Hold my hand a little longer. How's my heart? Don't you think it's getting stronger? Call me in the morning or I'll get worse. Is your little patient? Good night, nurse. Good night, nurse. Tell Dr. Allen I know better. Good night, nurse. Write my folks a nice long letter. Say I need a...
Oh, yes, they've come over to study the Allen pay-as-you-heal system. 10 easy payments, and the appendix is yours.
Here they come now.
Welcome, my foreign colleagues. I am indeed flattered. Who are you?
I am Professor Pierre Pugh at the Conservatory at Corn St. Bunyan at Paris, France. Voila.
Yes, and I am Professor Rudolf Ronderup of the Austrian Veterinarians of Foreign War.
And I am Dr. Gregor Ichinov from the College of Birds and Flowers at Nizhny Novgorod.
Sit down, gentlemen. Tell me, are the doctors in Europe affected by the Depression?
In France, it is impossible.
Yeah, in Austria, it's terrible.
In Soviet Russia, it is nothing.
At the rate of exchange, though, you foreign doctors are lucky, getting your pictures in all of our papers and magazines.
Oh, sure. Did you see our latest photograph? I'm endorsing a lollipop with bath salts in it.
I am endorsing a perfume with sex appeal in it.
And I am endorsing a herring with onions in it.
Hello? Yes? An accident? Where? I'll be right over in the ambulance. Okay.
Oh, an accident?
Yes, a man threw a brick through a department store window. Hit some woman. I've got to go.
Oh, we will all go.
Sure,
Fine. Fortunately, my ambulance has a rumble seat. You can all get in it. Hurry now, it's outside. Step right in, gentlemen. Step on it, driver. Main Street, corner of Broadway.
Hey, wait a minute. Not so fast. It's a fire.
Can we stop on the way? I have some good telephone number.
But American is always in big hurry. Duty calls and poof, he's there before it starts.
Gentlemen, this is a matter of life and death. Hurry, driver. Right around the corner. This is the place, driver.
Oh, look, here's the ambulance.
Follow me, gentlemen. One side, everybody. Stand back. Which way, officer?
Right over here, doctor. I think the woman's hurt bad. Some bum threw a brick through the store window.
Keep the crowd back. Hand me my stethoscope, Professor Pugh.
Yeah, but she is so beautiful.
Yes, looks like a showgirl. I can't even hear her heart action at all.
Hey, let me listen. I got a good ear for those things.
Then you should hear Rimsky-Korsakov's Lazy Bun, conducted by Sergei Kuzovitsky. Very lovely.
She's in bad shape, all right. Compound fracture of the cuticle, dislocated tibia, and she needs a manicure. We better carry her to the ambulance.
I will take the hat.
I will take the teeth.
I will take the rest. Voila.
Lift her carefully now. Good heavens, look. Her arm fell off. She's coming apart.
Here, what's all of this? What's going on here?
Stand back, madam.
I will not. This is my store. What are you doing?
We're taking this injured woman to my hospital. Do you know her?
Know her? Why, you're crazy. That's not a woman. It's a wax dummy from the window.
Oh, good joke.
Good joke. Nothing. You communist.
This is no time to see red, madam.
And you look like the bum who broke the window. Help, police!
What's the
Police,
trouble,
help!
lady? What's going on? What is...
Officer, these foreigners broke in my window and tried to steal my dummy.
She's demented.
Shut up, you. Are you the dummy?
I want them arrested.
Mon Dieu, oui.
Do nothing.
How did you get here?
We came in an ambulance.
When I get through with my nightstick, you'll go back the same way. You're first, Dutchy.
Himmel, he killed me.
And you, Frenchie. Oh, je suis fatigué. Oh, bonsoir. And this is for you, Trotsky.
Oh, fucking Moscow. Very lovely.
No discrimination, officer. I have my right.
And here's yours, Loudmouth.
Oh, where's Elmer?
Mr. Allen's will-o'-the-wisp advice on etiquette.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Well, our etiquette department is going like a snail in flight. And a postcard tonight comes from Mr. Joseph Kelly at the Boston City Hospital, Boston, Massachusetts. Mr. Kelly says, quote, I'm having trouble convalescing here. Every day, strange people come into my room, sit on my bed, and eat fruit. Since the weather is colder, several parties giving indoor picnics in my room have kept me up until all hours with their singing and folk dancing around my bed. Where can a fellow convalesce in peace? Unquote. I'm glad that you have brought up this question, Mr. Kelly. The reason this country is overrun with wandering fruit eaters is because there are never any chairs in fruit stores. People buying fruit have no place to sit down. That is why people with bags of apples and bananas wander into hospital rooms eating their fruit, throwing the skins around on the floor, and leaving without even asking the patient how he is getting along. In Baltimore recently, a fruit fanatic walked into a hospital room with a can of peaches and spoke caustically, mind you, to a strange convalescent, simply because the patient didn't happen to have a can opener in bed with him. If you are annoyed too much, the best thing to do is to have your doctor move you to a fruit store. People will come in, buy their fruit, and rush to your hospital room, which will be empty. If you, too, are being tortured through concealing a problem, ladies and gentlemen, why not send me your secret grief on a postcard, care of this station? And I shall wrest an answer from my innermost self, even as I tuckered myself in an effort to help Mr. Kelly tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled G-O-O-D, night, spelled N-I-G-H-T. And don't forget, the well-dressed salad is wearing Hellman's mayonnaise.
Clear blue skies, the breeze on my skin, the notion of being so small. Take pleasure in the little things. Estee Lauder, pleasures.
And now, with any Estee Lauder fragrance purchase, this incredible makeup artist color collection is yours for just £45. Estee Lauder at House of Fraser.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Okay, take him under the arm. Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's going to do. Yeah, sure, here's now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli!
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Noli?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of XXX.
You sure learn hard, Noli.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing in coffee. Great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleeping, Ollie. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
And now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Why did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
There might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zant about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's the funny thing about your job.
Yeah?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Noli Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Noli cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Noli's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Noli.
Oh, why do you need me?
Noli killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Noli did it?
Well, Noli tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Noli killed him.
Does Noli have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Noli Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Noli. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Noli later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Noli's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular, it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for?
You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam, as agent for the Santa Fe Railroad, I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Zants.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking it. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So he told you? That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is Soft Rock Ballads. 57 classic rock ballads on 3 superb CDs. Fleetwood Mac, Bonnie Tyler, Chicago, Queen, Don McLean, Genesis, and Steve Harley. The best of the softer side of rock. Soft Rock Ballads.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Go South, Young Man. There's a popular song out now called April in My Heart, and that gives me an idea. April with its fresh springtime colors is a long way off, but you can get a touch of spring into your menu tomorrow. Just serve Jell-O for dessert, for Jell-O's 6 glowing colors are so bright and cheerful, so fresh and gay they perk up any meal. And those 6 delicious flavors bring you extra rich fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, everyone is crammed with extra fruit richness. A depth of flavor that rivals the fresh, ripe fruits themselves. No matter how you serve it, dressed up or perfectly plain, Jell-O is a grand dessert. Tempting and good with extra rich flavor, bright and gay with springtime color. So ask your grocer tomorrow for America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O.
That was Go South, Young Man, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn back the clock and take you to the drugstore across the street from the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time is exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
You'll have to hurry, Mary. We haven't got much time.
Well, I'm hungry.
hungry.
Look, if you'll wait till after the broadcast, I'll take you out and buy you a full-course dinner.
I'm no gambler. I'll take a sandwich now.
All right, it's up to you. Say, here's a couple of seats here. Whoops! Madam, would you mind taking your Pekingese off this seat? These stools are for customers.
Well, Cuddles is having a hot fudge sundae.
Oh, he is. That's all his face needs, some hot fudge on it.
Stop arguing, Jack. Here's a couple of seats over here.
Okay. Cuddles yet.
Oh, hello there.
Hello, Mary. What'll it be today?
Oh, just a sandwich. I'll have a peanut butter, jelly, olive, nut, bacon, cheese, roast beef, and turkey on whole wheat.
Wow.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Hit the jackpot on whole wheat. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Okay. What do your father have?
I'm not her father. I'm Jack Benny. Now, let's see. I think I'll take the businessman's lunch.
Are you a businessman?
No.
Then you can't have it.
Now, wait a minute, young man. I ordered the businessman's lunch, and I'm going to get it. Ouch!
Oh, Cuddles, did you bite that man's ankle?
Ankle nothing, and take him off that stool. Fine Pekingese.
Well, I bought him at a sale.
A sale?
Yes, he was marked down from a Great Dane.
Well, that's very interesting.
All right, mister. What do you have?
Oh, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Just bring me a cup of coffee.
Oh, here's something good, Jack. A Dunker special.
A Dunker special? What's that?
Coffee, donuts, and rubber gloves, 15 cents.
Well, that's very sanitary, but not for me. Oh, I know what. I'll have a chocolate malted milk.
A chocolate malted milk.
Yes, and put an egg in it.
Fried or scrambled?
Look, I want a malted milk with just a plain raw egg in it. A raw egg.
Okay. Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
One malted milk for a barbarian.
What a smart aleck.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
His face is familiar.
Here's your sandwich, Mary. A 5-decker.
Oh, boy, isn't that something?
Yeah, it looks like Grauman's Chinese with potato chips.
That's right. It's even got footprints in the mayonnaise.
Oh, you're just making that up.
Here's your malted milk, Groucho.
Hey, wait a minute, you. I ordered a malted milk, and this is an ice cream soda.
That's not ice cream. That's an egg.
Well, the least you could do is take it out of the shell. You clumsy dope. Can't you break an egg?
If I could break an egg, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, you would?
Say, Radcliffe, is that man annoying you?
No, Gilroy. Put down that cupcake.
Well, that's a fine way to treat customers, I must say. Oh, fine.
Jack, look.
Cuddles, I'll give you just 10. Cuddles, I'll give you just 10 to let go of my garter. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, my leg. Darn it, he ruined a perfectly good pair of garters.
Go on, you've had new elastic put in them 12 times.
Well, the metal isn't the least bit rusty. Gee, I don't want this malted milk now.
Well, why don't you order something else, Jack?
Yeah. Say, Buddy, what's that lady having over there with the ice cream, pineapple, whipped cream, and marshmallow, and the cherry on top?
Where?
Right over there.
That's her husband.
Oh. Odd looking, isn't he? I'll tell you what, just bring me a cup of coffee.
Coffee?
Yes.
Sanka, panka, or schmanka?
Look, just bring me a cup of coffee with no ad libs.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
You know, Mary, I've seen that guy someplace. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. I gotta grab something to eat quick. My girl's waiting outside.
Your girl's waiting outside. Why don't you bring her in?
She's watching my bicycle.
Oh. Gee whiz, can't you put a lock on the bicycle?
No, I trust her.
Well, that's mighty sweet of you.
Hiya, Kenny. What'll it be?
Oh, let's see. Give me a tuna fish sandwich on rye bread.
Okay.
No butter, no lettuce, no mayonnaise.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
1 tuna on rye. No brush, no lather, no rub in.
Now that's just showing off.
Oh, say, Radcliffe, I want a side order of coleslaw with that.
Just a minute. Hey, Gil.
Yes, Red?
Have we got any coleslaw?
Oh, just scads of it.
Well, that's entrancing.
Oh, Jack, there's a scale over there. I think I'll go over and weigh myself.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Mary. I'll go with you. Don't eat my sandwich, Jack.
I won't. Say, I wonder what time it is anyway. Oh, go away, you little runt. Scat.
Come here, Cuddles. He's just jealous because you've got hair.
Listen, lady, if you think that I... Oh, hello, Don.
Why, Jack, I didn't see you. Have I got time to eat?
Yeah, but hurry up, Don. We go on the air in a few minutes, you know.
What'll it be, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'd like a glass of milk and a large dish of Jell-O.
What flavor? Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime?
Mix them up with sliced bananas.
Don, get 2 spoons with that. I'll race you to the middle. Last one there has to pay for it.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir.
That's 6 aspirin tablets. Say, mister, have you got a headache?
No, but don't tell the clerk. He'll think I'm nuts. Toodaloo.
Oh, now I know who he is. That guy's crazier than my Aunt Minnie's quilt.
Say, Jack, if we don't want to be late, we better be getting over to the studio.
Yeah, we're on in a few minutes there.
Oh, Jack, I just got on the scales, and how much do you think I weigh?
How much?
103 pounds. Boy, have I been put on weight.
You been what?
I said I've been putting on weight.
Boy, have I been put on in weight. 100. Listen. 103 pounds, and you put on weight.
Yeah, I only weighed 7 when I was born.
Well, you better watch yourself.
And you know what else, Jack? Kenny got one of those little cards with his fortune on it.
Oh, he did? What does it say?
Here it is. It says that you are shrewd, clever, and intelligent until you open your mouth.
That's me.
You said it. Say, Don, hey, Don, what's your weight anyway?
Oh, I really don't know, Jack.
Well, come on. Here's a good chance to find out.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, come on, Don. Here. Come here. I've got a penny.
You better put in a nickel.
Here we are. Now get on the scales.
Oh, this silly.
Silly nothing. Now stand still.
Well, all right. Here, Kenny, hold my hat.
A lot of difference that'll make. Now hold still, Don. Wow, look at that. 100, 150,
175.
200,
250.
God!
300, 300. Oh, my goodness, he broke the scale.
Oh, my
Kenny, help me pick up Don.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, John's fortune just came out of the scale.
What does it say?
Guess you better run. Here comes the manager.
That's a good idea. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Turn on the radio. It's time for the Jell-O program.
Come along, Cuddles.
That was Could Be, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listened in to Fred Allen's program last Wednesday night, I bring you a man who needs no further introduction, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I gather from that little announcement of yours that Allen was throwing verbal darts at my bullseye again. Is that it?
Yes, Jack. Didn't you hear him?
No, my radio was on, but unfortunately I was eating celery at the time. The loud kind from Utah. Tell me, was Allen as witty as ever, or was he better?
Well, Jack, I have to admit he did get a lot of laughs at your expense.
Oh, he did? Well, I won't have to worry about him long. Television will soon be here, and he'll either have to have his face lifted or get in a barrel and broadcast through a bunghole.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Allen may not be handsome, but when you come right down to it, he isn't so bad looking.
He isn't? Don, he's the only Irishman I ever saw that could eat in a Chinese restaurant and be mistaken for a waiter. If he wasn't allergic to soap and water, he could open a laundry. Now, let's drop the subject of Mr. Allen. Oh, by the way, Don, I noticed you were limping when you came into the studio just now. Did you have an accident of some kind? Huh?
Well,
Come on, Don, tell us.
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, I was out riding this morning, and my horse threw me.
Oh, threw you? Don, there's a possibility that you could have fallen off a horse. But the horse that can throw you doesn't live. Tell me, Fibber McWilson, how did this unfortunate accident happen?
Well, Jack, it was like this. I was cantering through the park this morning.
Sure. Just stop, Don. Folks, I got to tell you what really happened to Wilson. We were in a drugstore just before our
Now,
program.
Jack.
Anyway, Don stepped on the weighing machine, and right now it's getting pennies in heaven. Boy, what a wreck.
Jack, I wish you hadn't have said that. Now people will get the idea that I'm really fat.
Fat? Don, when you step into your shoes, your rubber heels spread out like pancake batter. I can't understand how a guy can gain so much weight on the salaries I pay.
You're not kidding.
You know, Don, every time I look at you... That woman would have to bring Cuddles to the broadcast. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson? Phil, every time I meet you lately, you call me Jackson. What's the big idea?
Well, that's as close as I can get to jackass and still be polite.
Aha, that's very funny. You know, Phil, you're clever enough to have your own program, which you better start looking for.
Oh, no, Jack, I couldn't let you down. You need a guy like me around here.
Oh, I do?
Sure, after all, I'm the only sex appeal on the show.
Is that so? Phil, did you by any chance hear me on the Screen Actors Guild program last week in that romantic bit with Joan Crawford?
Oh, was that you? I thought it was Guy Kibbe.
You knew darn well it was me. I got that smart wire you sent me.
I didn't send you any wire.
Not much. Who else would send me a 10-word telegram with 7 lousies in it? And another thing, Phil, the next time you send a wire from Pomona, don't sign it George Bernard Shaw. He moved from there. You know, Harris, you remind me of a guy. Madam, must your dog bark when I'm talking?
You don't expect him to laugh, do you?
No, but he can wipe that sneer off his face. Now, keep him quiet, please. Let's see, what was I talking about?
I don't know. I just came in.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Say, Mary, Jack was just telling us about the program he did with Joan Crawford last week. Were you there?
I'll say I was. And boy, was Jack nervous.
I wasn't nervous at all. Naturally, I was a little keyed up working with Miss Crawford, but I was not nervous.
You weren't?
No.
Do you always sit down on chairs when they're not there?
Oh, I just did that for a laugh, that's all. Everything went along fine.
Did you tell the boys what happened at rehearsal, Jack?
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, they were just about to finish their big scene, and Jack was supposed to kiss Miss Crawford.
Yes?
Well, Jack grabbed Joan in his arms and bent her over backwards.
Yes?
Then he bent her over a little further.
Uh-huh.
Now, Mary.
Then a little more.
And what happened?
Jack's toupee fell right in her face, and she fainted.
Now, Mary, that wasn't my toupee at all. That was my beanie.
Well, it had a part in it.
Mary, that only happened at rehearsal, but the routine sounded all right over the air, believe me.
Not according to Fred Allen Wednesday night.
Say, what is Allen anyway, a barometer or something? If he doesn't learn to keep his mouth shut, I'm going to do something about it.
I wouldn't get tough with him, Jack. You know, Allen's a pretty athletic guy.
Athletic?
Sure, I saw a picture of him in a fan magazine the other day, and he was posing in tights and boxing gloves.
Yeah, but the hair on his chest said welcome on it. And speaking of that picture, fellas, did you notice his legs? They look like two sleepy people. Imagine Allen posing as a fighter. One of these days I'm going to have my picture taken being shot out of a cannon. And in a leopard skin. I'll show him.
All right, champ, relax. Take it easy.
Lead me to him. I'll get in the ring with Allen any day. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't get in the ring with Ferdinand the Bull.
That was very cute, Mary. When Phil has his own program, you're going to be a big help to him.
We've got...
Yes.
We've got the first show all written.
Oh, I see. And what are you going to call your little comedy act?
Mary and Phil. Corn as you like it.
You certainly got the right title. Say, where's Kenny? It's time for him to do a song.
Here I am, Jack.
Oh, where were you, Kenny?
I was over in the corner counting my toes.
Counting your toes?
Yeah, I count and I count, and I still get 22.
Kenny, either your arithmetic is bad or Ripley is waiting for you. And next time, don't come in here with such a silly routine of talk.
Well, I was just trying it out for Phil's new show.
Listen, Kenny, I just said that a while ago when I was mad. Phil isn't going to have his own show.
He is, too. He offered me $8,000 in car fare.
Oh. He's very generous, isn't he? $8,000 a week, huh?
Not only that, I get extra money for writing the program.
Oh, you're going to write the show, too. Well, that ought to be worth listening to you.
Yeah, not only that...
Oh, quiet! Now go ahead with your song.
Wait a minute. Say, Phil, is it all right if I sing on this program?
Sure, kid, but hold back a little.
Now cut out this foolishness! Now you get up that microphone, young man, and sing.
All right.
Oh, shut up! Sing, Cuddles. I mean, Kenny.
I'll always be a dreamer, for I was born that way. And I was born to love you, keep dreaming of you each day. Then as the evening shadows fall, you seem to be so near. I only have to close my eyes, and I can see you, my dear. I dim all the lights and I sink in my chair. The smoke from my cigarette climbs through the air. The walls of my room fade away in the blue, and I'm deep in a dream of you. The smoke makes a stairway for you to descend. You come to my arms, may this bliss never end, for we love anew just as we used to do when I'm deep in a dream of you. Then from the ceiling sweet music comes stealing, we glide to a lover's refrain. You're so appealing that I'm soon revealing my love for you over again. My cigarette burns me, I wake with a start. My hand isn't hurt, but there's pain in my heart. Awake or asleep, every memory I feel deep in a dream of you.
Deep in a Dream, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that's one of the best songs you've sung this year. I know you put so much feeling into it. Really, it was thrilling.
Oh, you're just trying to flatter me so I'll stay with your program.
Flatter you?
I can see through that, brother.
Kenny, for 3 years now, I've been raving about your voice, and all of a sudden it's flattery. You ungrateful little brat.
Now, wait a minute, you. Don't aggravate my tenor.
Phil, I refuse to continue this discussion about your imaginary program. However, if you do happen to get one, I'd only be too glad to let you have Kenny and Mary. Be sure to take those broken-down troubadours with you.
No, I'm sending them to Paul Whiteman.
Well, don't send them COD or they'll return with the swallows. Anyway, Phil, as far as I'm concerned, you and Kenny and Mary can all go. Just leave me good old Don Wilson and I'm satisfied.
Well, you should be. You're still getting more than half.
Well, let me ask you something, Mary. Suppose you did go with Phil. Who's going to give you those good, snappy jokes?
You mean like that last one?
Yeah, don't be cute. Who's going to write your material?
Oh, we've got 2 swell writers.
Oh, yeah? Who are they?
Noel Coward and Maxie Rosenblum.
It's a fine combination. Of course, I don't know what I'm getting myself all worked up for. It's all so silly.
Well, don't worry, Jack. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. I'll stick with you and Jell-O from strawberry to lime.
Attaboy, Don.
And I regret that I have but one life to give to my sponsor.
Thanks, John. You're a real pill. Pal. Maybe that'll teach these traders here something about loyalty.
Well, gee whiz, Jack, we're not the only ones. I heard you on a program with Joan Crawford last week.
Well, that was a special broadcast, Kenny, for one appearance only. Say, how'd you like it?
Oh, it was swell. Say, Jack, I was wondering, is Joan Crawford as beautiful as she looks?
Well, of course she's beautiful, and she's marvelous to work with.
Gee, I got so excited listening to the broadcast. Did you really kiss her?
Why, certainly I did.
Who held her?
Phil, don't be so flippant. Miss Crawford enjoyed working with me very much. She told me so. And as a little memento of the broadcast, I sent her a lovely bottle of perfume.
Well.
In fact, I sent Rochester over to her house with it this morning.
You were on the air with her a week ago. Why did you wait till today to send her perfume?
Rochester was making it.
I did nothing of the kind. I sent Joan some real imported stuff. It's called La Lune Bleue de Boeuf de l'Amour.
What does that mean?
Love at twilight also removes stains.
How do you know, Mary? Do you speak French?
Woo-woo, monsieur.
Well, you're all wrong. It's exquisite perfume, and I'm sure Miss Crawford will like it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may interrupt my cast, I would like to announce our play for next week. As a special treat, we are going to offer our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part. Pardon me, folks. Hello?
Hello again. This is Rochester talking.
I know who it is. What do you want?
Say, boss, I don't think I'm going to be able to pick you up after the broadcast. Your car's on the bum.
What's wrong with it?
Well, for one thing, the back tires are flatter than Mr. Wilson's rubber heels.
Well, for heaven's sakes, get busy. Can't you blow up the tires?
The pump ain't no good since you made those cream puffs with it.
Oh, that's right. Well, gee whiz, how am I going to get home?
Why don't you take a taxi? I'll split it with you.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I'll manage somehow. See you later.
So long, boss.
So long. Oh, Rochester, did you take that perfume over to Miss Crawford?
Yes, sir, in person.
That's good. Did she open it?
No, she just took a slow look at the price tag and then a quick one.
Why, darn you, Rochester, I told you to take the price tag off the bottle.
Well, don't worry, boss, I raised it.
Raised it?
I put a 1 in front. It's $12.50 now.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Rochester. That was quick thinking.
Yeah, but maybe I shouldn't have done it in front of her.
Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know why I ever trust you to do anything. You show absolutely no judgment or foresight.
I'm a butler, not a swami.
All right, forget it. Next time I'll know better.
So long, boss.
So long. By the way, Rochester, just a minute. I just thought of something. If the car is out of commission and you can't pick me up tonight, how did you get over to Miss Crawford's house with that perfume?
I'll think of something before you get home. Goodbye.
He better think of something.
What's the matter, Jack?
Listen, Phil, you'll not only have your own program, but you might also have a very good end man. Play, boys.
You know, the highest compliment your guest can pay you is to ask for a second helping. Well, here's the dish that's guaranteed to bring them back for more. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, and let me tell you right now, it's one of the grandest desserts you ever dipped a spoon in. It's mellow and creamy smooth. It has a grand, tempting color like rich golden taffy, and what a flavor. That good old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that you used to love when you were a youngster. And here it is in the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding. So grand you just have to taste it to appreciate it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jell-O vanilla pudding with a delicate creamy flavor that's delicious. All three Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to prepare with only a few moments cooking. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the best way is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
At Morrison's, you'll find over 150 buy one, get one frees on favourites like Pringles, Cadbury's biscuits, 6-can packs of Pepsi, and lots more. More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne, All-American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Knute Rockne. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Knute Rockne All-American, you'll hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Knute Rockne was a good deal more than just a coach to his players, so there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play. Letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch, where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act 1 of Knute Rockne, All American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockne and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Knute Rockne grew up. Like other boys of his age, Knute was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knute was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Martha, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Good evening, Papa.
Ah, here he is now, Lars.
Knute, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's called football.
Knute, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Tell him, spiel it. Westlag spiel, die som de talking on here.
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knute Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knute was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Canute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Canute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh,
Canute, you have only one more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No. You have a definite talent for science, Canute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Nolan.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Canute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant, with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Canute.
Oh, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My word won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
What'd you say? I promised Gus.
He promised Gus. Canute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Canute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Canute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little. Yeah.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
Right at you.
That's the stuff.
How do you say we rest a while, huh?
It was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
If you'd stop mooning around Bonnie's skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who's that so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, this game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance, don't you see that?
It's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those Eastern teams like the Army are all power, knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major set up its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're quarterback. I'm it in. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Canute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie. Until next Christmas vacation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago, and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Canute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call a romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Canute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way poor Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Well, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Canute. And now?
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Fellas, let me down, will you? I feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Canute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Well, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job. Or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job, and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Canute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
Oh, but it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. You don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Canute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Canute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Canute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy, always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Canute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lab, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockney speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Canute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Barney. The baby. It's here. So you want to put this stuff in my hair, Bunny?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was hair grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote's the best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half-bald.
No, I know, but Bunny, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right
That's
there.
the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets? Places to go? Pick out one you like.
Oh, Canute. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches' conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn him in for a new set.
All right, come on, get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like, say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
Oh, I know. I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Wait a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my day.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. Out of the way, come here. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
See, kidding me. Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gipp. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs at left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're not quitting, are we? What's up, I don't know.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gipp, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gipp has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
All right, I'll take care of it.
Straight and goes. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight!
Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him.
Go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
Boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27.
Michigan State, 0.
Notre Dame, 23.
Nebraska, 9.
Notre Dame, 14.
Northwestern, 7.
Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of them.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bonnie. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Canute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our 2 boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockney, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipp. I've taken care of babies and football players from here.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. To get one of your profile.
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you... Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George is a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here to the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. Season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. You're all right. Come on, get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Oh, isn't there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Waller Camp. You were named as fullback on the All-American team. Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock. No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella. I haven't got a complaint in the world. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only Rock. Someday, when the team's up against it, things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper? I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of Canute Rockney All-American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made New Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2-1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's New Quick Lux 2-1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose New Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Knut Rockne, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knut Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bunny Rockne. Someday, Knut will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knut found that place. Not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching, turning out great teams for Notre Dame, turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Letterman, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. Now, I'll expect you to work hard, but I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can, but you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Army, 0. Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockney.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knut will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockney, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie.
There he is.
Bonnie, I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knut, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. The chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knut.
Chorus girls?
At your age,
No,
Rock?
no, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen.
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step, then a hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set? Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29, hip. Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the ship like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Still, you're moving too slow. Whole point of this shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
No. I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. Made order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. If it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. Come on. Faster.
What is this new miracle that Rockney has wrought? This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockney's symphony. For this ship is music, the music of a master's hand. Newt Rockney, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the 4 horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Schroeder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I've packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing, Rock?
Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
I'd like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break their 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say.
That's right, boys. This is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the 4 horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
It's almost unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat Army 27.
Notre Dame 0.
Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
The students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Canoe?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. No, I was too cocky, had a swell head, thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me, because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Canoe. There's always next year.
Bonnie. I don't even want to get off the train. We're facing tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend. South Bend.
This is it, Canute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockner. Rush off, sir?
Well, Canute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like... Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Maybe you folks didn't understand the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Ma, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Did you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Canute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Canute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Canute Rockne All-American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux suds.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters. New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux Care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, New Quick Lux is safe for everything, safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
curtain rises on the third act of Knut Rockne, All-American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knut Rockne system, but his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, Hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yeah, I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear Canute, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the Rockne Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there. It says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. I just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? Sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I've never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. And I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. No, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
But, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. It's my leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
Oh, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the boys...
I don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Canute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
It looks like an Army day. Score at the end of the half. Army 6, Notre Dame 0.
Here's Rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipp. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army, 6. Notre Dame, 7.
Football scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. Public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Canute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockney, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockney?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockney, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockney, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockney, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockney, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact in my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft, inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now we, these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that placid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. And they've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy. Northerners aren't cold. Middle Westerners aren't hicks. Californians aren't bacon dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is. And in that process, they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor. I don't know how you would grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in, say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself?
Oh, Knut, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 70. It couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. You know, the day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockney? Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, sir. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knut?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me. Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockney. I'll send it right away. They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers from Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is Knut Rockney. We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knut Rockney might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady's School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knut Rockney has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knut Rockney, born 1888, died 1931. he'll never be forgotten. For his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stooldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser and Mal Elvin, Purdue, Jim Phelan, Washington, Buck Shaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bolton, Gus Doré, Detroit, Pepper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Monty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
So we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Canute Rockney All-American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone. But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Oh, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Canute Rockney live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Canute Rockney on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you're a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Canute Rockney's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Crazy.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
Can't run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in late in the game. Coach was desperate. He used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against the Canute Rockney team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91. Hey!
No, not football.
Oh.
I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a cinch for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Forrest Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Canute Rockney, All-American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest. And Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I always look so tired.
One day, bags and dark circles show more. Garnier brings you Nutritionist Eye with omegas and caffeine. It hydrates to stimulate the look of skin around the eyes, to reduce the appearance of bags, and help erase the look of dark circles, so you look younger. Garnier Nutritionist Eye. Supplement your skin.
Take care.
Garnier.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Boy, I'd sure like to know why I have to be a college graduate just to ride horseback 7 days a week.
Johnny, I don't mind your letting off steam. That's what wives are for. But I don't like you getting so discouraged with your job. You're a good ranger. In fact, one of the best, and I really get disturbed seeing you this way.
Janie, the smartest thing I ever did was getting you to marry me. You're a real tonic.
I hope I am. But, Johnny, I'm afraid that even Jane Tonic might not be effective pretty soon, and you'll quit the ranger business. We both know you'd be making a terrible mistake if you did.
Yeah, I know it.
Have some coffee, and there's still some apple pie left if you'd like a piece.
Oh, that'd be fine. That'd just be fine, Janie.
Maybe this will quiet your restless spirit.
Jane, do you know that we haven't seen a living soul in 3 months? Not one single person. Jane, hear that? It sounds like a horse. Maybe there's a real live person on it.
There is. Oh, it's Stumpy.
Well, don't just stand there and look at me like I'm something from another planet. It's me, Stumpy Jenkins. You know, the old grouch from headquarters.
Oh, it's so
Boy,
good to
am I
see
glad
you.
to see you, Stumpy.
Stumpy, would you like to finish the apple pie and have some coffee?
Well, does a duck like to swim? Serve it up, Mrs. Bishop.
Yes, sir, right away.
I tell you, Johnny, I came all the way up here just to have some apple pie. Yes, sir. Why, I could smell it baking all the way to Knotty Pine. And that's some smeller I got in it. Say, young feller, how come you keep staring at me that way?
Are you sure you're a real person? You know, like people. Boy, it's been so long since I've seen a living soul, I figured they all dropped dead or something. Let me touch you. Make sure you're real flesh and blood.
Johnny, please.
I'm just kidding, honey. I'm sure Stumpy doesn't mind.
Well, I don't. As long as I can eat this piece of apple pie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and eat. Think I'll eat mine, too.
Excuse me. Well, I thank the Lord for these victuals. Amen.
What brings you here, Stumpy?
Well, nothing much. Just routine trail inspection. Bill thought I ought to drop around this way and see how things are going. What you folks been doing for excitement?
Excitement? What's that? Never even heard of the word.
Johnny, please.
That's all right, Janie girl. I know how he feels. Well, I've been a ranger longer than I care to remember. And way back then, we didn't even have modern communications like we do today. I know how it is, I tell you. A man gets tired of the same routine day after day, after week, after month.
Oh, you do understand then.
Of course I do, young feller. Of course I do.
Well, that helps. Jane says I should let off steam at her. That's what wives are for. But I don't like to do it any more than I have to.
Well, you got a fine woman, Johnny. A real fine woman. Take good care of her. Well, my horse should have drunk its fill and rested good by now. Guess I'll be moseying along.
You're not staying for the night?
Please do. We'd just love to have you.
I'd sure like to, awful bad. I mean that. But I gotta get back to the low country before dark.
Stumpy, you won't say anything about this to Bill, will you?
Why, you haven't said anything that doesn't bear repeating, Sonny. Not a word have you said wrong.
Well, I know it, but it sounds kind of silly now that I got it off my chest. But, well, you're the only excitement we've had in months. We don't even get a chance to go to church anymore.
Johnny, sometimes it's hard to understand why the Lord puts Christians in a certain place for a particular job. But he's got a reason. Now, if I were you, I'd pray about your restlessness. Ask him to make you content.
I have prayed, and I asked the Lord to do that.
How hard and how long did you pray?
Well, I prayed that the Lord would give me some excitement.
Sonny, you'd better change your prayer. Seems to me you're not seeking God's will, but your own.
I am. How's that?
You pray for excitement instead of asking the Lord to help you adjust to this lonely life. And that's the whole story, Bill. Thought I'd better tell you, in case you had a suggestion for him. I'm glad you did tell me, old friend. Now, let me see here. You looking at the rest and recreation schedule for the Lonesome Outposts? Yes. Johnny and Jane are due for 2 weeks rest and recreation in a couple of weeks, Stumpy. But I don't see any reason why they can't have it now. Charlie can take over while they're gone. You know what that young whippersnapper's doing? I know he's probably chafing at the bit, if I know Johnny. Worse than that. Instead of asking the Lord to make him content and happy up there, he's asking the Lord for excitement. Well, Stumpy, there's one Christian that doesn't realize the power of prayer.
Bill, we wanted to stop by and thank you for letting us have a couple of weeks back in town.
This is wonderful, especially good for Johnny.
I'll be all right now. Honestly, I will. Thanks again.
Well, you don't have to thank me. You earned it. You know, you look like two shiny-faced youngsters going to the big town for the first time.
Oh, this is a wonderful surprise and such a treat.
Well, get along now and stop wasting time talking to me.
Okay, Bill. I want you to know we really do appreciate this. We'll see you before we go back.
Yes, I want to have a chat with you, Johnny, before you go back to the station. But we'll make it on company time. I'll beat it.
Yes,
Scram.
sir. Well, Mr. Chief Ranger, here I am after 2 glorious weeks of rest and recreation, change of scenery, and all that sort of stuff. I'm ready, willing, and raring to get back to work up at the North End station. Say, what's the big silence about? Something wrong? Aren't you glad to see the change in me? You're not so sure it's real? Maybe you think I'll slip back into my old frame of mind, huh?
That's part of it, Johnny. I know those outpost ranger stations are lonesome at times, some of them all the time, but there's one thing you've done that disturbs me considerably.
Uh-oh.
I think you've done this in a light vein, not thinking what it could mean. Now, I'm sure it purely lacks sound judgment on your part, but I thought I should caution you about it.
Okay. I'm willing to take my licking like a man. What is it?
I'm not talking to you as your boss now, Johnny, but as a fellow Christian. I think you got the wrong attitude about your job and your prayer life.
Oh. Is that all that's bothering you?
It is.
Well, forget it. The Lord knows I was just talking through my hat.
Is that the way you pray, Johnny? Talking through your hat?
Well, no. Of course not. This was just a slip of the tongue, so to speak. I mean, well, Bill, I've prayed for the Lord to deal with my restlessness. It didn't help. So I just prayed for excitement.
Johnny, you've only been a Christian for about a year now, with much to learn about the Christian life. Have you really prayed about this matter? Or have you gotten careless in your prayer life?
Bill, I did pray about it. The Lord didn't answer, so he must want me to try something else. Don't you think?
Don't try to convince me. You'd better have another talk with him.
Charlie sure was a neat housekeeper. Oh, it's so good to be home again. Isn't it, Johnny? Johnny?
Huh? What'd you say, Janie?
What's on your mind? You've been moody all the way home, like you were 1,000 miles away.
I have.
You're not slipping back into the old mood already.
No. It's something Bill said to me.
What?
Oh, it's about my asking the Lord for excitement up here at the North End.
What did he say?
Well, he said I ought to make sure I wasn't asking amiss. You know, like the Bible says.
Johnny, didn't I tell you that, too?
Well, I'm only human. I make mistakes.
Don't we all? But, well, maybe we ought to ask God to keep us contented with our life here.
Sure. Say, I've got to turn in early so I can hit the trail with new vim and vigor.
That vacation did wonders for you.
I'll say it did. There'll be no more grumbling from me.
You know, Sonny, I don't know who's getting fatter from riding around in the car and trailer. Us or the horses. I was thinking the same thing, Stumpy. Going to take a ride up to see Johnny and Jane? That trail right there to the North End station is 15 miles of pretty rugged riding. Be a good workout for the horses and us. I'm tempted, but we better not. Johnny and mine think I'm snooping. Yeah, you got a point there, young feller. You wonder how he's doing. Yeah, so do I. Well, we're going to ride around here and chin all day. Better get back to work. Yes, I guess so. We'll head back to Knotty Pine. I know the Lord will work things out.
Johnny, I've told you 100 times not to slam that door.
Nag, nag, nag.
Johnny, please. I don't mean to nag you, but... Well, I'm just concerned about waking the baby.
I'm sorry, honey. That wasn't a nice thing for me to say.
Well, you're forgiven and it's forgotten. But I worry when you get this way, Johnny. You were so sure once that this job was the Lord's will for you.
If there were only some excitement. You know what I've done for the past month? I get up in the morning and I get on my horse. I ride the trail all day. And I come back at night and I go to bed and I get up and do the same thing all over again. The same thing all month long. It's like bread and water for 30 days.
Johnny.
Do you know what I do for diversion?
Well, I'm afraid to ask.
I'll tell you. I ride backwards in the saddle.
You don't.
Yes, I do. And do you know why?
Well, I'm afraid to ask that, too.
Well, you don't have to. I ride backwards in the saddle, hoping that when I turn around, there'll be a grizzly in the trail, just daring me to knock the twig right off his shoulder.
Not really.
Yes, really. Do you know I can't even find a rattlesnake close to the trail? I haven't heard a cougar scream in a year. Honey, believe me, it's like riding trail in a cemetery out there. Even the birds are dull. All they do is sing the same old song. A skunk crossed my trail the other day. He didn't even stop. He didn't seem the least bit interested that I was there.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I know I shouldn't laugh when you're so serious.
You're right. It's no laughing matter. I'm so desperate for excitement that, I've asked the Lord to send me a whole bushel of it.
Johnny, I thought your attitude was all straightened out.
Oh, it's all right, Janie. This time I prayed sincerely. It wasn't idle talk. I meant every single word of it.
Oh, but Johnny, the Lord might rain excitement on you.
Then let it rain excitement. I'd welcome it. Whoa, boy.
If you two aren't a sight.
Yeah, I don't know who's more disgusted, me or the horse.
Johnny, please, not again tonight.
Why not? Even the Lord doesn't want me to have any excitement.
Come on, I'll fix you a nice supper.
Okay. I'll put my disgusted horse in the barn and be in a little while.
Supper will be on in 10 minutes. Feel better?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Johnny! What's that?
That's a cougar. Lock the door behind me.
No, Johnny, no!
Stay in the house, Jane. I'm taking my rifle.
Oh, Johnny, be careful. He sounds awfully big and terribly mad.
He sure does, doesn't he? He sure does. He must be a whopper and plenty mad.
Is he gone?
Well, I sure hope not.
You're not going after him tonight. Not in the dark.
Not unless he gets pesty. But I'll be after him at the crack of dawn.
Johnny Bishop!
Who's that?
I don't know.
Johnny Bishop! I need help!
I hear you. I'm coming after you. Jane, stay inside. That sounds like Moose McBain. Stay inside the cabin no matter what.
Oh, Johnny, the cougar might attack you.
The way I feel, if that cat bites me, I'll bite him right back. Easy, Moose. Boy, that cougar sure did a job on you.
Oh, Moose, what happened that got you so clawed up?
Well,
Old Moose has been working this North End country foot and horseback since I was knee-high to a tree stump. Only Stumpy Jenkins is a deader shot than Old Moose. Easy, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Moose. Well, I'm finished bandaging.
Yes, ma'am. Old Moose has shot every kind of animal and varmint from a grizzly to a chipmunk, and never has anything like this happened.
Like what?
I missed. My bullet ricocheted off on a rock and hit the cougar in the left side, and then, man, he lit out for me.
You made a mistake.
Ma'am, when Old Moose has got something dead in his sights, he don't miss. Never.
You better be careful now, Moose.
Yeah, I will, Johnny. It sure puzzles me about that cougar. How could I miss?
Looks like you'll have a couple of weeks in bed to figure that out. You can stay in here until the doc fixes you up. See you later, Moose.
Johnny, do you have to go after that wounded cougar?
I sure do, honey. Boy, this excitement is great stuff.
Oh, Johnny, please.
It makes your blood spurt and your heart pound and gives a man a feeling it's good to be alive.
Oh, dear, we're going to have a storm.
Yeah. Well, I got to fill my trail pack.
Okay, but first I'd better see that the windows are shut. Terrible downpour.
I got it. Hello?
Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Now listen carefully. You've got to make like Paul Revere down the valley. That cloudburst that just passed over has caused a flash flood. Now get going.
Yes, sir. High ground. Flash flood. Aunt Nancy, get your family out of here. Flash flood. Come on, boy. Easy now. Here's where we can wait until your wind catches up with your body. Good boy. Here comes the water. We got him out just in time. Oh, boy. This is what I've been waiting for. Excitement. Bill, I just got back from the valley.
That was just a little exercise, Johnny. I want that cougar shot and pronto.
Okay, I'll get him.
Now, don't hang up. You'll get the cougar in your spare time.
What?
Frenchy DeSalle is going to weed out runt trees in the virgin stand. You get down there and mark the seed trees. And get that cougar, too.
Bill sent me out here to find out what you're doing.
What I'm doing? Well, I'm marking seed trees and tracking cougar.
2 big diamondbacks seen close to visitor trails 2 days ago. You got to get them.
Okay. As soon as I get around to it.
Well, better make it before somebody gets bit.
Did you get the cougar?
No, but I got the 2 rattlers and the trees marked.
Well, get the cougar. By the way, there's a sick bear over in Section 22. See what's wrong with him. And,
I know. Get the cougar.
Ranger, my child is lost.
Okay, I'll find him.
What's the matter, Ranger? You tired?
did you get the cougar?
I will. Believe me, I will.
Ranger, I need your help. My car ran out of gas.
Did you get the cougar?
I will if everything else will let me. Really, I will.
Never mind everything else. Get the cougar. And by the way, get the cougar. Find the child. Get some gas. Sick bear. Count the trees. Flash flood. Rattlesnakes. Get the cougar. Get the cougar. Get the cougar.
I take it all back. I'm only one human being. I can't handle all this excitement at once. I get tired. Tired.
Johnny,
What?
wake up. You're dreaming.
Oh, I guess I've been working too hard lately.
Johnny, glad to see you. Come on in.
You'll have to help me to a chair, because right now the only thing keeping me from falling is this door frame.
Sure, old boy. Yeah, sit right there in that chair.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, Johnny, what brings you here at the crack of dawn?
Crack of dawn? It's 8 o'clock. I've been on the trail since 4.
Is that right? Well, how are things up at the North End station? Hot enough?
Hot enough? Oh, boy. I'll say it's hot enough. Bill, I've got to have help. I've just got to have help, and that's all there is to it.
If I remember correctly, you're the young fellow that's looking for excitement.
Not anymore. Believe me. I take everything back that I said. I take it back willingly.
Well, that's quite a switch, Johnny. Going back 2 weeks, you were singing an entirely different tune. A different tune with an entirely different tone.
Well, I think I've learned my lesson. I see more clearly God's will for my life now.
Good boy. Now I'll send Stumpy back with you until the pressure is off in your area.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks a lot.
I want you to rest in town for the remainder of the day. Stumpy can pack up and go after the cougar. I think you've had enough excitement.
Don't say it. Don't say that word, please. At least not until I've had a chance to rest up.
You know, the Lord has a place for every Christian, and every Christian should be in the place the Lord wants him to be. Now, sometimes this may be difficult, since the Lord needs Christian nobodies as well as somebodies. Many times we're only too happy to do the Lord's will if it fits in with our plans. Otherwise, we get just a wee bit ornery. Well, the Lord needs privates as well as generals in his army. We Christians don't always understand why we're put in a certain place to do a certain job. But boys and girls, you just remember the lesson that Johnny Bishop learned. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill! Ranger Bill is a Moody Radio Network production.
Fillers Club Classics. The #1 dance album. 3 CDs, 57 tracks. The biggest selling dance album of the year with 18 #1s. It really is the only classics album you need. Floor Fillers Club Classics, out now.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello. Are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 ways better. Swan soap.
Yes, sir. Swan, the new white floating soap, 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, presents... Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. A singer, if we can find one. And well, I swan. Here are the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hello, George Burns speaking. What? Yes, Mrs. Burns is home. Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Who? Oh, hello. Oh, I've got some wonderful news for you. George and I are going to work on our new radio program today. What? Oh, thanks. Well, we've been just as worried about it as you have. Well, it's been awfully nice of you to call us every day. Goodbye.
Who's that?
The telephone company.
What are they worried about? They'll get paid. Well, Gracie, we've got to get to the studio. Where's my shirt?
George, don't walk in front of that window in your underwear. You know how snoopy those people are who live next door.
Oh, the last photos, huh?
Yes, they're always sneaking around and peeking in our windows.
Well, I think that's awful.
Well, it certainly is. And to tell you the truth, you don't look as nice in your underwear as Mr. Lastfogel.
Gracie, please, I've got to find my shirt. Where's that maid? Hilda! Hilda!
Yeah, Mr. George Burns.
Where's my shirt? Hilda, where's my shirt? Gracie, why doesn't she answer me?
It's her day off.
If it's her day off, what is she doing here?
She lives here.
And she gets paid here, too, a fine maid. When you want her, it's her day off.
Oh, now I think you're very mean to stand here and say things like that behind Hilda's back.
Behind her back?
Yeah, she's looking out of the window.
Oh. Hilda, what are you laughing at?
Doesn't Mr. Lastfogel look funny in his underwear?
I'll bet it's the one with the green stripes.
Get away from there, Hilda, and get out. He does look funny at that. What is that?
That's Mr. Lastfogel laughing at you.
Well, pull down that shade. We'll never get to the studio. Gracie, throw me my shoes.
Here they are.
Oh, well, I hope our show gets over. It'll be the first time we ever did a show without a singer.
Oh, you're just saying that because you don't know Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
Who's Jimmy?
The singer I signed.
You signed the singer?
Why not? He knows how to write.
Gracie, since when have you become a talent scout?
Well, I used to be a Girl Scout, and I figured if a girl could be a Girl Scout, a talent can be a talent scout.
You figured that out yourself?
Sure.
Well, there's quite a difference. Talent scout looks for talent, and a Girl Scout...
Looks for girls.
Yeah, looks for girls, yeah.
Imagine that John Barrymore Girl Scout.
Gracie, I don't want to get excited, but who is the singer?
Well, his name is Jimmy Cash. I met him in a grocery store.
You mean he was buying groceries?
No, he was selling them.
You signed a grocery clerk?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a voice has he got? Is he a baritone? Is he a tenor?
Well, I don't know. I didn't hear him sing.
You didn't hear him sing?
Uh-uh.
Well, then how do you know he had a good voice?
Well, I knew it the minute I heard him. He said, a pound of cheese for Mrs. Breeze.
A pound of cheese for Mrs. Breeze? What did he do for an encore?
He sold some fish to Mrs. Gish.
Well, of all the imbecilic things to do, going into a grocery store and... Well, here's the doorbell. I wonder who that can be.
Well, maybe it's Hilda's boyfriend, Olaf Sven. She's got a date with him.
Why doesn't she answer the door?
It's her day off.
I suppose I'll have to answer it. Just a minute, I'm putting on my robe.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. I am Olaf.
I know. Come right in. So you're Hilda's boyfriend?
Hudson.
Hudson, huh? Well, that's all I needed. That's a smart 5-button suit you've got on, Olaf.
Yeah, it's a little tight around the brawler.
Oh, I think I get it. Brawler suit.
Hudson,
yes. Well, sit down. I'll call Hilda.
Whoop.
What was that?
My riddle-off.
I'll go in the kitchen and Hilda will sew it for you.
Hudson.
Oh, go with that Hudson. Gracie.
Here I am, putting on my hat.
Look, while I go and look for a shirt, will you phone Paul Whiteman and Bill Goodwin and you tell them that we're leaving?
All right.
Number, please.
Operator, will you get me Paul Whiteman at the Hollywood Plaza Hotel and Bill Goodwin at our radio studio at the same time? Well, I want to tell them the same thing, and it's silly to make 2 calls. Don't you think so?
I have both your parties. Go ahead, Miss Allen.
Hello?
Hello, this is Bill Goodwin. Who's it?
You just told me it's Bill Goodwin. Now, guess who this is?
Hello, this is Paul Whiteman. Why did you call me, Gracie?
I didn't call you Gracie. I called you Paul.
Aha, this is Gracie Allen.
It is? Well, if you're Gracie Allen, who am I?
Look, I'm Paul Whiteman.
Oh, I'm certainly happy you're going to be on our program.
Well, thanks, Gracie, and I'm happy, too, because that new Swan soap is such a swell product. Gosh, it's 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps. I can't wait to tell the people about it.
Well, I'm glad you're so excited.
Well, why shouldn't I be? You'd be, too, when you hear my new trumpet player. When he blows that horn, you should see just what comes out. Suds, and more suds. That's what you get from Swan. Why, Swan suds twice as fast.
Gee, it sounds great.
It's terrific, and what an arrangement I've doped up. Well, you just can't beat it. Break it in 2 and use half for the kitchen and half for the bath. Swan makes any soap and water job lots more fun.
Really?
Boy, my music will set your feet a-moving. And it's easy on your hands, too. Why, Swan is pure, as mild as the finest imported Castile soaps. Try it in your shower or tub. With a bass fiddle slapping out a good hot chorus. In a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
My, that sounds exciting and pretty and confusing.
Gracie, are you still on the phone?
Oh, well, goodbye, boys. See you at the studio.
Well, I'm all dressed. Let's hurry. You ready?
Oh, wait, I'll look in the mirror. Hat and vest, that's right. 2 stockings, that's right. 3 shoes, that's right. My gloves.
3 shoes?
Yeah, that's right. My gloves.
3 shoes?
Well, sure. It's much safer to put your money in your shoe than it is to put it in your purse.
So you take along an extra shoe?
Certainly.
You're going to carry it in your hand?
No, in the purse.
Well, that's a smart idea. Well, come on, let's go. Wait a minute. Am I silly or am I silly? I forgot to put on my suspenders. Gracie, where are my suspenders?
Oh, come on, George. That'll only hold things up. Let's go.
Well, all right. I'll get a pair on the road.
And now, the daddy of them all, the father of modern dance music, Paul Whiteman, playing 3 Blind Mice. Take it, Pops.
here we are together on the Swan Show, and believe me, I'm thrilled.
Ah, thanks, George, and that goes double for me.
Oh, please, Paul. This is a soap program. You mean that goes bubble for me?
Gracie's right, George.
Yeah, but only this time. Listen to this, Paul. Gracie went into a grocery store, and what do you think she came back with?
I don't care what it is. Just drag it out, brother. I'm starved.
You don't understand, Paul. Gracie went into a grocery store, hired a grocery clerk as a singer on our program.
Well, you said it. When there's something to be done, I do it.
Oh, yes, and fast.
I don't sit and let grass grow under my feet.
Well, never mind. Don't bother with it, Gracie.
There's nothing to get excited about, George. I once hired a trumpet player for $300 a week, and he couldn't play a note. I worried for months, but it turned out okay.
How?
I lost 85 pounds.
Well, off you, it looks good.
Say, Paul, what'd you do with your old suits?
I subdivided them.
You subdivided them?
Yes, each suit made 10 bundles for Britain.
Well, Gracie, will you take the phone? He subdivided them. That's the silliest thing Gracie, take the phone.
Got it. What do you want me to do with it?
Take the receiver off the hook and answer it.
Yeah, oh.
Oh, it's a new invention that...
Hello? Oh, hello. George, it's Jimmy Cash.
Well, as long as you've got him signed, tell him to hurry over. I'd like to hear him sing.
George says to come right over. What, Jimmy? Really? Oh, well, I'm thrilled for you, too, Jimmy. George is so excited he can't talk.
Well, he should be.
Imagine selling rhubarb to Hedy Lamarr.
You don't know what that means to me.
What's that, Jimmy? Really beautiful, huh? Oh, not that gorgeous. Oh, we'll see for ourselves when you get to the broadcast.
He's bringing Hedy Lamarr?
No, the rhubarb.
Oh, Gracie, tell him to get over here.
Jimmy, George says to... what, Jimmy? Oh, all right. Goodbye, Jimmy. He can't leave until he sells 20 more pounds of potatoes.
Gracie, this whole thing is ridiculous. You can't find a singer in a grocery store.
Oh, no. That's the trouble with having brains. People tell us geniuses, you can't do this and you can't do that. They told Eli Whitney the same thing, but he went ahead and invented the electric light anyhow.
Gracie, in the first place, there was no electric light in Eli Whitney's time.
There must have been. How could he invent it in the dark?
All right, so he invented the electric light and the light, and let's forget the whole thing.
Well, sure, after all, the electric light isn't so important. It isn't half as important as the button.
As the button, yes.
Because if you couldn't press the button, you wouldn't get the light.
The light, I guess, yes.
Then if you didn't have a light, you
couldn't find the button. I knew that was coming. Gracie, what I'm trying to explain is this, you see.
So I really think Eli Whitney deserves all the credit.
As long as you're giving out credits, what about Whitney's mother?
A beautiful painting.
I'll tell Whistler's father when he comes in. And answer the phone, Bill, will you?
Okay, George. Hello? Gracie, it's for you.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, Jimmy. What? Oh, I see.
Oh, he's on his way, huh?
No, he still has to sell 10 more pounds of potatoes.
Will you tell him to get over here right away?
George says you better get over here right away. What? Well, of course that's more important. George, he's cleaning out a pickle barrel.
He's cleaning out a pickle barrel?
Now, don't forget you're going to sing in our program tonight, Jimmy. Mine, your voice sounds so lovely, too. So nice and deep. What? Oh, you're in the barrel.
Oh, well.
Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Everything happens to me. Jimmy Cash is supposed to sing here or no Jimmy Cash. Gracie, you'll have to take his place.
Well, George, I don't know anything about selling potatoes.
I don't mean that.
Well, I'm certainly not going to get into a pickle barrel.
I don't mean that either. You'll have to sing for cash.
Wait, that's the first time I ever got paid.
Well, all right, Gracie. Go ahead and sing.
Seems that I've been running around in circles ever since I saw the light of day. But you're busy keeping me dizzy in a sort of kind of different way. Coming and going, I'm all in a daze. I'm coming and going in dozens of ways. And darling, here's the reason why my heart walked out when you walked by. Is it December or maybe it's May? 'Cause I don't remember the time of the day. You gave my little world a spin. The lights went out when you came in. It's an early autumn for spring in the fall. Gee, I'm mixed up with love and all. Maybe it would help if I started again. Now let me see, where was I when? Coming and going, I better confess. My heart's overflowing, 'cause you whispered yes. Just goes to show what love can do. I've been coming and going since I met you. Coming and going places I've never been to before. Walking in empty spaces and I bang on every door. You got me doing all you command, like a cake of swan in the palm of your hand. Every time you're near me, my brain is nil. Guess I better leave you. On second thought, I will. There go the cuckoos, cuckoo and low and grin. Mister, that's where I came in. Coming and going, I better confess. My heart's overflowing, 'cause you whispered yes. Just goes to show what love can do. When I don't know if it's snowing, the way the wind is blowing, if I'm coming or I'm going with you.
Gracie, that was really swell.
Well, where's the money?
A little later, yeah.
Say, excuse me, Gracie, there's a couple outside to see you. The girl says her name is Hilda.
George, that must be Hilda.
Yeah, it would be a bit surprised if it's Hilda.
I wouldn't either.
Oh, please, Gracie, go find out what she wants.
All right.
Oh, Gracie, there's a fellow with her, and his name is Olaf Swan.
Bill, it's Sven, not Swan.
I talked him out of it.
Well, nice talking. Talked him out of it. And answer the phone.
Okay. Hello? What? Oh, no, but I'll take a message for her. Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Who was that?
George, it's Jimmy Cash. He'll be here as soon as he sells 5 more pounds of potatoes.
Well, that's fine.
Say, George, listen, maybe you're getting upset over nothing. You know, this kid may turn out to be something great.
You mean Gracie just walks into a grocery store and just like that discovers something great, huh?
Well, sure.
Bill, you can't find anything great in a grocery store.
Oh, now, wait a minute, George. You can't talk that way about Swan Soap.
Swan Soap? Who's talking about Swan Soap?
Now, look, didn't you just say that you can't walk into a grocery store and find something great?
Yeah, but...
Oh, so Swan Soap isn't great,
I didn't say that.
Why, listen, it's the greatest white floating soap you ever saw. Swan gives you a rich, creamy lather even in the hardest water. It's pure, ideal for the baby.
Bill,
it's the most wonderful...
Bill, will you listen to me? You're beginning to act just like Gracie.
And what's wrong with Gracie? A fine guy you are talking about your wife behind her back.
Now, look, Bill, let's start all over again. Forget Jimmy Cash. Forget Gracie. Forget Swan Soap.
Forget Swan? Why, Swan is the kind of soap you can't forget.
I know that,
It smells so fresh and clean.
I know that.
It feels so nice and smooth.
I know that, but...
It's firmer than old-style floating soaps. And Swan lasts and lasts and lasts. You get more real soap for your money.
I know that, Bill. Now, just keep calm.
Now, just try Swan. Look for the green wrapper with the white swan on the front. What a soap.
Bill, I said you win. Now, calm down. Swan is wonderful. Gracie is wonderful. Jimmy Cash is wonderful.
How do you know? Have you ever heard him sing?
Well, no.
Well, then how can you be such a dope and sign a guy you never even heard?
I didn't sign him.
Yes, you did.
Gracie signed him. Oh, forget it. Paul, will you answer the phone?
Hello. Hello, what? Okay, kid, I'll tell her.
What is it, Paul?
The singer will be here as soon as he sells 8 more pounds of potatoes.
8 more pounds? He just said 5.
Well, a customer brought back 3 pounds.
I can't make my mind up which I hate more, Jimmy Cash or potatoes.
George, if you're worried about a singer, I've got a kid in my band who plays the guitar, and he's not bad.
Now, look, Paul, not me. I had a South American guitar player last year, and he gave me a headache all season.
But this kid's great.
Well, who is he?
Que no te acuerdas de mí, yo estaba el año pasado cantando muy bien, gusté mucho, ¿te acuerdas?
Oh,
Yo soy
fine. Paul, give me an aspirin.
¿Para qué necesitas una aspirina?
Look,
Porque no...
Senor Lee, I don't want to have any trouble with you again this season.
Now, wait, Senor Burns. My very handsome, intelligent, talented young man. And boy, am I carrying the good neighbor policy too far. I am a singer.
Senor, I heard you sing. And you're not the type I'm looking for.
Why not? During this summer, I had my own radio program in Mexico. I called myself the Lone Ranger.
Well, that's not very original.
Oh, but I was much more up to date. When I came on the air, I hollered, "Hi-ho, aluminum!"
Paul, I'll talk to you later about that guitar player.
I even sang in opera.
I know, but I'm looking for a different type.
I made my big hit in the Barber of Barcelona.
Barcelona?
Si, senor.
You mean the barber of Seville?
Well, business was so good, he opened up a branch.
Senor Lee, this year, leave me alone and just pick on your guitar, will you? I've got my own troubles. Gracie, did you see Hilda and Olaf?
Hudson.
Well, she saw them.
Senor Lee, what are you doing here?
Imagínate que contrataron otro cantante después de todo lo que yo gusté el año pasado. ¿Qué te parece eso?
Oh, so what? A lot of people bet on the Dodgers.
Never mind. Gracie, what did you do with Hilda?
Well, I put her in the audience. There she is in the fourth row. Wave to her.
I'm waving to her. Hello, Hilda. Gracie, she's not waving back.
It's her day off.
Oh, it's her.
Gracie, while you were outside, that singer from the grocery store called and said he'd be right over.
Thanks, Paul.
Gracie, what kind of a voice has this new discovery of yours got?
Well, when I first heard him, he sounded like he had a mouthful of potato chips.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But that was maybe because he did have a mouthful of potato chips.
Sounds like he's got a voice that'll hit you right smack dab in the eye.
It did.
George, I'll take back the aspirin.
The aspirin, I thought so. Gracie, what Paul means is what kind of a voice has he got? What does he sound like?
Oh, well, why didn't you say that? Did you ever hear the Merrimack?
Uh-huh.
Well, he sounds like Max.
He sounds like Max?
Well, sure. He's not a girl. He couldn't very well sound like Mary.
Oh, the Mary Max.
Sure, you guessed it.
I made something up, I guess, yes. It came to me like a flash. Yes. Look, the Mary Max happen to be 4 people. Can you compare them with one person?
Oh, sure. Bing Crosby.
Now, Gracie, stay that way and don't let your mind wander. Jimmy Cash sings like Bing Crosby.
They're exactly alike.
Well, good.
Of course, Jimmy's low notes aren't as round as Bing's, but then again, Bing's rolled oats aren't as brown as Jimmy's.
Bing's rolled oats aren't as brown as Jimmy?
That's a pretty silly question, George.
I'll admit that.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can think of a silly answer.
Oh, quiet.
Say, stop kicking Crosby around like that. You know, he was my discovery.
Oh, well, we know that, Paul. Come in.
I sold the potatoes.
Well, they finally arrived, folks. So, you're Jimmy Cash,
Oh, that's Jimmy Cash. You're looking at the rhubarb.
Oh. Pardon me, that's my...
Now, Jimmy, I want you to meet everybody. This is Paul Weitzman, and this is Bill Goodwin.
I'm George Burns.
You'll have to await your turn, sir.
You're not in a grocery store.
Now, George, he's my discovery, and I want to talk to him.
You'll talk to him later. Now, come here, kid. Now, don't get nervous. There's nothing to get nervous about. Did you ever sing before?
Yes, sir.
In theaters?
No, sir.
On the radio?
No, sir.
Where, sir? Where did you sing?
At sociables.
At sociables? At sociables, huh? Well, let me hear you sing.
I'm nervous in front of a crowd, sir.
Paul, give me back the aspirin.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing to be nervous about,
No, Jimmy, look at that audience. Why, they love you. Well, just look at all those friendly faces.
Well, what about that woman out there?
Where?
The one who's sleeping.
Hilda, will you get up?
Please, George. You know it's her day off.
Well, all right, Hilda, go back to sleep again. Gracie, you'll never get this kid to sing.
Yes, I will. Now, just leave it to me. Come here, Jimmy. Now, go ahead and sing. MGM might hear you, and overnight you'll be a star. And in the morning you're married to Lana Turner. Now, go ahead and sing. Start, Paul.
The kid won't open his mouth, huh? Try Betty Grable.
Oh, Betty Grable or Ann Sheridan. Go ahead, Jimmy, sing.
He's probably holding out for baby Sandy, I guess.
Please. Now, Jimmy, you like being a grocery salesman, don't you?
I certainly do.
Now, how would you like to be the greatest grocery salesman in the world?
Gee, would I?
Well, tomorrow I'm coming into your store, and I'm going to buy 28,000 pounds of potatoes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, to sweet romance, there is just one answer, you and I. Poet and musician sing the same old tune to the sweethearts that come and go. Let your intuition, aided by the moon, tell you little things the poet doesn't know. Darling, you and I know the reason why the summer sky is blue, and we know why birds in the trees sing melodies too, and why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance, there is just one answer.
Jimmy, I'm so proud of you. You were really wonderful.
Well, he certainly was. And, Gracie, I take my hat off to you, too.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Burns, can I go now? There's somebody waiting.
Who, your sweetheart?
No, a customer for the rhubarb. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Say, Jimmy.
Oh, Judge, don't worry. Don't worry. I've got him signed. I made him put his John Henry right on the dotted line. Here's the contract.
Well, that's great, Gracie. I hereby agree to work for George Burns and Gracie Allen for the entire season. Signed, John Henry. John Henry? His name is Jimmy Cash.
Well, sure. As I said before, I don't sit and let the grass grow under my feet. When things are done, I do them, and I always know when people want to do it.
Remember, folks, buy Swan, try Swan. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps.
Well, Gracie, the show is over.
Oh, I'm sure nervous.
Well, Cass, you're all invited to come over to the house and have something to eat.
Oh, please, Judge. You know it's Hilda's day off.
Oh, yes, I forgot that.
Well,
yes.
come on, let's go.
What's your hurry?
I've got to cook dinner for Hilda.
Oh, for Hilda. Good night, folks.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. Why don't you?
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Weetabix from Weetabix. The goodness of Weetabix made crispy by rice. Go on, try some Weetabix for yourself.
Special offers now on in your local store.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure purely for pleasure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Our United States shipbuilding program is being increased, not cut. Recently, contracts were awarded for 262 additional new ships, and every one of these ships must be manned by 40 to 50 men, most of them with previous sea experience. Men, the Merchant Marine offers you a war job with a future. The universal demand for a strong post-war Merchant Marine makes post-war opportunities in these jobs as great as in any American industry today. Find your place in the Merchant Marine now. Register immediately by wiring collect to Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. You may also get further information at War Shipping Administration offices or the U.S. Employment Service. And now, the Green Hornet. Once, Ed Lowry, star reporter at the Daily Sentinel, wasn't in a bragging mood. Lowry squirmed uncomfortably as Lenore Case told him in no uncertain terms just what she thought of his reportorial ability.
Oh, lay off, will you, Casey?
The biggest story in 6 months, right under your nose. And you let Axford take it away from you.
Oh, that guy carries a horseshoe in every pocket. I tell you, Oh, hello, boss.
Hello, Ed.
Well, good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Miss Case. Well, Lowry?
All right. So you read Axford's story, too. So he was 10 blocks away, and I was right inside the hotel when it happened, and he pulled a scoop on me. All right, so why don't everybody lay off?
Relax, Lowry.
Well...
Only it does seem like the proverbial man bites dog routine. Here you are right inside the Stanley Hotel when Preston Parker decides to high dive from his room on the 14th
and
floor.
Axford, 10 blocks away, gets there and gets the story before Lowry knows what happened. Oh, brother.
Oh, I'm getting out of this fire trap right now.
Is he really as mad as he acts, Mr. Reed?
Lowry, you know as well as I do. He'll cool off.
Lowry, the unhappy reporter, didn't go back to the office that day. Late that night, sitting at the bar in the Hotel Stanley...
Rats. Hey, Curly, come here.
Yeah, coming. Oh, now, why don't you stop calling me Curly, Mr. Lowry? Makes people laugh.
Fine. I make people laugh, too. Here, give me a refill, and then I'm heading for home.
Sure. Just a second. Here you are. It'll be 40 cents.
Yeah.
Sure was a good story you had in the Sentinel today.
That wasn't my story. It was Mike Axford's. As for me, I ain't even sure I work there anymore.
Oh, you've said that before. You know, funny thing about that Preston Parker case, wasn't it?
I don't know, Curly. I haven't even read it.
No? Well, just when they had it all figured out that Parker committed suicide, along comes a detective, Inspector McNeil, down the headquarters.
That guy. So he stuck his nose in and said it was murder, I suppose.
That's right.
Those chumps. Always trying to make something out of nothing.
Well, maybe. But this time he might have something.
Sure.
You see, when they examined this guy, Parker, down at the morgue, they found some stuff sort of clutched in his finger, see?
Sure, I know.
And this McNeil, he figures out it was some kind of fur from a woman's coat, see?
Huh?
Caracal, I think it was.
Rats. McNeil wouldn't know a caracal coat from $6 a week. Why, that guy is so dumb, Curly. What did you say?
Who? Me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, yes, you did.
Well, all I said was that McNeil said there was some dame mixed up in the thing and that she was probably wearing a caracole.
That's for me, kid. I'll see you later.
Well, hey, don't you want your change?
Take it and buy yourself a toupee, Curly.
That's the Lux paper. Read all about it. Sentinel reporter furnishes clue to murder mystery. Beautiful blonde confesses killing Preston Parker. That's the Lux paper.
Oh, good morning, Sherlock.
Hiya, Casey, old kid.
What were you saying about somebody having horseshoes in their pocket?
What?
Oh, you sure got a swell break, Lowry, and no fooling.
Oh, now, look, sister, don't start telling me how lucky I was. When I left here yesterday morning, I got right to work on this case and stayed right with it Oh, hello, boss.
Go ahead, Bucky.
You too? I tell you, it wasn't luck. It was real brain work, see? Why, the minute I found out Preston Parker was dead, I suspected murder, see? and then when Inspector McNeil says they suspected a woman of being mixed up in it because of Parker having a chunk of caracal fur clutched in his hand.
You remembered seeing doll baby Dolores at the Stanley bar.
Oh, seeing her. Why, that's the dame I told you I met there yesterday afternoon.
You met her?
Sure. And, of course, that piece of fur the cops had matched the caracal coat she was wearing, see? So as soon as they started putting on the pressure, this doll baby spills of work, see?
I still think it was one large chunk of pure, undiluted luck.
It was brain work. Why, the minute I set eyes on that babe yesterday down at the Stanley, why, I knew right off the bat that she was a... Well, the way it happens, I was talking to Curly in the bar. Sure, a reporter. Well, his job takes a lot of brain work, Curly. Why, I could tell you...
What do you have, miss?
Martini, please.
Yes.
Hello. Getting a little colder outside?
I didn't notice.
Oh. Well, with a coat like that, you wouldn't.
Here you are, miss.
What kind of fur is that, huh?
Look, Junior, if you're lonely, couldn't we find something more interesting to talk about than my fur coat?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I was just curious. Of course, I wouldn't even know sable from rabbit myself, but that ain't rabbit fur, I'll bet.
Rabbit? Happens to be caracal. And if you think there isn't a difference, just go out and try to buy your girlfriend one next payday.
Well. Now, what are you laughing about?
Okay, Laurie. That was brain work, all right. Okay.
Yes? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Reed.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, Inspector. Why, yes. Sure. Be there in 20 minutes. Right. Bye.
Hey, now what?
McNeil at headquarters. He wants to see me. Something about your girlfriend.
Oh, the doll baby? But what's he want to see you for?
I haven't the least idea, Lowry. Want to go along?
Oh, sure. Maybe he wants to give a banquet or something for me, huh? For helping to grab that dame.
Hello, Inspector. Hey, Mr. Reed, Lowry. This is Mr. Pierce. Mr. Reed, Mr. Lowry.
How do you do, Mr. Pierce?
Good to know you, Mr. Pierce.
Won't you be seated, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Pierce is an attorney representing Dolores Caliani.
Oh, the doll baby, huh? Oh, you got a lot of client in that little package, Pierce.
Miss Caliani is the unfortunate victim of circumstances.
Yes, so was Preston Parker.
My client has admitted her participation in what's happened. However, when the matter comes to trial, I'm certain we shall be able to establish a very justifiable motive on her part.
Oh, sure.
But, may I ask why you've called me down here, Inspector? I mean, what has this to do with...
Mr. Pierce has indicated that his client wishes to make a deal with the police.
Huh? I still don't see what this has to do with the Daily Sentinel.
Well, perhaps I can explain, Mr. Reed. Now, naturally, Miss Caliani hopes to be fully exonerated when her case comes to trial.
Naturally.
Meanwhile, she's inclined to render the police a very great favor.
Oh?
It's reasonable to assume, of course, that her trial will be expensive. My client isn't too well off financially.
You're not suggesting that The Daily Sentinel will contribute to her defense expenses, are you?
Mm-hmm. In a roundabout way, yes. Now, your paper has for some time offered a standing reward of $25,000 for information leading to the capture of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Yes. Yes, we have.
Would you still pay that reward to a person, let us say, outside the law? To Miss Caliani?
Are you inferring that this girl can bring about the capture of the Green Hornet?
Precisely. Now, I think you'll agree that such an event would be well worthwhile.
Yes.
My client would be doing the police a very great favor. A favor which should possibly be remembered when she comes to trial. And also, the reward money would help.
Well, what do you think of it, Mr. Reed?
As the magician says, it's a good trick if you can do it.
Yeah. You mean to say, Pierce, this doll baby's going to put the finger on the Green Hornet in exchange for a light sentence? She knows him and is willing to slip him a fast double X?
That'd be the crude way of putting it, Mr. Lowry. What I want to know from you, Mr. Reed, is this. Will the Daily Sentinel pay the reward to my client if the Green Hornet is apprehended?
The answer is yes.
Dead or alive?
Right. But you can tell your client that for $25,000, we don't take substitutes.
Don't worry. You'll get the real McCoy. Inspector, how soon can you arrange for Miss Caliani's release?
Hey, you mean you're going to turn that doll character loose? Well, why can't she just tell the cops how to grab off the Hornet?
That, too, would be the crude way, Mr. Lowry.
We'll arrange a release, and the girl will be under surveillance from our best plainclothesmen at all times.
Now, just remember, if you want her to be successful, you've got to give her a chance. Also, you'll have to remember that the Green Hornet is an exceptionally brilliant fellow.
Yes.
And above all, gentlemen, not a word of this plan should be mentioned outside. We can't afford to be careless.
Careless? I promise you, I'll try not to be careless, Mr. Pierce. Good luck to you, Inspector. See you later, Pierce.
Sure.
Come on, Lowry.
A few minutes later found Britt Reed, the young man about town and newspaper publisher, in his well-furnished apartment, talking to Cato, the only living person to know his true identity as the mysterious will-o'-the-wisp, the Green Hornet.
She's either stalling for time, Cato, or else she has some plan for putting over a fast one on both the police and the Daily Sentinel.
You think girl maybe planned to kill someone, then fix identification so police think dead man Green Hornet?
Well, she's capable of doing anything. She certainly sold the inspector a bill of goods.
Oh.
He really believes that she knows the Hornet.
Oh, police take any chance to capture Green Hornet.
It's all very flattering.
Girl have everything to gain, nothing to lose by telling lie to police.
Now, that's where you're wrong. Whatever her scheme is, if it doesn't work, she may lose her life for the killing of young Parker.
Oh.
And as for her little dream about knowing the Green Hornet, she's going to be able to say that truthfully before this case is over with.
Green Hornet make doll baby's dream into a nightmare, huh?
Starting right now. Come on, let's get busy.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Wartime accidents in this country are proving far too costly to the war effort. You can do your part very easily. For instance, when driving, observe all speed and traffic regulations. Be sure that your car is in safe operating condition. At all times, be ready to stop quickly for children who run into your path, or for other unforeseen emergencies that may arise, such as blowouts or skids. You can do your part as a pedestrian as well. Always make sure that streets and highways are safe before you cross. Over $5 billion was lost last year through home front accidents alone. So, for your health's sake and the sake of your country, remember the ABCs of safety. Always be careful. And now, back to the Green Hornet. In his apartment, Britt Reed spoke briefly to his Filipino valet, Cato.
The doll baby is being released this evening.
Oh.
Now, the police have arranged a very elaborate shadow system. She'll be followed and watched every hour of the day.
You think girl just make bluff to get out of jail?
I don't know. I certainly intend to find out. Cato, when the girl comes out of police headquarters, you're going to follow her.
Follow her and detectives?
Well, do the best you can.
Oh, what do you do, Mr. Britt?
I'm going out to Forest Hill to see Mr. Parker.
Oh, father of murdered boy. But he refused to talk to newspaper men.
He won't refuse to talk to the Green Hornet. Now get after that girl, Cato, and try to phone me here later this evening.
Later that evening at the elaborate Parker home in Forest Hill.
I don't wish to discuss the matter with you or anyone else. Go to the police for your information. Nelson.
Yes, Mr. Parker.
If there are any more phone calls, I'm not in. Understand?
Very good, sir.
I shall be in my study the rest of the evening. Confounded newspapers. Detectives snooping around. As though Preston's death hadn't created enough scandal already. They're trying to find out. What? Who are you?
Close the door, Mr. Parker, and don't make a sound.
Nelson, come quickly. Nelson!
What in the world has happened, Mr. Parker? What?
Oh. Sorry, Nelson. Oh. I hope you're not going to ask for the same treatment, Mr. Parker.
That mask. You are the Green Hornet.
And very much interested in getting some information concerning the death of your son.
No. You can't make me believe that Preston would be involved in anything but...
business with the Green Hornet? No, Mr. Parker. But when a man as prominent as your son becomes a murder victim, it's usual for his parents to demand an investigation.
But
So far, you've done everything in your power to prevent the police from getting at the bottom of this case.
I have no desire to create any more scandal.
You're afraid, Parker.
Well,
I can see it in your face. You don't want to know the truth behind your son's murder.
Yes, I am afraid.
You're afraid of the police and the newspapers because anything they learn becomes public property.
Yes, but why are you interested in the matter?
Can you keep your mouth shut?
What? Why, of course.
Dolores Cagliani, the girl who murdered your son, is being released by the police tonight.
What?
She made a deal with him. Promised to find the Green Hornet and turn him in.
Oh, then she knows you, huh?
She's a liar. She lied about knowing me, and I'm beginning to think she lied about your son. Somehow that story about a lover's quarrel doesn't ring true.
I happen to know it wasn't true.
And suppose we get down to talking facts.
I wonder if I can trust you.
You've never heard of the Green Hornet double-crossing anyone.
Sit down, Hornet. Maybe you can do something for both of us.
Sure. Wait till I tie up your butler.
When Preston left this house the last time, he was carrying exactly $100,000 in cash.
But, Mr. Parker, why haven't you told this to the police?
My son's death is covered with scandal and disgrace now. I don't wish to make matters any worse. Do you understand?
No. But I'm going to work in that direction, Mr. Parker.
What do you want, huh? What do you want? That's what I want to know. You said...
Sit down, Mamie. Relax. When Dolores gets here, you'll find out.
When Dolores gets here. That's all I've heard for 3 hours. When Dolores gets here. All this hocus pocus. Nobody
Shut
ever...
up. Listen. That must be her now.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, kid. This wacky shyster's been driving me batty with all kinds of double talk.
All right, now, baby, hurry it up. Make it fast.
Come on, Mamie, come on.
Hey, what's cooking? Ain't nobody going to tell me what's cooking around this joint.
Didn't Pierce tell you?
Pierce? Well, he's a lawyer. All he can do is ask questions.
Then I'll tell you. You're going to change coats with me, see, and fast.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's a couple of plainclothesmen out front. They've been tailing me all evening, see?
Oh.
Now, you scram out of here wearing my coat. Go down the avenue and take a cab. And don't stop until you're clear across town.
Yeah? What are you going to be doing?
None of your business, sweetheart. Jimmy, give her some dough. Give her enough to keep her mind on her work.
Mm-hmm. Here. Here's a C note for you, Mamie. Now get busy.
$100? Just for wearing that swell coat? Oh, gee.
You can get $1,000 on that coat from any hawk shop in town.
$1,000? You mean I'm going to get to keep that fur coat?
That's what I said. Now, come on, snap into it.
Cato watched the door of the apartment building open, and the figure of the girl in the expensive fur coat descend to the sidewalk. And then Cato ducked quickly back into the dense shrubbery as the girl came directly down the sidewalk past him, heading toward the avenue.
Oh, a girl leave apartment building now. Detectives down street, they follow.
Then, as the girl's face became clearly visible...
Oh, a girl lead Mary Chase. Tonight, Cato get plenty... Wait. That not same girl. Doll baby girl still in apartment house. This girl changed clothes with doll baby. Oh, and now Cato let policeman follow for coat. Then go plenty fast to telephone Green Hornet.
A few moments later, in another part of the city, Britt Reed pressed the starter and the mighty engine of the superpowered Black Beauty roared into life. And then the great car was thundering through the night, driven by the sworn enemy of every criminal, the Green Hornet. Meanwhile, at police headquarters...
Well, you can hang around if you like, Larry, but I'm heading for home.
And that's for me, Inspector. Thought maybe something would break before now, but...
Just a minute. Yes? Put him on. What is it, O'Malley? What? Well, of all the... All right, get back out there, you dope, and step on it. Yes, I'll meet you there, but she's probably 100 miles away by now. Of all the stupid
Hey,
dolls.
now what?
Oh, the doll baby pulled a fast one. Went into an apartment building over on Haywood Street. Switched clothes with another day.
Switched clothes with another...
Sure, the other day
Here, I'll help
went
you
out
your
wearing
coat.
the doll baby's clothes. And these two lunkheads I posted out there fall for it.
Uh-oh.
They followed this decoy clear across town before they know what the score is. Well, I'll see you later. Got to get out there right away.
Hey, can I go along?
Well, if you want to, come on.
You don't scare me, Pierce. Not even a little bit.
Now, look, doll, you're taking me all wrong, see? I just want
And if I wasn't taking you wrong, then you'd be taking me right, huh?
Oh, come on. Let's stop this silly arguing and get out of here. Let's go get that doll.
Not so fast.
But, doll, those coppers aren't going to chase that dumb wench all night without finding out the difference. They'll be back here.
All right, so they'll be back. And the doll baby will still know where the dough is, while you run around tearing your hair.
But, baby, haven't I done my part? Now, didn't I invent that gag about you putting the finger on the Green Hornet? Didn't I get Mamie over here and get the cops off your trail? And didn't I get young Parker to bring the $100,000 to the hotel?
Sure, I know. And didn't you slug the guy and help me dump him out the window? Huh? I can just imagine how much help I'd be getting from you if you knew where that money was.
Oh.
You're a smart turkey, Pierce. Cops know that. I guess you're the smartest shyster that ever came down the pipe.
All right. So what
In
that got
fact,
to do
you're
with...
so smart you could pass for the Green Hornet yourself.
What are you getting at, doll? I don't see...
Sure, you're smart. You even figured how we could pass off some stooge to the cops for the real Green Hornet and collect that 25G reward.
Listen,
you
honey,
even promoted all the gadgets to make it look genuine. A mask like the Hornet wears. A gas gun like he
Sure,
carries.
that's right. Well, we can still do it, baby. It'll work, I tell you.
I think so myself. But we're not going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Put up that gun.
Maybe I won't collect any reward. But I'll have $100,000 for myself, and the coppers will get their Green Hornet, as promised.
Doll, listen, baby, I'll play it straight with you, honest. I'll cut you in on
No,
anything
I'm going to cut you out.
Now, please, baby, you can't do this to me. Well, let's go get that dough.
The dough
honey,
is
and...
right here in this apartment, smart boy. But you won't ever get any closer to it than you are right now.
No, please, listen to me, Dolly.
Oh, take
Dolly,
it,
don't,
you
please,
double-crossing
no.
rat.
Dolly, don't.
Oh, you were smart, shyster. But not too smart for the doll baby. And now to get that dough and scram out of here before... What? You! The Green Hornet!
Drop it, sister. Drop it, I said. You were talking about money, doll baby. Where is it?
No, listen, Hornet.
Or would you rather see how this gas gun works than let me look for myself?
Listen, let's make a deal, Hornet.
After the way you just concluded your deal with Brother Pierce, I don't think I care for any thanks. Where's the money?
In the kitchen cupboard. But please,
Shut
Hornet,
up. Your friends, the police, will be showing up any minute. They're going to find the money and a note from the Green Hornet.
You're not taking the money?
When I found out why you killed Parker, I decided to do this one little job purely for pleasure.
What do you mean about leaving a note for the cops?
I want them to know that Preston Parker was an 18-carat American. That he was spending $100,000 to crash into your clever gang of spies and saboteurs so they could have the pleasure of breaking it up.
It's the police. I'm getting out of here. Right.
This is for you, doll baby. Pleasant dreams.
No, wait.
What a sweet pair of double crosses.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a story, huh, Casey, old kid?
Oh, it was a peach, Lowry. Too bad they didn't make a clean sweep and get the Green Hornet along with that shyster and the doll baby.
Well, personally, I got a sort of sneaking admiration for that lug.
What?
Sure. The cops and the newspapers weren't getting any place on that Parker killing. But after the Hornet put them on the right track, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, what a story.
I can understand why Mr. Parker wouldn't give the police any information.
Sure. He figured that his son was mixed up with those rats, see?
Well, in a way he was.
Oh, sure. But imagine the nerve of the kid, will you? Rejected by the Army. Tried to get into the FBI. Rejected. So he gets a bunch of cash and goes out to break up that gang single-handed.
He didn't quite succeed, but he certainly started the ball rolling in the right direction. Well, good morning, Mr. Reed.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Reed.
Lowry?
Say,
Now what?
I'd sure like to know how that guy found out about the doll baby getting out of jail.
What guy?
Why, the Green Hornet. You know he left a note for the cops and $100,000 in cash.
Yes, I know.
Imagine the nerve of the guy. Leaving all that dough and telling the cops he was doing this one job purely for pleasure. Oh, boy, what a guy. What a guy.
That's the Lux Street paper. Police get full confession from lawyer and girl in Parker killing. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street paper.
Admiral Nimitz, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, recently said, "We will put the heat on Japan just as hard and as fast as we can." Now, that's mighty encouraging news from the man who's in the best position to do it. But don't forget that we must do our part at home to help put on the heat. The knockout blow at Japan is going to take a gigantic amount of equipment. The Navy threw 11,000 tons of explosives at Guam just to soften it up before our fighting men moved in. That was just one bombardment, and the figure will have to be multiplied several times for the softening up of Japan. The accomplishment of this huge task depends upon you, the workers at home. So keep those wheels turning until victory is complete. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Teen to Beauty Queen starts 8 o'clock Wednesday on 5.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver.
the Lone Ranger. Of all the outlaws who roam the western United States, no one could match the cleverness and courage of the Black Caballero. On 2 occasions, he met and was beaten by the Lone Ranger, but he refused to accept defeat at the hands of the great champion of justice, and a 3rd meeting followed, a meeting destined to end the duel between the 2 men once and for all. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of the Black Caballero! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Black Caballero was confined to the jail in White Springs awaiting trial, but he had already made plans for his escape. Sharing his cell was the former Sheriff Ramsey, and as our story begins, the outlaw is standing at the barred window of the cell. He turns to his companion and says,
Can you see the sheriff?
Wait a second. Yeah, I just saw him move. Must be at his desk.
Where's Steve, the deputy?
He's there too, most likely. I don't see him, but I heard Carlson say something to him a while back. Say, when's that bunch of yours going to go into action?
As soon as he's dark enough.
Is that already?
They'll be making that play any minute now.
Hawkins Yard?
He and Blaze. They come here with Dirk when the fight at the cafe gets rid of Steve and the sheriff. I don't know who they've chosen to stage the fight. The men who aren't known in town, though.
Uh-huh. Look, boss.
Well?
When we get out, when we clear town and back with the boys in camp, you're going to forget about the Lone Ranger, ain't you?
Forget?
I mean, you ain't planning to hunt him out again, are you? Now, it ain't that I'm hankering to butt in on your business, but what I say is, why go out of your way looking for trouble? That masked feller's been poisoned to you twice already. Stay clear of him. Shucks, boss. Look at all the cash that's to be had. With you to give the orders, we can just about have things our own way in this territory. But if you're going to get that fella after us again, it's likely to spoil everything.
Are you telling me what to do?
Oh, now, don't go taking it like that.
The Lone Ranger's beaten me twice.
But what of it? That's nothing to be ashamed of. You ain't the only one he's got the best of.
The first time he won, it was my fault. I underestimated him.
Sure, but...
Quiet. The second time, he outwitted one of my men. I was led to act on false information.
The feller's savvy, that. They ain't blaming you.
But the third time, I'm...
The third time? Doggone, you are fixing to look him up.
I am.
But it just don't make sense, boss. If you like keeping yourself in hot water, that's up to you. But how about the rest of us? Why risk our necks?
This time, you and the others won't enter into it. I'll face the Lone Ranger alone.
Sounds as if you already got something in mind.
Perhaps.
You're the stubbornest, hombre. What are you planning to do?
First, I must find the Lone Ranger.
Oh, I thought you had a message that Pedro located him again. Ain't he supposed to be still in the county?
We see.
And when you find him...
I have an offer to make him.
What do you mean, an offer? You're gonna... That's it.
That should send the sheriff jumping.
Eyes. There's a ruckus down to the cafe.
I'm with you, Sheriff.
They cleared out.
Oh, where's Hawk? Where's Blaze and Dirk?
Shucks, they got to give the sheriff and Steve a chance to get away, don't they?
They'll have to act fast. Who's that? Who came in the office?
It's them, boss. This way, fellas. Hurry it up.
We got here, boss. Get to work on those bars.
Stand clear. We'll have to smash them. Get back.
Right.
You won't be able to break them out.
We'll just bend them. Want a hand, Blaze?
I'll get them. Get a move on. We want out of here. The sheriff will be back before you know it. There, Huck. The crowbar. Here you are. Now then, together. Spread them out just a little more. We're getting it. I think that's enough. Paul, see if you can get through.
You first, Ramsey. If you can make it, I can.
It's a tight squeeze.
Come on.
There. Hurry, boss.
Lead the way.
Out the front. The horses are waiting.
Diablo?
He's there too, boss. There he is.
No sight of the sheriff yet.
We told the boys to make the fight a good one.
Into your saddles.
Hey, Diablo. They've seen us.
Come on.
Get up.
On, Diablo. On. We're right to find the Lone Ranger. On, Diablo.
White Springs was thrown into an uproar by the daring escape of the Black Caballero, but the posse, assembled by Sheriff Carlson, failed to recapture the outlaw. The following day, Tonto, the loyal Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, was approached in town by a roughly dressed man who hastily handed him an envelope addressed to the Lone Ranger, then as hastily departed. Tonto lost no time delivering the message to his masked friend at their well-hidden camp, and when the Lone Ranger read it, he couldn't hide his surprise.
Tonto, do you know who sent this?
Feller not tell, Tonto.
The Black Caballero.
Oh? What him say?
He wants to come to our camp, Kemosabe.
Why him want do that?
He gives no reason. He's written only that if we signal him, he'll ride here alone and unarmed. The signal will be taken as a promise that we'll make no effort to capture him while here.
What signal?
He seems to know the direction of our camp, Tonto. He'll be watching for a smoke signal.
That heap strange.
I wonder what his purpose is. He's got something in mind.
Maybe a trap. Maybe other outlaw see smoke, raid camp.
He says not. He gives his word his men will not be told of this, and there will be no attack.
Him crook?
Yes, Kemosabe, but he's not like any other outlaw we've ever met. I think I could take his word, even though he's an outlaw, above that of most men we know. I've learned to respect the man, Tonto. We're on opposite sides, and yet, strangely enough, I trust him.
Maybe one day him turn on us.
I'm afraid he never will. There are two kinds of outlaws, Tonto. One steals because he thinks it's the easiest way to get what he wants. When he's taught that he's really chosen the hardest way, he can be reformed. But the other breaks the law simply because something in him forces him to go against authority. He's not interested in the gain, it's the risk. It's in his nature, he can't help it. And I believe the Black Caballero is that kind.
Maybe you're right. What you do, huh?
I don't like the idea of letting him go free. After all, he's wanted by the law. On the other hand, we don't know where he is. If he shows us, it'll be voluntary. And he hasn't asked us to promise that we'll never search for him again.
That's right.
And we can't show him the signal, permit him to come here, and then break our promise by seizing him. He knows our word can be trusted. Help me gather some wood, Tonto. We're going to signal him at once.
In a few minutes, a thick, billowing pillar of smoke rose into the air above the masked man's camp. From time to time, the fire was replenished, until in the distance there was heard the call of the Black Caballero.
Tonto, let the fire go. He's coming.
Oh, Tonto, see him.
That's a fine horse he's got.
It go heap fast. Plenty strong, too.
Hello there.
Hello.
Oh.
Dismount.
I'm trusting you not to attempt to take me prisoner.
You'll be safe while in our camp, and until you've had a good start when you leave. After that, I promise nothing.
An hour's start?
Agreed.
I suppose you wonder why I asked for this meeting.
You've got a purpose, of course.
I have. I'm here to tell you frankly, I believe you've been lucky.
Lucky?
I mean, in 2 former meetings. You sent me to jail twice. As you see, I'm out again.
You'll return.
I wonder.
At least I promise you this. Tonto and I shall not leave this territory until we see you behind bars again, and not the bars of a county jail. I've got too much respect for your ability. You'll go to the state prison.
If I believe that, I should not be here.
We're wasting time.
The business, huh? Well, Lone Ranger, while I'm in the mood for frankness, I'd like to say that in spite of your luck, I'm still confident I'm the better man.
Well?
And I'm just confident enough to put it to the test.
Go on.
If you're agreeable, of course.
I'll listen, at least.
This will be man against man. The Lone Ranger against the Black Caballero. And Silver against El Diablo. I'm rather proud of El Diablo, you know. I think he could show his heels to Silver.
And the test?
As an afternoon stage to Whitfield.
I know.
Of course, since you got my good friend Ramsey out of office, I haven't the sources of information at hand I had before. The stage occasionally carries gold shipments. I'm afraid I'll have to take my chances on that. If there's gold aboard to pay me for my trouble, so much the better. Otherwise, I'll take whatever offers.
You're telling me you plan to rob the Whitfield stage?
That's the test.
You'll have to be more clear.
You're acquainted with the stage route?
I am.
And of course, you know the flats beyond the bridge crossing Buffalo Creek.
I do.
Very well. One afternoon, I shall hold up the stage as it crosses the flats. If you can prevent me or capture me afterwards, I shall confess you've beaten me fairly. If you don't, and you won't, of course, I shall have had proof of what I suspected for a long time, that it really was luck which aided you before.
I've only to see that the stage is warned.
It wouldn't matter, would it? What can they do? If they send extra guards, I shall simply wait until they get tired of it. Extra guards can't be sent forever.
And what if I'm laying in wait for you?
Where? There's no cover once you cross the bridge. If you have crossed the bridge, well, I can always wait one more day.
You're a strange fellow.
Because I tell you I should hold up the stage? Didn't I tell you once I would rob the River City Bank? I even told you the day.
And didn't succeed.
I was unfortunate.
You know that if I do capture you, you'll go to jail.
The game's worth the cost. You never see me beg off when we met before, have you?
You haven't.
But as I said, I'd not be here if I expected to be caught. A good gallop, yeah. But caught? Oh, no.
You're clever. You've offered a test I can't refuse.
I thought of that.
You know, if I refused, I'd still have to try to keep the stage from being robbed. And you could still put off the robbery if you saw me near the stage.
Right.
And I'll accept on one condition.
Yes?
I'll strike a bargain with you. Give me your word. There'll be no gunplay, and I'll promise not to forewarn the stage.
I'm not sure I understand.
If I warned the stage, at least a special guard would be sent. Someone who would show fight and probably get shot for his trouble. If the stage isn't warned, I think the appearance of the Black Caballero would be enough to make the regular guard surrender, and no one will be hurt.
It's a bargain. This time I say nothing about the day I shall choose to strike. If you aren't prepared, so much the worse for you and the stage.
I still don't see your purpose in this.
Oh, my friend, you've defeated me twice. I have a certain amount of pride. I shall never be completely happy again until I've taught you that where the odds are even, I am your master. Steady, Diablo. Yep.
Very well.
I may strike tomorrow or a month from tomorrow, but you can depend on it. I shall strike. Adios.
And we'll meet again in the flats beyond Buffalo Creek.
On, Diablo! On!
Him take big chance. He doesn't think so, Tonto. He's got perfect faith in that horse of his to outrun Silver.
Silver beat Diablo.
I'll back Silver any time. I've got an idea, however, that El Diablo will give him one of the hardest races he's ever had.
Maybe.
There's been a lot of talk in the district about the two horses, Tonto. This should prove once and for all which is the better. And I'm glad Silver will have the opportunity to prove himself.
And him do it.
And the Black Caballero's visit proves the truth of what I said before. It's danger he enjoys, and the thought he can handle anyone he meets. He'll never be satisfied until he's made it clear that our success against him before wasn't deserved.
There's thing Tonto not like.
What's that, Kimasabi?
Other outlaw. Maybe them try get you.
You mean you suspect this is just a trick of the Black Caballero? We've already had proof we can depend on his word.
Him keep word. Other outlaw hate you.
His gang won't come into this. He'll see to that.
Tonto not sure.
You're worried about it. There's no reason.
You let Tonto ride?
Ride? Where?
Follow trail fella leave here. Find outlaw camp. Hear what them plan.
To see if they're up to some trick in spite of their leader?
Not right.
Tonto, if you can follow the Black Caballero's trail, it's a good idea. I'm not worried about a trap. But this is the first chance we've had to locate their hideout. Before we finish, we want the entire gang rounded up. If you find the hideout, meet me here. I'll be in camp each day, except at the time the stage crosses the flats.
No. Tonto, go now?
Not yet, Tonto. We promised him an hour's start. Then you can take up the trail.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Blaze, Hawk, and Ramsey, outlaws who followed the Black Caballero, were dissatisfied with their leader's plan. Although they said little to him, they gathered at the edge of their camp when the evening meal was finished and discussed the situation with...
A crazy, locoed idiot.
Doggone conceit of his. I tell you, fellas, it's going to get us all in trouble. That Lone Ranger ain't to be monkeyed with. I'd just as soon stir up a cage full of wildcats as to dare him to take after me.
The boss said we was to stay out of this.
What's he going to do to us if we don't?
Well,
After it's done, he'll have to take it and like it. Besides, all that's really bothering him is his being caught in jail that last time. He figures it was Pedro's fault. He's got the notion if we're along to help him again, maybe something will go wrong another time on account of us. Nope, we don't need to let the boss's getting mad stop us. He won't, not unless we mess up.
Well, what's the scheme?
The masked fella can't watch a trail through the flats from anywhere but the woods this side of the creek.
Why not?
It's the only cover there is.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, then. When he sees a stage stop for the boss, that means he'll have to cross the bridge to go after him.
Then what?
Then we'll be hiding below the bank of the creek where he won't see us. We'll have blasting powder under the bridge, all ready and waiting. When the masked fella hits the bridge, we light the fuse. And there'll be one less fella to get in our way.
Doggone, that sounds all right. Only how are we going to get to the bridge, fix the blasting powder and everything without being seen?
Get there early, that's all. The masked fella ain't going to be around except when the stages do. Well, are you fellas with me or not?
There's nothing I'd like better than to see that hombre get blowing sky high. You can count me in.
Good. How about you, Blaze?
Sure, I'll join you. But there's something I've been wondering about.
Yeah?
What goes for the masked fella goes to the boss, too, don't it? I mean, if the masked fella has to stay on this side of the creek to keep under cover, why don't the boss?
I'll bet that's something that's puzzling the masked fella, too.
Well, where's the boss going to hide till the stage comes along?
Right inside the stage.
Huh?
Well, there ain't no place anybody could hide on that stage without the driver knowing it.
It's one of the slickest schemes the boss ever thought up. He ain't never been seen over to Leeville where the stage starts out. Not without that black mask and cape of his, anyhow. He's going to get in the stage like a regular passenger. Then when they get to the flats, put on his mask and show the driver his guns.
Golly, that's a good one. What's he going to do with El Diablo?
We'll keep him with us. When we see the stage stopping, we'll send him along the trail.
And the Lone Ranger won't know the stage is held up till it's all over and the boss is hightailing away. That beats the best I ever heard.
Then with a blasting powder set.
What?
Come on. What's that engine part of the masked fellas? Well, I plugged him. Give me a hand. If he ain't done for, we'll tie him up.
Tonto's absence overnight and the following morning did not alarm the Lone Ranger. He assumed that the faithful Indian was still following the Black Caballero's trail, and accordingly went ahead with his own plans to be on hand if the outlaw struck at the stage. But even as he saddled Silver and made ready to ride toward Buffalo Creek, Hawk and his companions were approaching the same destination. Tonto, his hands bound behind him and the wound he had received bandaged, was with them, and...
Hawk, you sure as today the boss is holding up the stage?
Heard him say so, didn't I? And why else would he have got such an early start this morning? So he could make it to Leeville in time.
There's the bridge just ahead.
Cut over this way. Send the horses down the bank here. Come on, boy.
Come on, boy.
Easy.
Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Easy, boy. Take it easy, fella.
Steady, boy.
How's this? Good enough. Oh, there.
Better give the engine a hand down.
Let him get out of the saddle himself. If he takes a tumble, it ain't hurting us none.
He get down, all right. We can't leave the horses here. They'll be seen.
Bring El Diablo with us. Get the powder and fuse out, then move them down below there. See them cottonwoods? The bank rises just there. Nobody will see the rest of the horses unless they're in line with the river.
Yeah.
Getting the powder, Blaze?
I got it. Here's the fuse.
Injun, come along and watch us get things fixed. If you behave yourself, maybe we'll even let you light the fuse when it's time to set it off.
The Lone Ranger, unaware that the outlaws were crouched behind the cover afforded by the bank of Buffalo Creek, took his position in the woods nearby from which he could command a clear view of the trail. In the meantime, the Whitfield stage bounced over the trail and started across the flats without either the driver or guard realizing that their seemingly innocent passenger was a notorious Black Caballero.
Get up. Get along there. Well, Elijah, we crossed the flats and the creek up ahead. Then it ain't but 10 miles to...
Up with your hands, guard.
Who?
Riding those horses.
Black mask. That cape. The Black Caballero.
Rein up or stop, lad.
I'm stopping. Whoa! 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 Back!
Good. You see
that white horse breaking from the woods across the creek?
Yeah, I can make it out.
And the black horse coming up the trail?
El Diablo.
Yes. Now throw down what cash the stage is carrying before that white horse reaches the bridge, or you'll never live to tell that you met the Black Caballero.
The outlaws sent El Diablo down the trail toward his master. Then they saw the Lone Ranger burst from the woods and send Silver racing toward the bridge. As he came closer, they heard him shout to Silver.
It's him. Look at that horse travel. Where's your matches, Blaze? Get one lit. Hold it ready when I give the word, light that fuse. Right.
You not light fuse.
Keep your mouth shut, Redskin. You watching me, Blaze? I'll give the signal. Don't you start that fuse burning till I say so. Here he comes.
Come on, Silver, come on.
Oh, wait. Ain't it time? 1 second. Now. There she is. Keep your heads down.
Hurry, old boy.
Get back.
Tonto.
Breach blow up. Get back.
Oh, Silver. Back, old boy. Back.
Blast you, engine.
Oh, Silver.
Watch out. Duck. The masked man got away. And look, he's seen our horses. He's heading for the horses. Heading for the horses. Come on, come on. Let's get after him. Come on. Don't let him scatter those horses. Come on, boys. Don't let him scatter those horses. Come on.
Come on, old fellow. To those cottonwoods, old boy. Here we are, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. We'll scatter these horses, Silver, and leave those fellows afoot.
Making every move count, the masked man swiftly loosened the reins of the outlaws' horses and sent them galloping away.
Away with you! Get on there! Get going!
Not a second was wasted. The Lone Ranger leaped in the saddle again, whirled Silver about, sent him charging toward the outlaws, who, too startled at first to act, now clawed at their holsters.
Throw down your guns! Throw them down and take the consequences!
Blast him out of the saddle, fella!
I warned you!
Hold my hand! Keep firing! Ow! The engine tripped me!
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Up with your hands!
Smash my hand!
You're not hurt.
Don't shoot!
You're wounded, Tonto. And yet you tripped this fellow up. Me fix him. I'll cut these ropes. Can you hold these men till I get back? Does your wound bother you too much?
Tonto, hold them. You get other outlaws.
Right. If they make a move, shoot to kill. Come on, Silver! We're fording the creek, boy. Come on!
The masked man had not paused from the time he had first heard Tonto's desperately shouted warning. Now he sent Silver headlong through Buffalo Creek. Then away over the level flats, past the stage he raced, pointing Silver's head toward the distant rider, whose black cape streamed back from his shoulders as his great black stallion fled over the prairie.
Hurry, Silver! Hurry! You can outrun Diablo! Now's your chance to prove it, old boy! Come on, Silver!
And yet mile after mile sped by, while the margin between Silver and El Diablo seemed never to change. The black horse in the lead answered his master's call with every ounce of strength he could summon. Behind him, Silver thundered with all his matchless power. The muscles beneath his shining coat rippled and flowed, scarcely revealing the relentless effort that went into every stride. He knew the object of their chase, as well as his master, and before admitting defeat was prepared to run his heart out.
I think we're gaining, old fellow. Come on, Silver!
No horse in the world could have withstood that tireless pursuit. El Diablo, holding his own at first, began gradually to let the space between him and Silver shorten. The tattoo of Silver's hoofs grew always louder. The Lone Ranger's shout came more plain to the ears of the Black Caballero. There was at last no further motive for spurring the tiring black stallion forward. The Black Caballero drew up and...
Hello, Diablo! That way, oh, Silver! Oh, more! Silver!
The game is up, Lone Ranger. I'm your prisoner.
Your horse. Has it the strength to carry you back to the creek?
He's tired, Lone Ranger. He's tired as I am.
And up on Silver with you. We'll lead El Diablo, but Tonto's waiting. We've got to get back. Come on, Silver.
It was a dejected group of men who watched the return of the Lone Ranger and the Black Caballero to Buffalo Creek. Once more, the masked man sent Silver through the stream, El Diablo following, then slowed the great white horse to a halt on the other side.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Out of the saddle.
Lone Ranger.
Yes?
These men, I heard the blast, saw the bridge blown up. I want you to believe it was none of my doing.
Him tell truth. Other feller try kill you. Him not know.
I understand. And they'll pay for this along with the other crimes they've committed.
What are you going to do with us?
I've told you, leader, what would happen this time. The county jail won't hold you, but the state prison will.
You Ramsey, quiet. But he... I said keep still.
Lone Ranger, I said that twice you were fortunate to defeat me. Well, perhaps you were. Now, I'm not so sure, but it doesn't matter. You won again. And this time, there's no question. I lost. And on my own terms.
And for the first time, I'm almost sorry that I've won.
Sorry? I said the game was worth the price. It is. Lone Ranger, you've brought me the bill, and now I'll pay.
Come on, Silver. There's trouble beyond the hills. We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really? Where did you learn to spell like that, Fenneman?
It was easy. You'll bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked-about car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto and the exciting Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
You can do better than that. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we invited some servicemen and their wives to the show tonight, and Sergeant and Mrs. Douglas Bogart were chosen to be on the show. So, folks, would you please come in to meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Let's see now, Sergeant and Mrs. Douglas Bogart. Are you any relation to Humphrey, Sarge?
No.
No. Judging from that handsome uniform, I'd say you were in the Marine Corps, is that right?
That's right.
I thought so. You can't fool an expert like me. Mrs. Bogart, judging from your uniform, I'd say you were a girl.
That's right.
What is your first name, Mrs. Bogart? Is it Baby?
No.
No?
It's Ida.
Ida. Well, you could be a baby. I don't know. What is your first name, Sarge?
Douglas.
Douglas, huh? Oh. Where are you from?
Susanville, California.
What is your job in the service?
General Supply Chief at Camp Pendleton.
You're a general. I thought you were a sergeant.
No, I'm a tech sergeant. My title is General Supply Chief.
Oh. Well, what do you do in your job? Just supply chiefs with generals? You supply generals with chiefs. You can have it either way, you know.
I issue spare parts for tanks.
You're welcome. And I'd say, what is your... Never fails. What did you say your job was?
I issue spare parts for tanks.
What is your hometown, Ida?
I was born in Naples by Mount Vesuvius.
And is that near here?
Well, about 8,000 miles in Italy.
Oh, you're from Italy.
Mm-hmm. But I was raised in
Ida
Rome.
a kind of an odd name for an Italian girl?
Well, it's Ida in Italian, but...
Oh, like Aida?
Well, no, there is no A. It's just Ida. I-D-A.
Oh.
But the American pronounce it Ida.
I see. Would you say all Italian girls are as attractive as you are?
Oh, they're much prettier.
That's so. No wonder Vesuvius keeps blowing its stuff. Sarge, how did you meet Ida? And don't leave out any of the details.
I met her while I was on duty in Rome.
Real chatterbox, isn't he? Just imagine, Quo Vadis had the same plot, and it took 1 million words and $5 million to tell it. He's given us the whole thing. By the way, Ida, how long have you been married?
18 months.
Do you two lovebirds ever have any arguments?
No.
If they ever have an argument, she's going to have to talk to herself. Huh? Well, you're a nice couple, and apparently the Marines have things well in hand. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Before you go, however, I want you to listen to some good news about a great car.
Friends, we sincerely believe that the distinguished DeSoto is the best car on the road today. Best for dependable safety, best for truly great riding comfort, best for real ease of operation. DeSoto, you know, is the car that lets you drive without shifting. Just turn the key to start, step on the gas, you go from low to high in one fluid sweep of power. As for safety, well, a light touch of your foot is all it ever takes to stop a fast-moving DeSoto. Because DeSoto Power Brakes do 50% of the work for you. And Oriflow shock absorbers ease you over the bumps gently as a feather. But, friends, the best way to test the great DeSoto is to drive it yourself. Go to your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and take the wheel behind the mighty 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the brilliant Power Master 6. Both great cars let you drive without shifting.
The date now to drive the world's finest car by the distinguished new DeSoto.
And remember, the dealers who sell the distinguished DeSoto also sell the beautiful Plymouth, first truly balanced car in the low-price field.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected songs by Hoagie Carmichael as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
He says all of it.
All of it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're going to bet $20. Let's see if you can identify this song. Play it, Jerry. If you don't know, take a guess.
I thought at first it was old Buttermilk Sky.
It isn't. Oh,
Oh, it's old rocking chair. I'm sorry.
oh, the old looking chair will get me?
Well, that's a
I
shame.
know.
I'm sorry, but nobody leaves here broke. I'll give you one more question.
Who
At
was
least
there
you'll
in
split
Grant's
$25, huh? Yeah. Now, this is a pretty tough one. This isn't Grant's Tomb tonight. Now, listen very carefully. Who wrote the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin?
Benjamin Franklin.
You're absolutely right.
I didn't know that
Well, Groucho, we have a young lady who's going to be married soon.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And a commercial reporter who was chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Virginia Putnam and Mr. Frank Daniels, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Each year they're getting prettier, and each year I'm getting older. Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Virginia Putnam and Mr. Frank Daniels, eh? Well, you're a handsome couple. Miss Putnam, may I call you Virginia?
Certainly.
Well, where is your hometown, Jenny?
I was born in Los Angeles on Glendale Boulevard.
Let's see now. Since you were born in the West, I'll just call you West Virginia. How would that be? By the way, you say your name is Putnam. Is your father Israel Putnam?
No, my father's Fred Putnam.
Oh. Do you know Israel Putnam?
Well, as a matter of fact, actually, he's my great-great-great-great-grandfather.
Oh, well, he was a great-grandfather. You know who he was, huh?
Yes, I do.
He was a famous general in the Revolutionary War
Mm-hmm.
and fought at the Battle of Bunker Hill.
He did?
Yes, he did. I know more about your great-great-great-great-grandfather than you do, huh? I wasn't even there at the time. I was pretty near. At any rate, you've learned something here tonight.
Oh, I have.
Now, Mr. Daniels, tell us something about yourself. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Groucho, but I've been out here in Los Angeles for about 2 years now.
Oh. Well, Virginia Fenneman says you're going to be married soon. Is that correct?
Yes, in about 3 weeks.
Well, Frank, you've just got time to catch a boat for Liberia.
Oh, no.
Or would you rather go through with this execution?
Well, Groucho, I think you got this little bit mixed up. I'm not marrying her. I've already got a wife and a 9-month-old baby.
Well, I don't understand this. If you're not going to marry Miss Putnam, how did you get up here?
Well, the audience selected me before the show.
To marry this girl, and you're married?
No, they selected me to come on the show.
Oh.
I'm already married.
I see. Well, they had something like that in Arizona or New Mexico not long ago. I didn't know we were going to have that on our show here. What sort of work do you do, Frank?
I'm a commercial reporter, Groucho.
Oh, well, let's hear you report the commercials on this show. We could use something after Fenneman. What is a commercial reporter?
Well, actually, I'm a credit investigator.
Commercial reporter, indeed. What a sneaky way to introduce himself. Who do you work for?
I work for Dun & Bradstreet, Groucho.
Oh, I know them very well. I've been done by Bradstreet for years. Well, exactly what is Dun & Bradstreet? I often see that name in the Wall Street Journal.
Well, Dun & Bradstreet is a mercantile agency that performs a service for its subscribers in the fact that it writes credit reports on businesses so that the subscriber may ship merchandise to a person with some assurance that they will be paid.
I see. Well, suppose I want you to check on a company for me. How do you go about it?
Well, first you have to tell me the name of the company.
Well, it's Dun & Bradstreet. Before you get my money, I want to know how shifty you are. Virginia, let's get back to you. Do you have a job?
Yes, I work for Tom Kelly, the commercial photographer.
Oh, I'll have to come over and see our studio sometime. We could go in the dark room and see what develops, huh? That's an old joke, isn't it? Huh?
It's very old.
You don't have to agree with me quite so quickly. Don't forget, there's a quiz coming up. What sort of work do you do for this photographer, Ginny?
Well, I'm a prop girl, and I assist the stylist.
Prop girl? You don't look like any prop to me, Virginia. What do you spend most of your time doing?
running around for unusual props, such as live pheasants or an unusual beer stein or drapes.
Sounds pretty dull, doesn't it?
Well, drapes can be pretty interesting. For instance, we got the nice red plushy drape that Marilyn Monroe draped her form across on that famous calendar photo.
You did that picture there?
Mm-hmm.
There was a drape in that picture?
Yes, there was.
You know, I've looked at that picture 1,000 times and I've never seen a drape. I couldn't even tell you what year it was. Well, I'd like to continue this kind of conversation, but it's time for you to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple lost all their money, and the secret word is smile.
Run you $20 no more than our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later. And I hope you win because you're going to have 2 wives and you're going to need every nickel you can. You selected nicknames of famous sport figures. Here's your first question. Now, how much will you bet? You have $20 and talk it over and one answer between.
We bet the $20? Okay, let's bet the whole works. Groucho.
All right. What baseball player was known as the Georgia Peach?
Georgia Peach. Georgia Peach. Baseball player that came from Georgia.
I don't know.
Scooter Rizzuto. Let's see.
Take a stab if you don't know.
Oh, Red Rolfe.
No, probably the most famous ball player of all time, Ty Cobb.
Ty.
Well, you got off to a flying start there, huh?
Yes.
You can't even take care of one wife after this. Well, we're not going to let you leave here broke. We'll give you one more question for $25. Are you ready? What kind of animal is noted for his monkey shines?
Monkey.
Ty Cobb is right, huh? Put it there. That's how you do it.
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a college girl, Doreen Davis. Her partner is a special guest tonight, Judge Leroy Dawson of the Los Angeles Municipal Court. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Doreen Davis and Judge Leroy Dawson. Can't be a judge. Where's your bench?
Well, that's at the courthouse where I've been expecting to see you sometime.
Dawson, I'm letting you off with a warning. Don't let me catch you facing me again, ever. Clear?
Yes.
You, girl, tell the court your right name.
Doreen Davis.
Age?
21.
Marital status?
Married.
Case dismissed. Doreen, what is your hometown?
I'm from Hollywood, California. I was born in the Hollywood Hospital.
You were, eh? Well, it's a nice town. Judge Dawson, by the way, how is it I've never been in your court? Are you new around here?
No, I've been 22 years on the bench.
Really? Have you ever tried hatching any eggs? You know, just as a sideline. Oh, brother, am I going to be careful the next 20 years? Judge, what kind of cases do you handle?
Oh, we handle a little bit of everything in the municipal court. I'm in preliminary hearings now. But
You're only a preliminary judge?
Well, at the present
When do you
moment,
get to the main bout?
Well, traffic, and then we handle civil suits, too. Damages, civil suits.
Oh, you handle suits, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I wish you'd take this and have it back in the morning. Make sure you get the gravy off this. That's an old joke, isn't it, Judge?
Well, I don't want to judge that here.
You're not going to get an opportunity anyplace else. Now, Judge, I imagine you must see people as they really are in your courtroom, huh?
No, I see them as they hope to make me think they are for that moment.
Were you a lawyer before you became a judge?
Oh, yes.
Is that necessary?
That's absolutely necessary.
You have to pass the bar examination?
Yes.
Well, how can you tell if a man is lying to you? Or a woman, for that matter?
Well, let's leave the women out of it.
Yeah.
They're hopeless. No, but they lie just to keep in practice.
Oh, I object to that.
Well, I object to it, too, but it's true, nevertheless.
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Now, Judge, do women ever try to kind of give you the eye in order to get a lighter sentence?
Well, Mrs. Dawson is here, and in my own self-protection, I prefer not to answer that question. I'll say that if they did, I don't think she got much results.
Who did, Mrs. Dawson?
She was never in court yet. I've been waiting for that day, too.
Well, Doreen, the judge is pretty cute, isn't he?
Sure is.
Mr. Fenneman says you're a college student, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Which college do you attend?
I go to UCLA.
Uh-huh. And when did you matriculate?
Well, I started UCLA in 1949.
Uh-huh.
And I've been going there ever since.
You continue to go there indefinitely?
It looks that way.
Well, you say you're married?
Yes, I am.
You met your husband in college?
Yes, I did. I met him on a blind date.
Are you going to raise the family at UCLA, or are you planning on quitting there someday?
I guess we'll raise our family there.
Oh. I've heard that 97% of you girls at college go there to hook a sucker. Is that true?
No, I don't think... No.
No? Well, what would you say the percentage is?
98.
Judge, I was surprised when you said you were in the preliminary division. I remember you very well in connection with traffic cases. How come?
Well, we're subject to transfer by the presiding judge. We work 1 year in traffic, another year in another division.
Well, would you regard this as a promotion?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. You were nationally famous as a traffic judge. Can you give us your general impressions of the average driver who came up before you?
Well,
you probably think we're all crazy. Huh?
Well, I wouldn't like to say definitely, but there's some... After you watch people drive and then listen to their explanations, you're liable to get that idea. I've learned after listening to about 3,000 or 4,000 customers.
That's a nice legal phrase, isn't it?
Well, it's a big...
You would think he was running a haberdashery shop.
It's a big business.
Oh.
Last year I had 2,500 customers, and not one of them was satisfied, but we're still doing business.
Well, do you get a cut on all the fines that you slap on these people?
No, but that would be a very delicious assignment if that were true. No, I've listened to these folks, and I've found there's a distinctively Los Angeles technique in drivers,
As compared to other cities?
Oh, yes. The average Los Angeles driver drives as though he had just bought the street. He drives...
Judge, if you pardon me, but there's more of a chance that they bought the street than the car.
I think there's something to that, too. At least they can't take the street back. They drive as though they just bought it. They drive as though their license was title and not a right to use. They drive right down the center of the street. I don't know why we need 3-lane highways. They drive right down the center lane, and they have one eye on the rearview mirror and one eye on the speedometer. I say, how fast were you going? And they say, 34 miles an hour. I say, how do you know that? They say, I was looking at the speedometer, so there you are. They have one eye on the speedometer, one eye on the rearview mirror, and what chance has a pedestrian? Not until they get another eye. So there you go, down the street, and all of a sudden the guy they've been looking for appears in the wrong place. The guy on the motorcycle, instead of being in the mirror, is out here on the left side. He announces his arrival, beep beep, and suggests you pull over. So you take 5 blocks to find a fire plug that you could park in. And, then they come on to court, and I say, come on up here. And I say, you're charged with doing this, read whatever it says. And they say, guilty, Your Honor, but... So I know what I'm going to get now. I'm going to get a 5-minute speech on why this guy is so important socially,
you
financially.
Mean he can break you?
No, that's what he thinks.
Yeah. And you're going to break him with this fine.
No, he just wants to explain why he shouldn't be required to pay the prevailing scale. It's all right for everybody else, but not for him.
Well, he's got a point if it's me.
Well, of course, there's that other type that says, you can't send me to jail. That's a bad statement. You know, that always arouses my competitive spirit.
Say, Judge, have you ever thought of going into vaudeville with this man?
No.
Now, there's one question I have to ask you, because I hear this question frequently. I hate to interrupt this.
Well, that's
this
all
is
right.
real humorous and good. But is a motorcycle policeman obliged to bring in so many people every day?
No, they don't get a percentage.
No, I didn't mean that. There's some kind of a theory or rumor that a motorcycle policeman is obliged to bring in so many customers, as you call them, every day.
Well, I don't think they are. Of course, I've heard that rumor, too, but...
It's not true.
I don't think it is. There is no necessity for a quota. I think that's difficult to keep from bringing in more.
Well, Judge, I've been kidding you, but I want you to know we all respect you for your outstanding work as a jurist, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And if I ever have to appear in your court, it'll take 6 men to carry me in. And a straitjacket. Now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money. And you're a pretty smart cookie. You ought to do pretty well up here, Judge.
In the race for the $1,500, our first 2 couples lost all their money.
You selected what's the number as your category. These numbers are associated with familiar titles and phrases. Let's see if you can identify the number. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Go ahead.
You want to bet 15?
15, all right.
Okay. How many thieves opposed Alabama?
4.
Go ahead.
40.
40 is right.
You now have $35.
You have $35. How much of this are you going to bet on your second question?
It's all right.
In the story by Jules Verne, how many leagues under the sea?
20,000.
20,000 is right.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
60.
60.
All right. How many horsemen of the apocalypse were there?
4.
4 is correct.
You've now climbed to $125.
You didn't spend all your time with Chief Justice Marshall, Judge. Or even Gladstone. I don't mean the bag. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. They have $125. How much are you going to bet?
120.
120.
120. How many reindeer in a visit from St. Nicholas?
8.
8 is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with a grand total of $245.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Judge Dawson and the college girl will get a chance in just 1 minute at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Folks, have you seen a Groucho Marx used car special yet? Well, if so, you'll have noticed a great many things about it. First of all, you'll have admired the appearance. Chances are the Groucho special used car you saw was a late model, low mileage car, in perfect shape and ready to roll. Then, if you looked at the price tag, you probably saw that you could buy this Groucho special for a remarkably small down payment, and that all the remaining payments were small, and you could take your time in paying them. That's what that Groucho Special sticker stands for. It means that the car you're looking at was picked by your DeSoto Plymouth dealer as one of his really outstanding buys. A remarkable car, priced to make it the hottest bargain in town. Of course, if you looked around, you saw that all the cars the DeSoto Plymouth dealer had on display were unusual bargains. That's because of the overwhelming popularity of the new DeSoto in Plymouth. Your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer has far and away the finest used car bargains in town. Take advantage of his remarkable used car offers. See his unusual stock of fine used cars tomorrow. Pay special attention to that wonderful group of cars known as the Groucho Special used cars. we're sure you'll find exactly what you're looking for among the fine used cars of your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Now, Groucho, here's our winning couple, Judge Dawson and the college girl, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world was the one built by Nebuchadnezzar to please his Persian queen. For $1,500, what was this great wonder called? You have 15 seconds. Now talk it over. Fine, thank you. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
That is absolutely correct. I'll just see to it if I ever appear before your court that I get a break, Judge.
I think I'll award you a free boulevard stop, sir.
Well, you win $1,500. How much in the quiz, Judge?
$245 in the quiz.
That's $1,745. What are you going to do with all that money?
I can't believe it.
Well, if you don't believe it, we won't give it to you. That'll take care of that problem. Well, thanks to both of you, and congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, peel your eye for the small fry. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.